Lyrically. What up, everybody? It is 10 a.m. in the District of Columbia. Points north, south, east, and west. You're listening to B-Mitch and Finley, and all the boys are back. We're in studio. Brian's back from Louisiana. Good morning, B.
What's up, brother? Man, I'm good, Jay.
How was the trip?
It was great until I started coming back.
Yeah, travel?
Everything down there was good. Boudin was good. Crackling was good. The boiled crabs was outstanding.
Steam
boiled.
Steam.
Gumbo was super good. Etouffee. So I ate a little bit of everything. Catfish po' boy. Played some golf. Hung out with the guys. As everyone told me, you did. B-Mitch, you killed that speech. I was nervous because my buddy kept pouring me some drinks and then had the nerves to start telling me that I was going to mess the speech up. And then on my way back, we're about to hit the runway and take off. And they say, oh, we just got word that we have to back off.
So did you have to back off from Lafayette or from Houston?
From Lafayette to Houston.
Oh, man.
So they said there's a plane coming in with an emergency and emergency vehicles are going to meet it. You ever see the stuff on the news, like on TV, when you see all the fire trucks and stuff going out? It was fire trucks. It was, medical people went to this, and it was like a smaller plane. Guess someone on the plane had some issue.
Oh, man.
And then we get to Houston, and I get off my plane. I have 17 minutes. I'm in Terminal B.
Which, at Bush, the big one?
IAH.
Yeah.
I have to get to Terminal E.
That's a big-ass airport.
It said it stops boarding at, 5:52. I show up at 5:53.
You had to show them the old speed, huh?
Bruh.
Were you running?
I got to the tram, and I had to run the rest of the way. They are already closed down, walking. I'm like, ho. She said, oh, we turn off all our stuff. You were on the plane from Lafayette, right? I said, the fact that you know I was on the plane from Lafayette, why the hell did y'all shut down? So I now have to wait for 7:50 to get on the flight.
Oof.
Then I commenced to eating everything else.
You're back, though.
I'm here. I got home.
What time did head hit the pillow?
Close to 1.
Damn, dog.
And then I knew I had to leave tonight, so I had to get everything ready.
You going to Atlanta tonight?
Yes, I got up and I started doing everything I had to do to make sure I don't have to worry about all that later.
You're a man on the move, sir.
Moving, bro.
So
moving, yeah, grooving.
I am not going to Atlanta till Sunday morning. And usually you go at least the day before. That's kind of the rule. And
I hope you don't run into no plane issues.
Well, I think you'll laugh at this. With everything we got going on at the house and just there's a million things and we have a lot going on tomorrow, and I just was trying to be like good dad, good husband. I can fly out Sunday morning. There's a zillion flights. If all hell breaks loose, I'll get in my car. You know what I mean? Like, I'll make it there for kickoff. Guess what I learned?
You learned?
By moving my flight back a day. I'll also be in town for my anniversary, which I had no idea was this weekend.
So, hold on. I have a daily way of telling you to not say stuff over there. Because, dude, you had it in the bag.
I know.
Until you said that. Because someone that knows her will get that message to her that you had forgotten.
I kind of
could have easily.
I kind of think she's aware.
Once you figured it out, you could have played this thing off as this is my whole.
That was my plan, babe. That was my plan.
Yeah, but you just screwed that up, dog.
Sure. That's what I do, B. There was
look, even Jeff shaking his head. Jeff like, I do some bad stuff, but not that.
Yeah, JP, you should have just been quiet on that one.
Yeah, man.
And that's coming from a talkative person.
I'm a transparent dude. I got to be me, for better or worse.
Okay.
You could have been transparent off the air with that
one. Yeah, because boy, I tell you, that anniversary normally is a good day for people. Ain't gonna end well for you.
Serving up some poached
I forgot we were supposed to do that.
But as long as I know in advance, I know. I'm aware. I'm good. I'm Gucci.
As long as you know what in advance.
Like, I now know tomorrow's our anniversary.
Okay, but no.
You know what I mean?
No.
Yeah. That's
you
how it works.
forgot. You did all these plans.
You can't forget something if the thing hasn't happened yet.
Yes, you
so
can.
now I know.
Because you weren't planning for it. And you are not a planner, so you won't do no good planning.
I got a plan.
Okay.
I got a plan.
Mm-hmm.
Picking up crab cakes.
Mm-hmm.
I Googled.
The plan was going to be perfect, and they're going to go along with it. But the mere fact that you just had diarrhea in the mouth, it ain't going to work well.
I Googled, it's our 12th anniversary.
So you Googled that?
I Googled, you know how there's like, you're supposed to get
what you got to get,
things?
Okay. I thought you say I Googled to find out it was our anniversary.
No, I don't think that's on the internet. I hope not. No dude on the planet knows what you're supposed to get for the 12-year anniversary. That's a fair Google.
I just think if you just buy something, nobody cares what you buy.
Yeah. I'm either going to buy something or buy the thing.
One day that thing going to tell you buy wood. Buy some wood and see what happens. Hey, listen, it got some of the dumbest things in the world about what year to buy what. You will hit one of those years, and if you buy what they say, you're going to find out that some idiot put that whole thing together.
Probably.
Yeah, wood, tin, aluminum. They got all kinds. The diamond and the gold stuff is good.
Yeah.
But all the other ones, not good.
There was a football game last night. I'm guessing you saw zero.
I saw 100% of none of it.
Okay.
Yeah.
It was a terrible game for three quarters, honestly. Seattle was leading 20-6 in the fourth quarter.
What I did see was, how the hell was I getting blamed for Landfill betting on Sam Darnold? I need to know that. Landfill, I wasn't even here. How the hell I got blamed for you betting on Sam Darnold?
Because it's your fault.
No.
You were supposed to talk me out of that.
No, you say the alumni. The alumni we talked about was the Commanders.
Oh, yeah, the alumni would have won, too.
Sam Darnold has nothing to do with Burgundy and Gold.
It's not just on B. It's on all of the alumni.
No. This is all of us.
Darnold ended up covering for you.
We only handle stuff from this area. We don't do nothing with the other people.
We had a discussion about the Sam Darnold rush yards prop.
Mm-hmm.
He hit.
He had 1 for 24, right?
Yeah,
probably the longest run. That's probably the longest he's ever had in his whole career.
So the game was terrible, and I generally don't turn like the Monday or the Thursday night game off just because I'm a DGen, and I'm reading a really good book right now that I kind of wanted to turn the game off and start reading, and then finally Marvin Harrison makes a play, Kyler makes a play, then they go on another drive, and bang. 2 minutes left, it's tied up. Mm-hmm. So you had to suffer through 50 minutes of terrible football, probably 2.5 hours. And finally, at the end of this thing, it gets good. And then the Seahawks kicker's able to bang it in from 50 to win it. Mm. Ended up being a pretty good game. I think Seattle might be good. They're now 3-1.
Their defense is very good.
They play good defense. Yeah. Now, can you trust Darnold in January? Probably not. But you can probably trust him October, November.
Possibly.
When does your... I'll ask Landfill this too, but I'm going to ask a more sane person to start. And now I'm calling B-Mitch sane, which is quite a statement.
I think you're the smartest man in the world by saying that.
At what point for Darnold do we turn the page and we're like, you know what? This guy's pretty good. Like we've done it with Goff, I think. And Darnold,
Goff has had a way better and longer track record than damn Darnold.
Agreed.
Goff went to a Super Bowl, and we were calling him bad.
Yeah, and they traded him away.
Darnold hasn't sniffed a Super Bowl.
No.
Okay,
maybe I'm not comparing him to Goff, but for a while it was like, oh, Goff can't play, and now I think everyone accepts Goff's pretty good. He's a top 10 quarterback. What do we need to see from Darnold to get
into the playoffs and lead your team? Don't be the reason that your team lost.
He looked like a big old wimp in the Week 18
last year
to Detroit.
Bro, he was awful. He was awful. And it was 2 weeks in a row that he played like that.
There's something else happened in the news yesterday that I wanted your opinion on.
What's that?
Do you know Sean Alexander at all? Really good running back.
I saw that. Listen, bro, I was paying attention to you all through the text thread. And
what do you think of having 14 children?
He needs to go braid his stuff to make sure it don't happen anymore.
He's very good at hitting the hole.
He need to cut it, burn it, braid it, and then his wife needs to do the same thing. I mean, listen, bro, I understand. You're supposed to be fruitful and do whatever, but 14? That's too many.
In 2001, he scored 14 touchdowns.
Well, I guess he should have scored 4.
He
and then he was just only won 4 kids.
Get to the end zone. Well, if it's
I saw that, and I mentioned that to the dudes out playing. You remember my buddy Don that played on the work on the PGA?
Yeah.
He was like, for what? Why? He said, man, that's too many.
If it's based on his
they're
touchdown
expensive.
totals, in 2005, he ran for 27 touchdowns.
Okay, he got 13 more. he trying to reach that.
So, you know my boy Lee, right?
That's a lot of damn kids, bro.
So I tweeted out because I feel like the most famous former NFL player with a bunch of kids was Phil Rivers,
Yeah.
who I think has 9, maybe 10.
They're
I
10
don't
or
know.
11 now.
And
Which I think is too much for that.
I texted out, I tweeted out, damn, Sean Alexander's leaving Phil Rivers in the dust. And Armstrong texted me, he's like, you won't tag Antonio Cromartie in it. Remember,
Cromartie's not close.
he couldn't keep track of all the
Yeah,
names.
but he's only like 7 to 9. Those other guys are 11 and 14. That's too many, bro.
That's a lot of kids. Cromartie has 8.
8. Well, he way behind. He's a whole touchdown behind what's called.
That is. That's
I mean,
true.
come on, dog. Hey, man, listen, bro.
I have 2 children. That's enough.
If you don't have any control, just say it. You know, some people that are more religious than others, they say, well, this is what I'm supposed to do. No. You can also be a little bit more controlled. Back off a little bit.
Jeff's just dropping
Find something else.
jokes in the.
Find something else to do with her. Like, just have a dinner without going all the way. Sometimes you can hit a single. You don't have to hit a home run every damn time. Grand slam, him. He been hitting grand slams.
Just hitting bombs.
Pow, pow.
14 kids is a lot of kids.
What the hell? No, man, that's too many.
The Ryder Cup's going on, and let me tell you, the U.S. is getting their ass kicked.
Well, let me tell you, I was kind of like JP today. Traveling in the middle of the week, I thought it was the weekend in a sense, and I kept looking on my phone to try to find out the Ryder Cup scores, what had happened, and it kept saying the Friday's thing is about to start. And I'm like, damn, why my thing? What's wrong with my phone? It's not working. Today's Friday.
Today is Friday. Congratulations, everybody. We made it another week. It's Friday, September 26th.
Woo.
And just so you know, September 27th is my anniversary, Landfill. I'd appreciate if you
And I think you found out this morning.
address that.
You found it out this morning, didn't you?
Yesterday.
Yesterday evening?
Yep.
How?
Lauren asked what she should make for our anniversary dinner. And
So in other words, you didn't know. She had to make sure you knew.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah. All
Um,
right. So now she really knows that you screwed up.
I haven't screwed up because it hasn't happened yet. I haven't forgotten anything.
Bruh. When you say, babe, I'm gonna fly on Sunday, she thought it was because of that. Now she know that had nothing to do with it.
It's because of the flood in the house and everything. She knew that.
Yeah, but still, you probably was planning. But the woman was
Honesty is
thinking
the
about
best policy. I could have tried to parlay that. Be like, I know it's our anniversary, and
Nah, but the thing about it, she knows you didn't know. Now,
I'm not going to name names, but you know what moves glacially slow?
what?
Dealing with insurance.
Oh yeah, bro,
I mean,
bro, come on, man.
Do you know how much construction started at my house?
None,
0.
bro. But hope this is what you got to understand, Jay. They want your check immediately, but they're gonna take their time on when they're gonna give you some of that damn money back you've been paying them. You probably pay 20 years, 10, 15 years before you ever have a claim, and then they try to make sure that they don't have to pay you a damn thing. That's
Yeah.
all. Listen, all insurance companies think like that.
It's great. It's really awesome.
Yeah,
Let
and
me tell
then
you.
after they pay you, you know what they're gonna do? They're gonna make sure
Jack
that
your rates.
Your rate going
Yeah,
up.
I know.
Yep, that's why I just changed the insurance company after I did it.
Yeah, we'll see how it goes. The Ryder Cup live update. In 3 of the 4 matches, the U.S. is getting smoked. Bryson and JT are down 3 on the 15th hole. Scotty and Russell Henley are down 4 on the 13th hole. Colin Morikawa and Harris English are down 5 on the 12th hole. I guess that could get closed out pretty soon. I'm no math
Could be.
guy.
5 on the 12th hole? Yeah, that could be closed out.
Isn't
after
that 5 through 12?
Yeah. If they're down 5 and they already played 12, so if they get to the next hole and they don't if they win or tie, if they win it, if the other team win it, it's over for them.
Dog, this is just an old-fashioned.
No, but what it is, the United
BTA.
States players need to learn to play more match play. And I know people listening probably say, well, they play pro. Listen to me. Match play is totally different than stroke play. So
you know me, I'm way better at match play than
you
stroke
can
play.
go out there and in match play, you can have a 9 on a hole. That's one hole.
Right.
But you can beat the hell out of them on every other hole.
Right. You know, it was really interesting. My buddy Keith Unicle is a really good player, right? Really, really good. Probably like a +5 or something. And he was explaining that really good players get screwed in match play because the handicap system, and I'm talking regular like dudes golf, right? Like men, just regular men's golf. Because the handicap system is built on stroke play.
Yeah.
So then if he's playing me in a match, he's got to give me like 16 strokes. But if I blow up and take an 8 in match play, it doesn't impact the round.
Yeah.
And then he's giving me a stroke on the next hole.
Yeah, but that's in regular people. They don't get no strokes.
No. These guys are in a different
But
world.
I tell you, I like that. Like when me and my guys play, our little action is always match stroke.
That's smart.
To make but I play guys where they only play stroke play, and they'll hit a bad shot, and they immediately go, "Oh man, all right, let's go to the next hole. I lost that hole," and I'm like, "No, I'm finishing the hole
They
no
only
matter
play
what."
match play, you say.
But that's how they try to play
Yeah,
it. But like me, I don't care if I'm up or down. I don't care if I hit a bad shot or not. I'm finishing the damn hole.
You know me. I will pick that ball up and put it right in
No.
my pocket.
I finished the hole because, like,
If I'm
yesterday,
in a greenside trap and don't get out,
I was talking
VIP,
trash to my boy.
ball in pocket.
That I hit a bad drive. I had a weird little shot. I took the old 7 wood, hit it down there. Hit an old nice little chip, made par. He hit his drive perfect. Yapping, I say, dude, I might still make par on this hole.
I've seen the way you stay locked in when your ball's under a tree or next to a bush or something is crazy. I don't have that.
I don't have quit.
It's like you're a pro athlete.
They call
I'm
me
a
DQ,
blogger.
not Dan quit. Don't quit.
I'm a big
They
ear
call
blogger.
me.
We got a lot to get to today. Maryland Governor Wes Moore is 8-7 through 3 weeks, one up, over 500. Gov usually gets hot around this time of year through Thanksgiving. Maryland Governor Wes Moore will join us with his picks at 10:40.
All right.
PFT Commenter from the world famous Pardon My Take podcast will join us at 11. We're going to have Carl Dukes, who covers the Falcons, join us at 1 o'clock. Jeff has a new song, apparently. I believe he's identified where the Falcons play. You'll hear Jeff's song at 12:45. We're also doing Ask B-Mitch Anything, brought to you by Collars & Company, where comfort meets style. Upgrade your look with the dress collar polo today. Ask B-Mitch Anything at noon. B, when we come back, I want to discuss the quarterback situation, the Terry McLaurin situation. I think a whole bunch of people aren't going to play this weekend. Nobody go anywhere. It's B-Mitch and Finley.
This sports update is brought to you by Baldino's Lock and Key. They are your hometown security team. Visit baldinos.com. The AL East and AL Central are still looking for someone to clinch the division. The Yankees and Blue Jays are tied right now in the East, and somehow the Tigers and the Guardians in the Central. For the wild card, the Mets hold the final NL spot, but the Reds only 1 game back. In the AL, well, things are complicated over there with just 3 days remaining in the regular season. And your updated Ryder Cup scores. Right now, Rahm and Hatton up 3 shots. Oberg Fitzpatrick up 3 shots. McIlroy Fleetwood up 5 shots. And Xander Schauffele and Patrick Cantley, the only Americans that are up on the board right now, they are up 3 strokes. Baldino's Lock and Key is your hometown security team for auto keys and fobs. They make car key problems look obsolete. With 9 area locations throughout Virginia and Maryland, stop by one near you today. Or, for more information, visit baldinos.com. From the Crop MedCap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
B-Mitch Finley, 106.7 The Fan. It is a Scotty's Vodka Red Bull Friday. We don't start the party till 11, but you start whenever you want. I know Commandante Tequila is somewhere. All right, B. Was out in Ashburn the last couple of days.
We have to have another conversation. Before the show's over, we got to talk about Commandante and Jeff. Leave it at that.
Jeff missed the ball.
We're going to talk about that.
Okay. Was out in Ashburn the past couple of days. I don't think there's any way Terry McLaurin is playing. The good news, if you want to frame it that way, is that it was reported last night. I saw it from Mike Garafolo that after seeking multiple opinions, Terry does not need surgery.
Okay.
I was talking with some of the guys this morning. I think the way the IR rules are now in the NFL, your best indicator of how long a player is going to be out is just if he goes on IR or not.
Yeah.
If they think it's a week or 2, he's not going on IR.
Going on
if they think it's 3, that's when you find out.
Yeah, they'll designate.
Right.
And if they think longer, then they just say, okay, bye-bye.
Right. So I think with Jaden, he's not on IR. I don't think Jaden's going to play this week, but I don't know. Dan Quinn will address the media probably this afternoon around 1. We'll see if he rules out Jaden and just says it's going to be Marcus like he did last week. Maybe they take this one till Sunday.
This one might go a little longer. Because I saw a little thing that said, based off of the reports, he's looking better and better. And if he's looking better and better, and they start talking about and I'm not saying just him, they talk about the markers that person get. If he's not limping, he's looking better, he's not having pain, and you know his enthusiasm, you start having to make a decision based off of the things you've already stated to people.
And so a lot of people are curious how the IR works, right? Like if you go on IR, now as many as 8 players can come back from short-term IR. They have really expanded that.
Yeah.
That used to be 2, then it was 4, now it's 8 guys. And considering it's already week 4, like the concern is not saving up their IR spots. That's not why you don't put Terry or Jaden on IR. It's because they don't think those guys are going to miss that much time. If you consider the guys that are on IR, those guys aren't coming back this year. Will Harris has a broken leg. Eckler blew his Achilles.
Yeah.
Wise, what did we think it was? A torn quad, right?
Quad.
Like
so he needed surgery. So that's the year he's done.
Those guys aren't coming back.
No.
So this is not about saving IR spots. Up to 8 people can come back after 4 games. So that is not the consideration. I think you're going to see Sam Cosmi get his window opened up next week where he'll start practicing, so a little bit of good news. One difference this week, and you can take it for what you want, is the NFL, let's be clear, the NFL mandates that quarterbacks speak to the media on Wednesdays. Mm-hmm. NFL is the greatest content machine in the world. They know what they're doing. They want the quarterbacks out there talking. Last week, we thought it was going to be Jaden. Then Wednesday morning, we were informed, okay, it's going to be Mariota. That's also when Vegas dropped that line significantly from 6 to 3, roughly.
Probably should have left it at 6, Vegas.
That's a good point. This week it was Jaden that talked to us. And I think when you hear little clips of Jaden talking, it sounds like he was frustrated or something. Like, I don't think he likes talking about the injury. He didn't seem particularly frustrated, although he obviously wants to be on the field and doesn't like being held out.
But that's what you want in almost every player out there. You know, I talked to a little kid yesterday, and he was asking me questions about, being injured, getting healthy, and then he said, well, what if, I just decide, since I have this little injury, I'm not going to really play because I don't want to put bad film out there. I say, that could be helpful or it can be harmful. The people in college that are looking at you could start saying, he gets a little injury, he can't get over it. You know what I mean? Jaden has never been one you're going to question his enthusiasm, his love for the game, and want to be out there for his guys. So just like he's a quarterback. We all say, let him take time. But if he was saying, I need to take time, I'm not going to do this and that, we'll see him differently. This is how we are. It's how we're wired as human beings. That little kid, if he don't play, probably won't hurt him. But there's going to be somebody who say he had a little sprained ankle, he couldn't get past it.
I don't think Terry's playing.
Yeah.
I think he'll get ruled out today. I don't think Noah's playing. He hasn't practiced in 2 weeks, roughly.
He can't hit a marker if he's not practiced.
Right. I don't think Bates is playing. I think it's going to be Mariota and not Jaden, but we'll find out later this afternoon. The Brandon Coleman news yesterday I thought was pretty interesting. Kingsbury came out and said, he's like, yeah, what's holding Brandon back is the injuries. Like, he's got to learn to be a pro, basically.
Mm-hmm.
And Cliff DQ does a really good job of talking around things. Yep. Cliff's a far more direct dude. And I thought that was pretty interesting for a guy last year that gutted through a lot of stuff. But Coleman misses a lot of practice time. He missed a lot of training camp, and they're trying to get him to change positions. Chris Paul's been playing guard for 4 years. I think it's going to be Chris Paul again.
Okay. But the thing of that is what I'm saying. Being a pro means you have to be able to designate the difference between injured and just a little hurt. And I was trying to present that to a 16, 17-year-old kid yesterday. This is a guy who's getting paid to play.
It's crazy. They
want to know, can you gut through things? Like the medical people are saying you good to go. And this is what I'm saying. This is not directly talking about Brandon. But there come points when the medical people says everything good. You are doing everything the coaches want you to see, but then you say, well, I just don't feel comfortable. You know what that ends up turning into? They don't feel comfortable and confident with keeping you on the squad either.
You know what I do feel comfortable and confident in?
Yeah.
Oarsman Automotive of Virginia. They've been serving area car buyers for over 100 years, and with that kind of track record, you know they're doing something right. They've got convenient locations all over Northern Virginia. Oarsman dealerships selling the best brands you want. Toyota, Kia, Ford, Chevy, Buick, GMC. Bob, I owe you a call. I'm aware of that. Lincoln, Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep. Whatever it is, they've got you because they also have these great quality certified used vehicles. I bought a certified used GMC Acadia from Biaggi one time. It was a great car. The kids loved it. They've got a tremendous selection of quality, selection, deals, and financing. Financing is huge right now. Plus, with that Oarsman Lifetime Edge B, you get up to $1,500 in extras.
Yep, you get that. Plus, you get complimentary car washes with every scheduled maintenance. You get loaner cars with every major maintenance. And you get a lifetime engine guarantee. And you know, it's great news. If you're trying to sell a car, you want to go straight to Oarsman because they'll give you up to 125% of the Kelley Blue Book value regardless of its make, model, or year. It's simple at Oarsman. They like to keep their customers happy just like JP and I are. To beyond satisfied Oarsman customers, and let's ride together.
B-Mitch and Finley, it is a Football Friday, and we kick our Football Fridays off with the governor of the great state of Maryland, Mr. Wes Moore. How you doing, Gov? How are you?
What's going on? How you doing?
We're good, man.
We are good, and so are you. Last week you climbed Mount 500. You're now 8-7 on the year. And Gov, I got to say, you and I got screwed by the Rams and the Eagles running that kickback.
Dude.
That was brutal.
I was, and first of all, that was a predicted upset,
I know.
and so we called that, and I was so happy. I was like, "Yo, this is it. This is what we do." And then I saw that damn last play. I was like, "What the hell is going on right now?"
I mean,
I was so mad. I was so mad.
You're not alone.
They got to close, baby. They got to close.
You're not alone, sir.
Gotta close.
All right.
Gotta close.
We're on to week 4. Gov, real quick, do you watch the Ryder Cup at all?
You know, I don't as much, and actually, I kind of like. I enjoy playing golf, even though I like when people say, "What's my handicap?" I'm like, "It's golf." You know what I mean? But I like, and so I actually enjoy getting out there. I can't say I can sit there and watch a whole afternoon of it on television, but I'll check it out this year. I'll check it out.
Well, the United States is kind of getting their
Yeah,
butt
they're
kicked
getting
right
their butt
now.
handed to them right now.
They can use some of your good luck this afternoon, maybe.
Oh man, well I don't know how much help I can give them on the golf course right now.
We will stick to football, sir, and
Yes.
we got a big week. We got 5 games lined up for you. Let's start with what should be an awesome game. These damn Eagles that cost us both last week travel to Tampa to take on the Bucs, a pair of 3-0 teams. This should be a really good game. What do you think of Eagles Buccaneers?
So the respect I will give to the Eagles is good teams win and great teams find find ways to win, right? And the Eagles have just found ways to win. They find ways to win close games. If you're an Eagles fan, you're never really out of it. And I respect that. And I just say, Saquon is right back to, just playing really, really, really good football. But the person who's also playing some really good football right now is Baker Mayfield. He really is showing that he is a legit NFL pro. They are both 3-0. Neither one of these teams have really blown anyone out. But I think the reason that I'm going to give the Bucs the edge on this is I do think playing at home is going to matter for the Bucs, and I do think that they really are. There is a certain confidence and swagger that I think they are walking into this week with that I think is going to matter. I respect the fact that the Eagles just find ways of winning close games, but I think this is the week that the Eagles take their first L. So I'm going with the Bucs on this.
I like that. Somebody's taking one, right? And that's 2 good teams. Going to be awesome to watch that.
That's right.
We'll keep this moving. The 3-0 Indianapolis Colts with Daniel Jones at quarterback. He's now Indiana Jones. Traveled to L.A. to face the Rams. The Rams coming off that just terrible blown lead loss in Philly last week. What do you like, Colts Rams?
So I actually like the Colts on this one.
Ooh.
And I know a lot of folks are saying because the Rams coming out off that loss, they have a lot to prove. Also it's in LA, and I know that matters. But here's a couple things I just want to remind people, throw out to people, that the Colts, like Daniel Jones, is close to like 1,000 yards this season. Daniel Jones is playing out of his mind right now. And the truth is that while Daniel Jones is playing out of his mind, that he's still probably in second on his team for MVP consideration because Jonathan Taylor is putting up one of the most special seasons that we have seen, at least, again, this early in the season. But Taylor has, over 300 yards, 325 yards, 3 touchdowns. He is playing like someone who is just, completely rejuvenated. So I think this is going to be a good game. I do think this is one of the games of the week, and this is one of the games that everybody is going to be watching because it's going to be a very telling game, and especially after what happened last week to the Rams. But I think this is a game that the Colts fans have been well, let me not call them the Colts, the Indianapolis football team.
I love that.
Because there is only the Baltimore Colts. That the Indianapolis football team has been waiting for a while, and so I think they go on the road, and I think they take this one.
I feel like Daniel Jones is really hard to trust. If they go to LA and beat the Rams and get to 4-0, I think you got to start to, at least to your point, Jonathan Taylor's turning back the clock to his 2,000-yard season. Like they play really good defense. I think you gotta buy what the Colts are selling if they can pull this one off.
And here's the thing, and I agree with you on that, but I'm trying to figure Daniel Jones out. Right? Is it that he is tough to trust, or is that his former team is tough to trust? Because there is something about these folks who leave New York and then start balling. And so, we saw it with Saquon, and now Saquon was balling there before, but like he really went over the hump when he left. And so this is what I'm trying to figure out with Dan Jones. Like, is he actually a legit NFL quarterback who was just in a really bad situation, or is he one that we are eventually going to start seeing signs of what got him dismissed from New York in the first place? And I'm thinking that at least if you're looking at the way he's playing in these first couple games, it might be the prior. It might not be Daniel Jones. It might have been his former situation.
That's a really fair point. I want to finish with the Commanders and the Ravens, so we're going to go to the Sunday night game. Packers 2-1, traveling to Dallas. Micah Parsons coming back to Jerry World wearing green and yellow. What do you think, Packers Cowboys?
Wait, anyway, I asked you something. And CeeDee Lamb's not playing?
Yeah.
Yeah, Packers go. People don't need to stay up long for this. I mean, honestly, this is going to be great watching Parsons come back. I mean, I think Parsons might end up with about 40 tackles. So in this game,
the way he plays,
he may. I mean, seriously, like this man, they didn't just. It isn't just that they got rid of him, right? It was so disrespectful the way it was done with him. This man is coming back with a vengeance. He's coming back with some some real serious pressure. And so he's going to have I think he's going to have a big game. I think Josh Jacobs is going to have a really big game. Y'all know I'm just a big Josh Jacobs fan. And they don't have CD. So this is the Packers. And honestly, despite what happened last week, and I don't know what the hell happened last week with them, I still think the Packers are one of the most talented teams in the NFC, and I think they're gonna come back and show that.
I tend to agree with you, Gov. This one's might be painful. We're talking with Maryland Governor Wes Moore for his weekly NFL picks. I know you were in the building last Monday night. I saw you chopping it up with Stephen A. What happened to the Ravens last week, dude?
Yeah, it's like, and I mean, this one is hard because you're just seeing this is like deja vu all over again. The secondary is just not showing up, and here's the thing that gets me about it is I remember we've had years where the Ravens have kind of started off slow and then go on like this 6-week win streak and then get everyone's hopes up. And then the same thing that forced them to start off slow shows itself again in the playoffs, which is the secondary is just not there. And listen, like Lamar Jackson, the Ravens offense has put up, 115, 120 points and is 1-2, and the team is 1-2? Like, there's a fundamental problem with those numbers where your offense is so unstoppable. 100+ points in 3 games, and the team is 1-2. So we have a very real defensive problem in Baltimore, where it's just like, do you have the ability to stop teams? And some of these teams are not offensive juggernauts. Now, I will give it to the Lions, and folks say, listen, their 2 losses are to the Lions and to the Bills. I get that. And those are two of the best teams in the NFL. I get that. But for you to be the best team in the NFL, it means you need to beat the better teams in the NFL. And there's an inability for the Ravens to be able to do that right now. So I think John Harbaugh has got to, let folks and remind folks why they should have confidence in him. I think this defense has got to stop allowing teams to put up 40 points on them repeatedly. And I think this is going to be a really important test. I think now one of the things that one of the reasons why I'm going with the Ravens this week is if there is any team that has been a bigger disappointment for people than the Baltimore Ravens thus far this year, it is the Kansas City Chiefs. That Kansas City Chiefs have not. Come out with anything that should give people confidence. I mean, and here's the stat that I like telling people when they talk about about the Chiefs offense is, do you know the leading rusher for the Kansas City Chiefs is Patrick Mahomes? So
not great.
Not great. And it'd be one thing if we're talking like the leading rusher for the Ravens is Lamar Jackson, which he is not. But it'd be one thing if you're like, okay, but he's so different. Your leading rusher for the Kansas City Chiefs is Patrick Mahomes. And so as long as that's the case, and as long as you have an offense that is just, that's having very real challenges and also a defense that is allowing point spreads and point scores that they're just not used to giving up, I think that the Chiefs are just playing really bad football right now. And so the reason that I'm going with the Ravens is just because I think they are playing a team that is right now both not performing on a football field, and I think just psychologically really just completely head spinning right now.
I mean, it seemed like when you see Andy Reid getting in Kelsey's face the other night. It's crazy that those two teams are 1-2 going into this game.
It's nuts. It's nuts.
Last pick for you, sir. The Commanders heading down to Atlanta to take on the Falcons. Some quarterback questions for Washington. Doesn't look like Terry McLaurin's going to play. Well, what do you think?
Doesn't matter. Commanders going to win. Doesn't matter.
Matter of fact.
No, it doesn't matter. And also, this is another one where and I know and again, I repeat what I said last week. Let Jaden sit. Let him sit. Make sure he comes back healthy. There is bad juju around having really good young quarterbacks and rushing them back onto the field. Let him get healthy. Because with Mariota, again, Mariota is never going to win you a game. No one is going to say, and the fourth quarter heroics of Marcus Mariota. Like, that is a statement that no one will ever let come out of their mouth, right? But what he's not going to do, he won't lose you the game. And that's all you need from a backup quarterback who actually has some good weapons that is surrounding them. Not to mention the fact that the defense is playing well. You had a team last week, and everyone's talking about Penix, right? And I get it. Like that was a really, really bad performance by a quarterback who's supposed to be one of the young stars of the NFL. Completely and point taken, and I agree. But for me, the story last week wasn't Penix. The story was the defense. Like, the defense wasn't stopping anything. And so even if Penix did not have a horrible game that got him sad, you would have had to put up a really good game in order to score enough points to make up for the fact that the defense was just letting people run over them. So I think that the Commanders are going to be fine, even if it means going on the road, and even if it means going on the road without your starting quarterback. I just think that this is a team that doesn't make the same kind of mistakes that the Falcons are showing that they're showing to make, and I think the Commanders come back with a W.
There you have it. All right, sir. I got you taking the Bucks, the Colts, the Packers, the Ravens, and the Commanders. You are 1 over 500 through 3 weeks, and my guess is you'll probably be 3 over 500 by next week.
I think so. Yeah, the only adjustment is, again, it's not the Colts. It's the Indianapolis football team. But yeah.
I love that. Thank you for your time, as always, sir. We appreciate it.
I appreciate y'all so much.
All right, man.
Take care. Maryland Governor Wes Moore joining us for his weekly NFL picks. Appreciate that the Gov makes the time, and he loves football, dude. You can,
Oh, yeah.
you can just
Oh, yeah.
tell.
You
It's
hear
all
it.
good. Yeah.
You hear it.
All right, when we return, PFT Commenter joins the program.
This sports update is brought to you by Main Street Bank. Cheer local, bank local. Despite a report his knee injury isn't considered serious, Commanders running back Bill Krosky-Merritt missed a second straight practice yesterday. The exact nature of the injury remains unclear, but today's injury report will be telling. Terry McLaurin didn't practice yesterday either, but there is a bit of good news. It's being reported that Terry will not need surgery for a quad injury. He sought a second opinion yesterday from a core muscle specialist. Ian Rappaport reporting, though, that the injury was being described to him as more of a hip flexor injury rather than in his quad. Other names that did not practice yesterday, tight end John Bates, wide receiver Noah Brown, and safety Percy Butler. Around the rest of the NFL, Rams receiver Devontae Adams did not practice yesterday, missing a second straight day. Adams is currently questionable with a hamstring injury. After missing Wednesday's practice with a hamstring issue, Dallas Cowboys cornerback Trayvon Diggs made his return to the practice field yesterday and voiced his intent to play in Week 4. And 49ers quarterback Brock Purdy missed each of the first 2 weeks with the shoulder and toe injury, but things do appear to be trending in the right direction. He could be making a return in Week 4. He was the first participant in line for pre-practice drills yesterday. From the Crop MedCap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
Let's go. I think it's still up. They got one match. 106.7 The Fan. It is a Scotty's Vodka Red Bull Friday. Scotty's Vodka is Maryland-made, super smooth, loved throughout the DMV, and now available in select Virginia ABC stores. Call me, walk in there and say, sir, ma'am, I'd like some vodka. Make it Scotty's. Yeah. Joining us now via the Rude Guest Hotline. Rude is the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. Our friend, Mr. PFT Commenter. PFT, what's up, dude? Thanks for making time.
Good morning, guys. How's everybody doing today?
Good, man. How
We're
you
doing
doing
better than the U.S. Ryder Cup team.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just turned it on. Is it over? Did we lose already?
Nah, they're down 3 matches, I think.
And this fourth one's
But they
getting
got to
a
play
little
this
dicey.
afternoon. They got to play this afternoon as well, right?
There's a lot of football left, but this is the equivalent of like a 21-0 first quarter football game.
Yeah, it can switch up, though.
Yeah, if you put this into football terms for me, who on the U.S. Ryder Cup team right now is Kyler Murray in the first half? Because
probably Russell Henley.
I'm seeing some bad body language out there from the boys. We need to dial in for the last match here. 3-1 doesn't seem like it's impossible to come back from, right?
Yeah, but they got to get that one. Right now, I don't believe that's in the jar
It's
yet.
3-0.
It's 3-0, and the last match is still out there, and Europe's kind of hanging around. It's Cantley and Schauffele.
I think it was Schauffele off the tee.
Yeah.
I think he just hit the ball into somebody's beer. I think it went. I'm serious. I think it.
Well,
went
Hilly already
into,
hit a spectator.
I think it went into the concession area, like the luxury suite that people pay for. I don't know if you get relief from somebody's plate of mozzarella sticks, but it doesn't look good.
Well, you watched that game last night. That was a terrible game for 50 minutes, and then all of a sudden, Kyler and Marvin Harrison wake up from their K-hole and could play some football. It was crazy.
Yeah, it was weird, man. That first half, the Arizona Cardinals just make me sad watching them. I don't know what it is. It's like I get bummed out watching them play. Kyler doesn't really seem like he wants to be there, even when he does something good. It's like there's something just really odd about that group. But they do play weird football games. Like the Seahawks and the Cardinals, whenever they get together, something really strange is going to happen. And that was a bizarre game last night. And the first half was really odd. The way that I don't know who was to blame on some of those throws where it looked like Harrison maybe didn't run the right route, or Kyler maybe thought he was going to go somewhere that he didn't. But there's some weird stuff, because usually when you see something like that happen, there will be some form of communication between the quarterback and the wide receiver afterwards, where they try to either work things out, get on the same page, or just get mad at each other. Mm-hmm. And there was just nothing. It was like, okay, another missed throw. Let's just go back to the bench, sit down, and stare straight forward into oblivion. It was a strange game. last night, but it's weird whenever those teams play. It's the Seahawk energy. Seahawks play unusual games, and they let the Cardinals stick around, and it almost pulled it out.
Yeah. They did get the win, though. It was, dude. So I wanted to ask you about this. I'm a big listener of the podcast. I'm saving the Daniel Jones interview for my ride home this afternoon. We just had Maryland Governor Wes Moore on, and he said something that's really pretty interesting. He's like, man, because the Colts are 3-0, but everybody's like, yeah, they're 3-0, but is Danny Dimes going to keep this up? And Governor Moore said, is it hard to trust Daniel Jones, or should we just not trust the Giants? Because more and more of these former Giants players get somewhere else and find success. What did you learn from Danny Dimes in your interview? I feel like you've interviewed him before, so you probably know him a little bit.
Well, we actually haven't had a full interview with him yet, and we did one question with the quarterback with him. So everybody asked him one question. It wasn't a full interview, so I didn't really get that deep into anything with him. But he seems like a normal dude, like just an average guy, and I think I say that in like a good way, a guy that won't get like too amped up or too excited. So I root for him. I think that the Colts are definitely the number one team in the NFL where people are waiting for them to turn back into a pumpkin, right? They're the clock-struck midnight team of this year, and we're going to take whatever happens in the Rams game this weekend and make it mean something for the Colts. Like either the Colts were made of fool's gold and they're going to come back down to earth, or the Colts are legit and could win the Super Bowl. Those are kind of like the two options after this weekend. But yeah, I mean, Daniel Jones just seems like a regular guy. He's better than people give him credit for, but I don't think he's like going to be a top 10 quarterback in the NFL. But in the right system, like if you get Shane Steichen on the same page with him, he's more than capable of winning a lot of football games.
I tell you what feels bizarre is he's my quarterback in one fantasy league, and
Is he?
Yeah, I don't trust it, but he's been all right.
Is that the one you drafted, or that's the one they gave it to you?
I had Fields, who got concussed.
Oh,
so I'm kind of. I picked up Dart. I'm in the quarterback abyss. I'm in the Skins signing Ryan Fitzpatrick, Heineke. I'm in that world. So let's switch it to Washington. Talking with our friend PFT Commenter here on the Rude Guest Hotline. You can find all of PFT's work at Barstool Sports. Make sure you listen to the Part of My Take podcast. It is my favorite podcast. I don't miss one. It seems like Jaden's not going to play. It seems like Jaden wants to be playing. I think you want him to rest. Where are you at in the Jaden Mariota universe?
I'm okay with Jaden sitting another week if there's anything wrong, if he's banged up at all. I don't want him rushing back. That's how you get injuries that maybe don't even have anything to do with the current one that he has, where you're overcompensating for something. So I know I'm actually in the perfect spot right now because I like the fact that Jaden wants to play and that he's pushing to play, and then I like the fact that Dan Quinn is like, we're not going to play if you're not practicing with the team. If you're not doing a full practice during the week, you're not going to be out there on Sunday. I'm okay with that. I'm taking like the big picture, and I do think that these are the two games. If you were to pick a 2-game stretch of the season to say we're going to have Mariota start for 2 of them, it's the Raiders and it's the Falcons. And I'm okay with Mariota playing this weekend. It's the piling up of the other injuries that's really starting to concern me now. Like Jaden, obviously, big deal. Don't want him hurt. Let's keep him healthy. But it's like everybody else. There's Terry. I know that there might be some good news with Terry, or maybe he might not be. It might not be the core injury that we were fearing that it was. But then you look down the list and you see just a laundry list of dudes that are starting to get banged up, and that's what concerns me. It's like you can go next man up for a couple of these positions each weekend, but then when it starts to be multi-weeks and you get new positions getting hurt, there's a point where it becomes too much to get over, and I'm just starting to worry that we might be getting there soon.
I'll ask this question. Do we ever get to a point when we stop saying rest Jaden when he gets like a little nick here or there and he has to play too? Do we ever get to that point?
Yeah, I think we probably will get to that point, but I don't think that we're there yet because I know he wants to play. I know that that Dan Quinn's being maybe erring on the side of caution a little bit. I think it's these 2 weeks, and then let's get him healthy. And especially if it's a knee, I don't know the extent to which his knee is sprained, but I'd rather not mess with that one. I'd rather just be really, really cautious. for now. But yeah, I agree. At some point later on this season, if he's dealing with something, then everybody else is playing hurt too. And he did that last year with a broken rib. So I don't think anyone's out there questioning his toughness yet. Mm-hmm. But I like where we're at right now. I'm okay with Mariota if we have to watch him for another week. He's more than capable. He might be the best backup quarterback in the NFL right now. So we're fortunate enough to have a guy like that. This is why you pay him millions of dollars.
Well, a little bit of breaking news here. I'm seeing from reporters John Keim and Nikki Jabvala, practice just started in Ashburn, and Jaden is not on the practice field as of now. Now, the practice is going to go a lot longer than the media is allowed to watch, so maybe he'll be out there later. We'll find out. But that tends to tell me all we need to know about who's going to be playing on Sunday. Terry McLaurin also not there. That's not a surprise. Honestly, I don't think Terry's playing. I don't think Brown's playing. I don't think Bates is playing. Bill is a big question mark. Didn't practice Wednesday or Thursday. Wednesday, they kind of communicated via sources, I'll say, that, no big deal, don't worry about it. Then when he didn't practice Thursday, he worked off to the side. I was like, oh, that's interesting. I think Bill's a big question mark. Let's say it is Mariota. I think largely fans are pretty darn confident in Mariota, and deservedly so. Mm-hmm. But now you're talking about no Terry, no Brown, no Bates, no Bill. Do you worry a little more about this game, PFT?
Oh, yeah, I'm worried about this game for sure because the Falcons got blown out by the Carolina Panthers last week. They got embarrassed by a bad team, and I would much rather the Falcons have gone out there and smoked the Panthers 30-0 last week than them losing, because that's how the NFL works. You got a lot of good players on the Falcons. They're embarrassed. They're going to practice hard this week. They're going to go out and have something to play for, their own pride on Sunday. So yeah, I think this is a very dangerous spot for the Commanders. And yeah, I'm not very confident at all. The only thing I'm looking at is they're kind of in panic mode a little bit right now. They fired their receivers coach. They got TJ Yates coaching their receivers now. They've got their offensive coordinator moving from the booth down to the sidelines, which seems like that's one of the steps that you take on the path to seeing coaches get fired, is you bring them down to the sidelines, or you put them back up in the booth so that they can see more. It's just one of those moves that you're trying anything to make something work. But the key stat this week, I don't know if you guys heard this, but Michael Penix, as a starter in the NFL, has never won a game in which their opponents have scored more than 7 points, which is pretty crazy. I mean, wow. He hasn't started for that long, obviously, but the 2 games that he's won as a starter, the opponent scored 6 points or 7 points. So not exactly a ringing endorsement of them. Now, they definitely played good enough to win in a couple of those games that they lost. I think that the Falcons and Commanders last year, that was a game that could have gone either way. There was a missed kick. There were some questionable timeouts that weren't used by Raheem Morris. So, yeah, they're a team that could very easily beat us, especially the fact that we're banged up at multiple levels, and they're desperate.
We're banged up, but I asked this question. Why is it more faith in Bill than Rodriguez or McNichols? McNichols been in the league 9 years. We watched him last week. We bragged about Rodriguez coming back this offseason, and what he made the team again. I know Bill's a new little shiny toy, but what gives us so much confidence in him amongst the other guys?
I think because it's fun to say Bill. I think that's what it comes down
but we got to get past the cartoon characters of it at one point and start caring about who actually gets on the field and give you a chance. I believe McNichols gives you more than both of those guys, because he gives you a combination of things he can do. The other guys are run guys. McNichols can run and catch the ball in the backfield.
No, I agree with you. I like watching Bill run. I think he's a very good young player. I think he's going to become something really great for this franchise. But you're right. Like right now, I don't see that as a major step back, because they've all proven that they can stick around in the league, and you have to have something in your tool belt to make you be in the league that long. And we've seen some of his explosiveness too. So yeah, Bill, I like watching him run. He makes some great cuts. He's super smooth. But I don't see that. I look at that as more of I hope this isn't the start of a trend for the team where we're just losing guys left and right every week. And I know everybody gets hurt, but it does feel like, you add Bill on top of everything, and it just contributes to the sense of, oh no, what's going on? let's keep everybody healthy. But you're right, X's and O's for this weekend. I don't see that as a big step back for us.
Who on this team has been like a fun surprise for you? I think Debo's been great, and getting to know Debo a little bit, I really enjoy kind of his personality. Not really in it for the BS, but like just really cares about football.
Yeah, Debo has been awesome this year. He is back to being old Debo. It's a great move. It looks like a great move for Peters to get him involved. But on the defensive side, Amos has seemed like he's been dialed in. He's a guy that we're going to hopefully have around for a long time at corner. And we've whiffed on a few cornerbacks recently in the draft. And to be able to say, I think we got a guy, that's a huge thing. And our secondary looks pretty good right now. So, yeah, Amos is going to be a guy. That is a guy that I expect over the course of his career is going to be a multi-time Pro Bowler just based on the early returns from him. Obviously, we have to, we got to play the games, and we got to keep him healthy, and he's got to, prove that he can do this over the course of a full season. But right now, it seems like that's a guy that was a great pick by Adam Peters. So I'm loving watching Amos.
Last thing, PFT, I wanted you to share your passes behind the line of scrimmage theory with B-Mitch.
Okay, yeah. So I was watching the Chiefs and the Giants on Sunday Night Football the other week, and I thought to myself, it'd be kind of cool if every pass that was thrown and received behind the line of scrimmage, if that counted as a lateral. So it was a live ball. So like a screen pass or a dump off to a running back, when Mahomes was like getting wrapped up by three guys. If that ball hits the ground, you see it anyways on the defense, like they all swarm to the ball after a dump off hits the ground just in case it was a lateral. I think it'd be cool for the chaos factor of it all if all those passes counted as laterals or live balls.
Everything's live behind the line of scrimmage.
Not as long as it's going forward, it's not.
Yeah, but I'm saying and I talked to Sam, who did the rules for the XFL, and he said that he was actually thinking about putting that rule into the XFL when he was designing it, but then they had to start thinking about what do you do with a batted ball.
That's what I'm saying.
Other things.
All those things pop up.
I like chaos, and I think that'd be a fun way to mix things up a little bit. And
you know what you'll be doing, PFT? You worried about these injuries right now? It'd be way more injuries then.
Yeah, you're probably right.
Body's flying.
You're probably right about that one. Just turn every single pass behind the line of scrimmage into the old XFL kickoff, where they just run out and try to slide onto the ball.
Oh yeah,
that would be a bad move. But yeah, B-Mitch, congratulations on the on moving forward in the Hall of Fame nomination process.
Appreciate you.
You should be in the Hall of Fame. I want to say that for the record. Brian Mitchell should be in the Hall of Fame, and you'll always have my support with that one.
Thank you, bro.
We'll get him in. PFT, as always, thank you for your time. Bad news, Europe just tied up the last match. So
I just saw the putt.
This is looking dire, dude.
It looks bleak. It's early, man. It's early.
Yeah, it's not good. We need that crowd out in Long Island to step up. Come on.
It made Rory mad when they told me they needed a button to choke.
Yeah, that was funny. that was a good chirp from the gallery on that one. So I don't know, maybe get a little bit meaner out there. Come on, yeah. We can do this, USA.
Thank you for the time, man. Enjoy the football weekend.
All right, take care, guys.
All right, PFT.
All right. That's our friend PFT Commenter. Check out the Pardon My Take podcast. We come back. We're going to go through all these injuries, see how the boys are feeling about everything, headed to Atlanta for week 4. Nobody go anywhere.
Hey, it's Brian Mitchell here. NFL Sunday's coming, and you've got your crew, your couch, your snacks, and your slate. And FanDuel is coming with something extra. This isn't just another NFL Sunday. It's your chance to place that perfect parlay or hit your go-to player prop, and now we're making it even better. Because this week, FanDuel's bringing a bonus. That's right. All customers can get a 50% profit boost on any NFL bet. However you play your game, FanDuel's got your back with something extra in your account, because that's what Sunday should feel like. Visit FanDuel.com/Brian to download the app and get in on the action before kickoff. FanDuel, official sportsbook of 106.7 The Fan. You have to be 21 years old and present in Virginia. Opt-in required. Bonus issued as a non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
This sports update is brought to you by Paul Henry's Window Installation, your clear home improvement choice. Commander's practice has started, and as of now, Jaden Daniels is not out on the field. That's per multiple beat reporters. This doesn't mean he's officially out this weekend, but it's very telling. Terry McLaurin also not out on the practice field. And in the Ryder Cup, the Europeans are in full control after 3 dominant performances in the first 3 matches this morning. After holding a 3-up lead through 11, the most experienced American team has completely melted down in the back 9, and there's no longer any red on the leaderboard. Xander Schauffele and Patrick Cantlay have sputtered, while Victor Hovland and Robert McIntyre have started to make up some key putts. Currently, they're playing the 16th hole right now, the first match of the day to make it to 16. This September, only score 10% off each window with a 5-window minimum and 10% off each door at Paul Henry's Window Installation. Schedule your no-pressure free estimate today at paulhenryswindows.com, your clear home improvement choice. From the Crop MedCap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
Oh, Nelly. It's getting late early in Bethpage. The United States Ryder Cup team has already lost the first 3 matches. And Xander Schauffele and Patrick Cantlay looked like they were going to salvage at least 1 win, get a point. They were up 3 on like the 12th hole, and it is now tied on the 17th hole. Big boy Bobby Mack, the grumpy Scotsman, on the tee. Little par 3, 170 yards. The putting from the Americans has been god-awful. I want them to release J.J. Spawn and Ben Griffin. Get those guys out there, man. Get some fresh blood in there, because the Americans have been terrible, dude.
Been like that for a long time, though, and early on in these match play things.
I think the Euros just play a ton more match play.
Yeah, they do. And that's why they're so comfortable with it.
Yeah. All right, we'll keep you updated on the Ryder Cup. Now, the updates coming from Ashburn aren't great from an injury perspective. Jaden Daniels not out there. Terry McLaurin not out there. Noah Brown not out there. John Bates not out there. B, what do you make of all the injuries? Let's start with it. Sure looks like Mariota is going to be playing this week.
So, for me, I don't normally stress over a lot of them, because I think when you're putting a team together, you should be picking guys that you feel can help you win, no matter if they're second or third teamers. Because ultimately in a football season, you're going to see some of everybody, you know? But when you start to lose guys, if you get worried, then I think you might have to think a little bit about how you put together the team. I think in the key positions, Mariota is number 1. He's key. He's legit. He has the trust of the of offense, coaches. Hell, everybody on that team trusts him. Now you start finding out who the other guys are. Bill is, everybody love Bill. Everybody love Luke. But other guys can also play in those positions too. Bill is learning how to play football at this level by not playing his last year in college.
A lot of people thought he'd be so fresh, but the flip side
it's not the fresh thing. You got to be used to that physicality. Makes a world of difference.
The receiver position. Sure looks like you're not going to have Terry or Noah Brown.
Mm-hmm.
On the active roster, that will leave 4 receivers. Luke, Lane, Debo, and Chris Moore.
Mm-hmm.
Who would you pull up from? I assume they're going to pull somebody up from the practice squad. You've got some options there. Ja'Cory Brooks, Jacoby Jones, Tay Martin, All three run 6'3". All three are presumably outside
Brooks and
wideouts.
Tay were most effective in this preseason.
Tay's the only one with, NFL experience.
Mhm.
The actual, making this roster this week with picking your inactives, it's just going to be a pretty full slate. Like you've got 4 guys down already, right? In Jaden, we're assuming, we're hypothesizing here. Jaden, Terry, Bates, Brown. Sure seems like Coleman's going to be inactive again. To elevate somebody, you are forced to make a corresponding move there.
Mm-hmm. But what can help this receiving core? It's a hell of a running game.
For sure.
So if they go out there and they run the ball as effective as they did last week, not depend on those receivers too much. And then running the ball will open up something for one of those receivers. You know what I mean? People are going oh, we got to stop the run now. And all of a sudden, one of those receivers will open wide.
What receiver do you have the most faith in stepping up, catching 5 or 6 passes, getting 70 yards through the air? And, what Debo is. I'm saying of the other guys here.
I'll go with Chris at this point because since the season has started, Chris is he's been there for him. And he has experience. He's really his 10th year.
Yeah,
10th year in the league, so I expect him. But Jalen Lane, that kick return is probably going to work wonders for him. Your confidence level grows up. I mean, it blows up when you all of a sudden do something like that. You feel like I belong at this point. And we know he's talented. So we'll see.
So Kingsbury yesterday, speaking of Jalen Lane, where does he fit for them, slot or outside? Kingsbury said of Lane, he showed he can do some things outside. And so with our receiver situation, how it's been, he's been out there some and having to play, but I think eventually I'd like to see him as a slot in our offense.
Mm-hmm.
Situation might dictate that he's on the outside. I think you'd like Luke to be the outside guy for you. Another interesting question, B. Kingsbury got asked, all right, if McLaurin and Brown aren't playing, do you need to balance Debo's work as a kick returner? And Cliff said, Debo's such an impact player in all phases that we're going to use him when we need him. But I'm sure if those guys can't go, that we'll be smart about the usage.
Yeah.
Do you have to limit Debo as a kick returner?
If you watched the game just last week, he wasn't back there later in that game. It was Jalen Lane and Luke.
Yeah.
And I believe you'll start seeing a lot more of that. And as, Debo, if his workload picks up, I think you'll see those two guys back there even more.
With Luke, he last week went for about 60 yards. Last year, he went for about 180.
Mm-hmm.
With Luke, do you feel like that was the beginning of something to get the ball rolling? Or was that just kind of late in the game against not the best team?
I would hope that having a success gives him a little bit more comfortability. I can't say if it was something that got him going or not. But what I will say is he now knows what he can do. You know what I mean? Maybe that changed up his production, his work ethic, his approach to it, the way he goes at this thing. So once guys feel good about themselves, changes up the whole ball game for them.
Do you think they're in a position where they need to go get like a veteran?
Not necessarily.
I mean, guys they had in KJ Osborne, Michael Gallup.
They have got the guys they kept on practice squad. They could have kept those type of guys on practice squad. So whoever they kept on practice squad, those are the guys right there. Tay Martin has some level of experience. Chris Moore, we saw him immediately in there. So you got to lean on those guys. That's guys you kept.
Yeah, I mean, you kept him for a reason. You got him. Do you, depending what's going on with Bill, do you think they need to call up one of their practice squad running backs? They have 2 running backs on the practice squad. Chase Edmonds had a lot of success with Cliff in Arizona, but Edmonds didn't play last year, had a bad knee injury. You also have, I believe, Donovan Edwards is the young man's name on the practice squad as a running back. Do you think you need to call one of those guys up?
If McNichols and Rodriguez, I think both of those guys play special teams. You may need another guy. Let one of them play special teams, and one of those guys take a step away from
it. The Bill situation is very interesting from that standpoint, right? Like you can't. I would think you can't only have 2 running backs active, right?
No.
Or you got to lean on Debo a lot more in the run game, which I'm not sure you want to do.
Well, I mean, the thing about it, listen, Jay, if Debo running the ball that day is going to help you win that football game, that's what you have to do.
In no way do the injuries mean you can't win a football game, but damn if these injuries aren't going to make things a lot more complicated on Sunday. Coming up at noon, opening the phone lines up for Ask B-Mitch Anything, brought to you by Collars & Co.
Fellas, it's your boy B-Mitch here. And if you're still rocking those tired old polos with the floppy collars, it's time to step up your game. Collars & Co., you know what? You might have seen them on Shark Tank. They give you that crisp dress shirt look with the comfort of your favorite polo. Listen, I was walking through the airport last night, and I saw this guy, and I'm looking, I said, dude, that got to be one. I walk up to him, I say, Collars & Co. He's like, yes. I end up giving him my code. I say, man, if you want to get a little discount when you go to order something again, make sure you put B-Mitch 20 in there. For anything over $99, you're going to get 20% off. So you know what? You get your Collars & Co. shirts. You have no wrinkles. Don't have to worry about the dry cleaner. You just throw it on and you're ready to roll. CollarsandCo.com. And now you can check them out in person. Their new store opens October 15th at Congressional Plaza. As I said earlier, 20% off orders over $99 with the code BMitch20. That's Collar & Co. Stay sharp, just like JP and I.
B-Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. Lot going on in the world here. You've got the Ryder Cup in full swing. Xander Schauffele and Patrick Cantlay were able to get a lead on 17. They made par. The Euros made bogey. Bobby Mack couldn't make a big putt to save par. And now you've got, who's got the club in their hand, B? Is that Xander?
It's Xander.
Xander is in the fairway. What's it say he is? 100 yards out, about to hit a shot. Looks like a really advantageous position. He's on the left side of the fairway. Pin looks straight ahead. All right, the ball's in the air. Looked like a nice smooth swing, good divot. And Xander puts it to very, very, very good shot. Xander puts it to, what do you think, 5-6 feet?
Makeable.
Chance for birdie. The Euros are in the, if you play golf, there's a word for where the Euros are, and it rhymes with bit. Looks like the fescue kind of stuff on the right side there. And Bobby Mack's going to have to hit a hell of a shot if Europe's going to be able to try to win this hole. This feels like a huge match for America to at least get a point.
Yeah,
on the
they
board.
need something. They need to get out of this thing with something.
Here's Bobby Mack out of the stick stuff. He's 100 yards out and nothing. Yeah. He's now in a green side.
Couldn't have happened to a better person. He gets on my damn nerves.
Yeah, he's grumpy, dude.
He's grumpy. He always got something to say. Shut the hell up.
All right, so the Americans are laying 2 about 6 feet away from the pin with a nice birdie putt coming up. The Euros are in the trap, and it sure looks like America will take that match. We'll see what happens there. They need that one, dude. So 3-1 feels a lot different than 4-0.
4-0 would have been trouble.
3-1 feels a lot different than 4-0. B, I talked to Jeremy Reeves yesterday, and I thought it was really interesting. Revo was saying, because Joe Witt got asked about, hey, with all the injuries, because I also don't think Percy Butler's going to play this week. He's missed practice the last 2 days. We'll see. We'll get an update today.
Yeah, something with his hip or something, right?
Yeah. I talked to Percy yesterday. He seemed like everything's cool, but when you're not practicing for 2 days, we'll see what happens today with Percy. Mm-hmm. But Jeremy Revo has had to play a lot more defense. He's made good plays, had a really big third down stop last week. And Joe Witt kind of explained, like, we need him on specials because he's awesome at it, but we also need him on defense. And we talked to Revo for a bit yesterday, and he explained, he's like, I didn't come into the league as a special teamer. Mm-hmm. You do what you have to do to stay in the league, but I'm a safety, and I can do both.
Yeah.
What do you think, outside of Matt Gay, the Commanders' special teams have been very good this year.
They've been great.
They lead the league in return yards, punt, and kick. You did it at a high level. Mm-hmm. How difficult is it to have a significant special teams role and then to also help in another phase of the game?
It's not difficult. It just becomes a part of the choice, part of what you do. If you've never done it before, I think you'll look at it as difficult, but most guys that have played some level of special teams. When I became a special teamer, I think I played less football than I did when I was a quarterback. A
lot less.
A lot less. So if you are a safety and you're not the starter, playing special teams and going in safety every once in a while, you're still playing less than you would be playing as a starting safety. So you get used to it. And the special teams guys, they do a lot of running, bro. They're in shape. They can handle it. Just like if you get on a long drive and you're gaining yards, you ever notice nobody looks to the sideline? But if you got a long drive and you're not really gaining yards, everybody needs a chance to come out the game. Just the way the world works. When things are successful for you, is you don't have many complaints, many problems.
So, Tashawn Reed with the Washington Post had a really good story about the Commanders' special teams. Through 3 games, they are the top team in the NFL at returning kickoffs. Mm-hmm. They're also 5th in yards allowed per kick return. So they're getting it done on both sides. In general, the numbers will tell you that the Commanders' opposing field position on kickoffs is about the 29-yarder, is about the 29-yard line,
Mhm.
and their field position is about the 36.
At 7 yards.
Dude, that makes a difference, man.
Yeah, it does. And I think the way that Debo approaches it and the way Jalen approaches it, when they catch a ball, they are upfield immediately. And that helps.
That's what you did, right?
Yeah. Hey, man, you don't have to be the fastest. Just get to that point quicker. A guy that runs 4.2 that decides I'm going to run over this way, that way, he never gets to that point. Guy that run the 4.4, he goes straight to the point. Who's the best?
Shout out to Chuck Lee and the team at Hyde Social for bringing in a big old breakfast this morning for the Junks and plenty for us. We appreciate it. I also got to look pretty smart this morning when I correctly identified mascarpone in the little French toast sandwiches. That breakfast burrito is so filling, I'm probably not going to eat till dinner time. Here's what we're going to do. Really excited. Phone lines, hit the button, Jeff. 800-636-1067. 800-636-1067. It is time for Ask B-Mitch Anything. Ask B-Mitch Anything.
Let's go.
It's sponsored by Collars & Co., where comfort meets style. Upgrade your look with the dress collar polo today. It's your turn to ask an NFL legend anything you want. Let's go.
Jaden Daniels and Terry McLaurin are not on the field for the start of practice. McLaurin hasn't practiced all week and will likely miss Sunday's game against Atlanta. Daniels was limited the past 2 days with his status up to the doctors. He said the other day, though, he was feeling pretty good. And it took until the 18th green of the final pairing, but finally some red on the board at the 2025 Ryder Cup. Xander Schauffele and Patrick Cantlay both beat Robert McIntyre and Victor Hovland. They were 2 up the final score there to make it just a 3-1 deficit coming out of the Friday foursomes for the Americans. What looked like a formality early on in the back nine, when they were 3 up, became a dogfight down to the final stretch as the Europeans tied the match going to the 16th. The U.S. pulled in front with a par on the 17th, and a tough drive from Victor Hovland on 18 ultimately led to a bogey and a concession from the Europeans. Tonight, the final series of the seasons for the Nationals begin. They're hosting the White Sox with Cade Cavalli on the mound. Chicago has lost 6 straight on the road, so this is as good a time as ever to close out the season with a few more wins and to let Bob Carpenter have a few more amazing see you later calls. From a Crop MedCap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
High noon in the District of Columbia. It is time to Ask B-Mitch Anything. Ask B-Mitch Anything is sponsored by Collars & Co., where comfort meets style. Upgrade your look with the dress collar polo today. B and I both got some new Collars & Co. gear. I love it, man. We both got those pants, which are phenomenal.
They are the best.
They're super comfortable. Feels like you're wearing sweats, but they're really dressy and look sharp. The dress shirts I got, I know you didn't order the dress shirts. They are incredible and feels like you're wearing air conditioning. Like it's so cool. And the
That's a good way of putting it.
Yeah, the blazer I got fits perfect. Check them out, Collars & Co. We both have promo codes, JP Finley 20, B-Mitch Finley 20. Anything over $99, you save 20% using the code. As Tony Kornheiser would say, use the code, people. All right, let's get to these phone lines. Let's start with our guy, Kenny in Largo. What's up, Kenny?
What up, Kenny?
What up, JP? B-Mitch? How y'all doing today on this fine Friday?
We're good,
I don't
man.
think how day it is. Well, I guess this question for both of y'all, for real. So, at this point in the season, do y'all think that as a team we found our identity, or how long do y'all think it's going to take for us to find it?
I don't know if we completely have our identity yet, but I think if you look at the 2 games we won, you see one developing where we ran the football very effectively. We had over 200 yards in both of those games.
Run the hell out of it.
And we had a strong defensive line approach where they got pressure, and he had a very, very what I would say opportunistic special teams unit.
Mm-hmm. Good word.
If those 3 things continue to be around more often than not, you're gonna win more games than you'll lose.
For sure. All right, I appreciate that.
All right, bro.
Thanks, Kenny.
Appreciate it.
Have a great day. You know, one thing I found interesting is people are like, man, Cliff's got to stick with the run. They've played 3 games. In 2 of them, they've ran for more than 200 yards.
That's people that don't pay attention.
I recognize they got away from the run too much against Green Bay. They did. But that game, there's also some game flow to it. They were down 2 touchdowns most of the game. They were chasing points.
Yeah. But they did run the ball. 2 of the 3 games. Where do we really not run? The game where it seemed like we couldn't move the ball at all, no matter what.
Seemed like they were getting, they couldn't win the line of scrimmage. So it gets hard to run. Let's go to Andrews in D.C. Andrew, what up, man? Ask me something.
Hey, how you guys doing? So I was just going to ask, we've been hearing a lot of talk in the last week with, different coordinators and teams about, difference between, schemes and, execution. I wanted to ask, how can, fans better know, the difference when they're, watching TV of, oh, this is the scheme or this was the execution? Because most of the time, we're just screaming about, the players or the coordinators didn't, do it right.
To be, I think the fans have to, at least when you're listening to the coaches talk and the players talk, and even some media folks, you want to pay closer attention to what they're saying instead of just looking for the outcome of something. That's the problem with a lot of people. They only look for the outcome, and that's the way that they tell whether something was successful or not. But like people like a Logan Paulson, Logan breaks it down to a point where you will understand. You see what they're trying to do, and it may not work, but you go, if they stick at it, this is gonna pop for them later on. That's the way I watch the game. That's why I don't get upset about a lot of stuff, because I care for the end result, but I can see what's coming based off of how the game is transpiring.
Well, I think that is. I think that's a pretty astute. Like, look at the Ravens right now, and everybody wants to scream about the D coordinator, right? You lose Mike McDonald, who looks like a real stud, and it kind of causes trouble. But Orr's not the one missing the tackles and getting blown off the ball.
True.
A big reason, I think, why fans generally will scream about the coaches, fans generally root for the players. They want their autographs.
Mm-hmm.
They want them to throw them their gloves or whatever, their headband. Like, generally, the coaches are kind of nameless to most fans. Like, the average fan probably can't tell you the D-line coach or the linebackers coach. Maybe on this team you can, because they're like former players that are big-name people. But, like, it's easy to scream about the coach and blame the coach when, in fact, most coverage busts, like when you think about that Packers game and how open Tucker Kraft got down the seam.
That was on players.
That was not designed.
No, that was on the players.
That's not the design.
Yeah, that was on the players. 100%.
All right, good call, Andrew. Thanks, bud. Let's go to Brian in Hagerstown. Phone lines are open, 800-636-1067, 800-636-1067. It's Ask B-Mitch Anything, brought to you by Collars & Co. What's up, Brian?
Hey, what's going on, fellas? Good to talk to you as always. Hey, JP, real quick, I'd like to say, I disagree with the governor when he said Mariota's not going to win you a game. He drove that team down the field last year and beat Dallas, and he had a big hand in that, hitting Terry also before that run. But
great point.
My question for B-Mitch, hey, a team came to you, college or pro, and said, hey, we've got a running backs position open and we've got a special teams coordinator position open. We want you for either one. You pick. Which one would you choose?
I'll take special teams. Then I get to work with more people on the team than I would at the running back position. Running back coach, you're going to deal with about, 5, 6 people? Well, in college, you may deal with 10 to 15. But if you deal with special teams, you're dealing with everybody on that team except that starting quarterback.
I mean, that's
Appreciate it, guys.
Yeah.
Thanks, dude. Isn't that one of the reasons people thought John Harbaugh was such a good
Yeah,
candidate?
and I think the special teams coach has a lot of influence on the team. And for me, I want to be able to impact majority of the players, not just one little facet.
Got a good one via Twitter from Travis Wigfall. He said, why do so many people care what Vegas thinks in sports? Their goal is to get you to bet, not who they think is going to win the game.
Because people think Vegas care about them and care about what, but really, like I always say, Vegas want to make money. They're not trying to make you money. And that's how they start their business. If you go to Vegas, if you've been going to Vegas as long as I've been going, you look at the buildings. They're getting bigger, prettier, more expensive. And how many people are going there and their dreams still haven't come true? They're trying to get you to bet the money. Not necessarily to make you know more about the game. They can care less. But if 50% of the country go with one side and 50 go with the other, you bet money on them, right? And they make money.
There are times where Vegas isn't trying to get a 50-50 split. There are times where Vegas knows something. There's a reason the point spreads are always so accurate.
And they make the point spread to a point where still they're going to have some people saying, I got one, and other people going to think, I don't have one.
Right.
Yeah, they're smart.
Like, the conversation surrounding Vegas all the time is probably far overblown, to Travis's point, but you can gain some knowledge about expectations. But like last night, I saw online a bunch of people. Jackson Smith-Njigba is off to a fantastic start for Seattle. And so a lot of people were really excited by his betting total, by his yardage total, and I think he squeaked just under. I think he was at like 83, and he finished at 79. Like, that's what Vegas does, man. There's a reason they're good at what they do. Harold is in D.C. What's up, Harold?
Hey, fellas, how's it going? B-Mitch, I got an important question for you.
What you got?
Do you think that your Hall of Fame induction is being held up? Because if they make a life-size bus for you, they don't have a presentation area that can fit it.
You got to be somebody. You and Jeff been working on this for the longest.
Oh, that's good, dude.
It's people in the Hall of Fame with heads bigger than mine. Believe that.
You guys have a good one, man.
Thanks, dude.
I heard Jeff say that'd be a good question. I said, what is this going to be? That's the one, Jeff? The question about the size of the reason that the Hall of Fame stuff been held up. That's what you said was a good question?
Nah, I was talking about the when he was asking, was it scheme or execution?
Okay. I just when he
that
said
was good too, though.
I knew something was coming, but okay.
News from the NFL officially announced a 2026 regular season game in Rio de Janeiro, Brazil. So far, the Brazil games have been in Sao Paulo. The league announces they're going to play at least 3 games in Rio over the next 5 years.
Okay.
Please let the Commanders go.
Yo, I'm in on that.
I am too.
I might. Do you have to get a butt lift to go to Brazil?
What?
People always talk about the Brazilian butt lifts.
JP, I hope you're not trying to go get one of those.
You're trying to go get one for his anniversary.
Something seriously wrong with you, dog.
I have a serious question.
Please, don't be about no butt lift.
Nobody knows what will happen with the Hall of Fame. It's an incredibly, incredibly competitive process.
Yeah.
Washington has been underrepresented in the Hall of Fame for some time. There's a lot of factors to that. Most of those we probably won't share on the air. But do you think the disdain for Dan Snyder league-wide was a factor for some time?
Yes.
I do too.
I think so. Yeah.
And I think that's gone. And I think you've got a team now that will put their resources into supporting their candidates, yourself and London Fletcher. And let's hope it makes a big difference.
Yeah.
Oh, boy. You sitting down, Landfill? There's a man of the cloth on the line. It's time to go to church. Hello, Reverend. Rev T, how do you do?
What's going on, JP, B-Mitch, Landfill, my man Jeff? You know I love you the best. Man, but B-Mitch, though, man, you know I started to hate, sound like a broken record, but when them Commanders going to set me free, man? Why they keep downcharging me and just brushing me to the side like I ain't never exist? I'm really starting to feel like an old, wasted relic sitting on the sideline and can't do my thing with these people in the fan base. B-Mitch, what should I do, man? I'm just frustrated with it, and I don't want to be angry about it. I just want to get my tickets back to do my thing, man.
Just keep doing keep doing what you're doing. I've talked to some people that I think are going to work on getting it right, and you just can't get frustrated and do something stupid.
No, I ain't going to do nothing stupid, man. For real, B-Mitch, I just want to take my boys to the game. He ready now, man. TJ ready now, man.
Could you go to a road game?
I could go to a road game. Yeah, I could.
I don't know. I'm just trying to think of ideas for you, man.
I could go to road games, but I'm staying at my home, though, man.
Yeah.
I've been kicked out of my house, man.
Here's what I can tell you, Rev.
Yeah, man.
Whatever Brian and I can do is done. So, you know what I mean? Like,
I know, JP. I know you didn't took your ears and flew to somebody and tried to talk to him. I appreciate that. Hey, JP, you know
to help you out, then you go crack on it. What the hell?
Hey, I still got to keep it 100. I ain't going to beg nobody for nothing. You know me better than that.
Thank you,
Rev. JP, though, but hold on, JP, before I go, you know the stock, I heard you was doing a commercial for American Airlines. Don't you know they said, man, the stock went up when they saw your ears start flying and stuff. They just knew they had. Anyway, I love y'all.
Goodbye, Reverend. Thank you for the gospel.
Fool is what he is.
Jacob is in Falls Church. What's up, Jake?
How's it going, guys?
Doing good, man.
My question for B-Mitch. So everybody's talking about Will Harris is, going on IR, not coming back for quite a while. from what I've seen of the tape, it seems like, and I know Jeremy Reeves is so important to the special teams, but man, it just seems like every time he's in the right place, and in the preseason he showed it too. He got called for that like terrible penalty in the preseason when he just clocked the guy, but the other guy was going low.
Yeah.
So it just seems like Jeremy Reeves is doing a great job, and I know Dan Quinn had talked about trying to get Revo on some more defensive snaps, and I just didn't know. From your perspective, seeing the game tape, have you seen Revo like flashing and stuff?
Yes. I've seen Revo flash for more years than just this year. Every time he got in on defense, he's made plays. And then he's exceptional at special teams. That, just like Joe Witt stated, a lot of coaches get to a point where a guy is so effective at what he does on teams that you don't put him into the other stuff because you think it's going to affect him doing that.
But it seems like now we need it, right? Because we got some secondary injuries and stuff, and we just signed a guy, right? What's his name?
Darnell Savage.
Yeah, the safety, right? So like it just seems like Revo's ready to go, man, and I just want to see him, doing more plays. Like every time he's been in, he's produced. So like let's see him full time there.
I think you will see him. Yeah. I think you will.
Thank you, Jacob. Let's go to Frank in D.C. Jeff, keep loading the phones. We'll keep taking them. Frank, what's up, dude?
Hey, listen, JP, B-Mitch, I got a question for you. This is a urban legend question. Your old coach, Wayne Seville, was on the Ken Beatrice show the week before we played Atlanta in '92. And I told him, I said, there's a play that you have in your repertoire that you haven't used since '83, was a double safety throwback to a punt returner.
Uh-huh.
And I said, you haven't used it, and the next week you threw that pass to Desmond Howard for a touchdown.
Oh, boy.
Did he come in and say a fan gave him that idea?
Nah, he didn't say the fan gave it, but they sure put it in.
Yeah, because, like I said, I've been a Redskin historian, man. I've been watching Redskin games since '64, and I can remember every great punt returner that we had from the '60s over to yourself. And I had never seen that happen except for twice.
I want to test you.
So
tell me about a kick return tell me about a great punt return from the 60s.
Well, first was Ricky Harris. Then after Ricky Harris was Speedy Duncan. After Speedy Duncan was Alvin Hayman. After Alvin Hayman was Eddie Brown. And after Eddie Brown was Mike Mims, and then B-Mitch.
Damn. What was my guy's name? Speedy Duncan?
Yeah, Speedy Duncan.
Speedy Duncan, yeah, number 45, man. We got him from the Chargers. He was one of George Allen's boys.
I love that. All right, you win the challenge, dude. Thank you, Frank.
Yeah, man. Listen, I have seen so much Redskin football in my life that I remember the old days better than these days, because in the old days, like George Allen taught us how to hate the Cowboys. You see what I'm saying? And so when we went to games, we went as a crew. And all of us went together only in preseason because we couldn't get into the regular season games, so they all sold out.
Wow.
So I've seen it all, man.
Thanks for the call,
Frank. Listen, one other thing, man. You going to the Hall is my bucket list, man. I told you was my father's favorite punt returner. And so my kid's going to fly me into Cleveland. We're going to Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, and then we're going to Canton.
All right.
And we all going to be wearing number 30 jerseys.
Gotcha, brother. Appreciate that.
Hey, man, we love you, man. I tell you.
So I just looked up Speedy Duncan. He is from Tuscaloosa.
Mm-hmm.
From Tuscaloosa. Went to college at Jackson State. Played 11 years in the pros. Was that Bama wasn't taking black dudes then?
Probably wasn't.
I mean, he's from Tuscaloosa.
They didn't take it until when
did they?
USC came along, whooped that ass, and then O'Bear Bryant said, I got to give me some of them.
Damn, that wasn't until 1970?
Yes.
Damn.
And it all around because USC was smart. They went early. And then O'Bear Bryant said, well, let me jump on this too.
Yeah, apparently it was a fullback by the name of Sam Cunningham. And USC rolled 42-21.
Mm-hmm.
And that changed everything. If you're on hold, stay there. We're going to keep it going. You're listening to B-Mitch and Finley. We're doing Ask B-Mitch Anything, brought to you by Collars & Co. At 12:45, Jeff Walker's got a new song.
This sports update is brought to you by the Reynolds and Power Home Team, Keller Williams Realty. Europe convincingly won 3 of the 4 foursome matches on Friday morning to take an early lead in the 2025 Ryder Cup. After energizing the crowd with a birdie on the first hole, Bryson DeChambeau and Justin Thomas didn't make another one all day. They dropped their opening match to Jon Rahm and Tyrrell Hatton. The next 2 matches weren't much closer. Ludwig Oberg and Matt Fitzpatrick and Rory McIlroy, Tommy Fleetwood, they all won convincingly. The U.S. did salvage 1 point with Xander Schauffele and Patrick Cantlay winning the final match of the morning session 2-up. The afternoon 4-ball matches start right now. You've got Scotty Scheffler and J.J. Spaun going up against Jon Rahm and Sepp Straka. Want to hear the fastest way to know what your home would sell for? Reach out to the Empower Home Team. Simply text your address to 800-763-3000. No phone call, just text your address to 800-763-3000. That's 800-763-3000. From the Crop MedCap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
B-Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. It is a Scotty's Vodka Red Bull Friday. Vodka Red Bull Friday powered by Scotty's handcrafted vodka. Find it all over the DMV. We're hitting up Ask B-Mitch Anything. Phone lines are lit. Might as well let the people hang out. Ask B-Mitch Anything brought to you by Collars & Co., where comfort meets style. Me and B got promo codes. Check out Collars & Co. B-Mitch 20, JP Finley 20. Finley spelled with an A for everybody out there.
Didn't change it to JP20?
Nope. It was discussed.
Yeah, try to get it easier. Make it easier.
B, you know me well enough. Things with me aren't easy. It's just how we operate.
Well, they were trying to help you out.
Apparently, they already have a JP20.
Okay.
Also, if you want to hang out with Grant and Danny today, they are going to be doing their show live in Reston at the Shar Bar inside the JW Marriott. They got a new JW out in Reston, I think. Those are nice hotels. I assume the Shar Bar is quite nice. I asked if it's named after Dwight Shar, and Grant replied, Shar Portanesh.
Really?
I don't know if any of that is true, but that was an interaction on social media. Let's go to these
Shar
phones.
is in construction these days.
I mean, that's a rich man. Our guy Toothpick is on the line. What's up, Pick?
Hey, what's good, JP? Hey, B-Mitch.
What's up, bro?
I got something for you right here. It's gonna make you think. Okay, so let's reverse the roles about this Hall of Fame entry type deal. So players have to vote in writers, right? Writers and reporters, broadcasters. Let me know your top 4 that are going in on your ballot as covering the NFL. Your top 4 reporters, broadcasters, people that cover the NFL. Your top 4 that will be going in
ever.
Yeah, let's go ever. Let's go ever.
Oh man, Peter King. What's my dude name? Who died? John Madden. Thought he brought a great one to it. What's my dude? Coach Thompson and I would always look at. He does all sports though. Tall, big dude. Did a lot of the Masters.
Jim Nance.
Bam. Nance. And let me think about the next one.
Okay, I got
all
you.
those dudes are
Appreciate
probably
you.
in.
They're probably in the Hall of Fame already too, though.
They probably in. Yeah,
it is an interesting Toothpick. It's a very interesting concept though, because I would guess most active players don't even know who the Hall of Fame voters are. So every NFL city is assigned a Hall of Fame voter. That's how it works. Some of the voters don't even live in that city. I bet most active players don't know who the Hall of Fame voter is in that city.
Mm-hmm.
And I bet if players got input into the process, there would be significant changes. Thank you for the call.
I think so too.
Yep.
Appreciate it. Let's go to Bernie, Potomac Falls. What's up, Bernie?
How's it going, gentlemen? I literally just drove by the JW Marriott in Reston. It looks incredibly nice. B-Mitch, I got 2 questions. Can you hear me?
Huh?
Yeah, I got 2 questions for you. One, September 17th, 30 years ago, Broncos fans remembered as Rod Smith catching his first touchdown pass the Hail Mary against the Redskins. I remembered as you taking the ball in the backfield and putting a DB on his back when you faked the pitch to score a touchdown. Do you remember that game in play?
100%. I was just telling JP about this. What was that, Tuesday before I left?
Yeah.
When we saw the play, I ran a play just like that.
Yeah.
Steve Atwater.
Yep.
I saw it Monday night.
Yeah.
And we saw it Monday night, Lions Ravens.
Because, that's what Amon-Ra St. Brown did, the same type of play.
I love that play, but you faked it and kept it and scored, and that was a huge game. The second one is you're a running back, right?
Mm-hmm.
You don't know if you're going to be starting on Sunday, right? Because you don't know about Bill coming in. You don't know who's going to be quarterbacking. When's the latest you think a coach is going to make the change that's running back and quarterback dependent? Is it now? Is it baked? It doesn't make a difference who plays Sunday. Everybody's going to get the same roles? Or do you even switch things on Sunday? Like, do you say, all right, it's game day, we're going to throw this in? I'll hang up. I know you got a lot of calls.
Right. For the most part, the coaches, if they know that the other guy's not going to go, they're going to let your guy know he's going to go. But famously, Coach Gibbs didn't tell Timmy Smith till the day of the game. Remember that?
Yep.
Super Bowl, and the dude rushed for over 200 yards. So I would say always practice like you're starting. You know what I mean? Because there are a lot of guys who don't think they're going to play, don't think they're going to start, and they do their preparation just like that. They don't study enough, they don't watch enough film, they don't work their tail off, and then they get in the game and they can't produce. So always practice like you're starting.
All right, we got news. Dan Quinn has officially ruled out Jaden Daniels, Terry McLaurin, John Bates, and Noah Brown for Week 4 in Atlanta. There was some question if Jaden would go this week. He will not be playing. That means Marcus Mariota gets the chance to go back to Atlanta. Now it's official.
Mm-hmm.
Not really much of a surprise, I would say, although Jaden did practice this week. Where do you land?
I'm cool with it. I think this is for the people who say, let him rest. Now that they're letting him rest, do not start calling us and saying, is it more serious than what it was? I think Mariota playing as well as he did and the team responding like that is the reason that they're going to let him have another week.
I asked Dan Quinn earlier this week kind of what he thought if Mariota playing that well would impact the timeline for Jaden, and he was very dismissive of it. But I think on some level,
what I told you about the other day, I said, yeah, he was dismissive. But in the back of his mind, he knows that makes a difference.
For sure. What do you say about the Terry injury? Terry is not going to play this week.
Well, if a guy has a thing that people thought would possibly ask for him having surgery or not, then I don't think he's going to play this week. It's only been a week away.
Right.
You know, they may have told him when he went to get those second opinions or extra opinions, you don't need surgery, but you need to rest this for 2-3 weeks. So,
yeah. Getting news in, folks. Officially, Jaden Daniels ruled out. Terry McLaurin ruled out. Noah Brown ruled out. John Bates ruled out. There's nothing about injuries that mean you're not allowed to win. They're still allowed to win, but damn, it's gotten a lot more complicated just in how you put it all together.
But CJ, this is when that saying, I know people use it very sparingly, next man up. Also, they say, everybody's professionals. This is when everybody that say that, I need my shot. I've been waiting on my chance. A lot of people got a chance and they shot right now, right?
Yeah.
Step up and get it.
Totally.
And see, I say that because I got mine just like this. Guys got hurt and I got a chance. I was ready for the occasion and I did not falter. Other guys got to be the same way.
Totally. I mean, I think a guy like Luke McCaffrey, who was able to show something last week, Mariota has shown it kind of repeatedly now. Got to do it again. The Falcons could get after the passer. The Falcons' defense is really interesting. I think special teams become that much more important this week because Atlanta's been bad on specials, and you might have to manufacture a little bit of offense. So get some good field position. You know who needs a big week?
Who?
Matt Gay.
Yeah.
Gonna need the points this week. Can't leave him on the table.
Please don't, Matt.
We got a bunch of guys calling in. I'm switching this from Ask B-Mitch Anything to how do you feel about the injury situation? I'm going to go to Mike in Myrtle Beach. Mike, how do you feel? Jaden's out, Terry's out.
This is more of a trying to figure out, B-Mitch, this is for you because you're a vet, but why was 9 years player playing special teams on a field goal extra point on Wise Jr.?
On who?
Wise.
Everybody play field goal. Your age don't stop you from playing special teams.
Thank you, Mike.
They get the best. Wise is one of the best rushers. Why wouldn't he be on it?
I tell you what.
See, this is. Let me just. That question should be a high school question, college question. When you get to the pros and you're playing in the NFL, it's 47 people dressed out on that day. It's not 100 like college is in high school. Everybody plays multiple positions. As long as your career goes on, you play it. I was a 14-year guy, covering kicks, covering punts, returning kicks and punts, being a backup for holding the field goals. You know what I mean? Emergency quarterback, running back. You do every damn thing you can. You don't get to a point where they say, oh, you now at 9 years, you don't do this anymore. Nah, it don't work like that.
Did anybody see how Philly won last week? How the Browns won last week? The amount of kicks getting blocked right now? Like, it's a vital position. And listen, Von Miller's probably not going to be out there, but Dietrich Wise, that's part of the gig. How about this?
If they need one blocked, Von Miller will be out there too.
What a moment this is for Marcus Mariota. He gets to go back to Atlanta where he got kind of railroaded. He felt like he wasn't told the truth by the coaches. And then the Netflix documentary makes it look like he's the jerk. He gets to go back to Atlanta as the starter, and they just named him captain for the week.
Mm-hmm.
That
make it happen, dog.
Mariota is a quiet, composed person, but man, that is a moment.
Yeah.
Trucker Dan, how do you feel about all the injuries in Washington?
Next man up, man. I'm not even worried about it. I just like the fact that this is Mariota and Dan Quinn revenge game. I got C-Rob as an anytime touchdown. Like B-Mitch was saying earlier, I hope Ja'Cory Brooks take this shot and run with it. Don't even stop, right? But my question is, as far as the defense, what do you think about putting Lattimore on the inside and let him play slot and put Satterfield back on the outside where he shined last season? I think if we do that, that solves all that. Because Lattimore, I don't think he's bad. I just think the man is getting old. He can't keep up. He look like he been getting burnt. But like I think if you
think he's getting old, you don't want to put him in the inside.
Oh, okay. That's gonna be too much.
Those guys on the inside could go both directions. Normally, when you're outside, you're at least protected by the sideline.
How do we stop Philly? Because they got Carter and got them. What's that other big boy name? Davis just coming in. How we gonna stop that? That's my other bigger question. What do you think you would implement?
We got to drop a set. The dudes on the offensive line got to drop a set.
Thanks for the call, Dan. Let's get Rally Captain in here real quick.
Rally.
What's up, Cap? How you feeling about all these injuries?
Hey, well, you know what? I hate to say it, but it's a part of football, and you got to adapt and overcome, just like in the military. We got to do that. So twofold. Obviously, the injury is aspect. B-Mitch, this is for you. You coming to the rally on Saturday?
And that's the one like from 4 to something.
5 to 7:30.
I thought it said 4 to 8.
5 to 7:30.
Is that right next to wherever Tim told me to go?
I don't know where Tim told you to go,
Why
but
don't you
nevertheless,
guys text each other?
Yeah. I'm gonna call you when we're done because I think I'm supposed to be going to one of them.
It looks like it's on Marietta Street. B. Is that where you're
the
going?
official rally is at Stats at 5 to 7:30.
All right, we'll figure it out. Yeah.
All right.
All right. Thanks, dude. When we return, Jeff Walker has a song for us, Official news out of Ashburn. Jaden Daniels will not play this weekend. It's going to be the Mariota show. Terry McLaurin is not playing. Nobody go anywhere.
Are you ready? Hey, it's Brian Mitchell here. Are you ready to fire up your Saturdays? FanDuel has got you a boost you don't want to miss. It's called Boosting with the Boys, and it's giving everyone a college football profit boost every single week. So here's how it works. Each week, we're giving everyone a profit boost to use on college football. No opt-in gymnastics. No invite-only nonsense. Everyone gets the boost. We're talking real games, real teams, real Saturdays with an extra payout on the line. It's easy, it's fun, and it's only on FanDuel. So go to FanDuel.com/Brian to download the app. Check out the Boosting with the Boys offer and get in on the action. FanDuel, official sportsbook of 106.7 The Fan. You have to be 21 years old and you have to be in Virginia. Opt-in required. Bonus issued as a non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. You know what bad teams do?
B-Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. A lot of on-brand things are happening right now. Rooster just talking to us as the show was starting. Very on-brand. This is the designated time slot for Jeff's song. Jeff not being in that chair for the designated time slot for Jeff's song. Very on-brand, right?
He waited till we were about to play a song, and then he just ran away for some reason.
Do we know where Jeff is?
No.
Well, he has to introduce his song, right?
I don't know. Last time he did that, it was a disaster.
Yeah, last time.
He's back. Shout out to Jeff.
We've been doing something about the Marietta Falcons.
Yeah. Jeff, what inspired you to walk away during your exact time slot in the program?
Yo, I had to run to the bathroom right quick and come back.
How'd everything go?
Perfect.
All right, attaboy.
Lord have mercy.
What's the inspiration this week? Jermaine Dupri?
Nah, the inspiration is the win from last week because we put belt to bottom, and we're going to put belt to bottom this week.
Before you introduce a song here, Jeffrey, how nervous? Jeff gets nervous. Jeff is cool and can handle a crowd. Jeff can introduce himself. Jeff can mingle at a party. Jeff is very good at sneaking into places he's not supposed to be. But Jeff gets nervous about football. How you feeling? Jaden's out. Terry's out. Bates is out. Brown is out. Bill looks like he's going to play. So it's a lot of injuries, dog. How you feeling, Jeff?
Next man up. Because that's the only thing that can happen. We're not going to. It's not going to be some magical pill that shows up before game day that's going to get them back. They just got to play hard. If they play hard, everyone do their job, handle their business, we going to be straight.
Handle yours.
How often are you taking magical pills on game day, Jeff?
I don't need no magic pills, brother. I'm fully functioning.
That a boy. All right. Go on with the chlorophyll. Let's hear it.
Yes. This song is week 4 versus the Decatur Falcons. It's like versus the Atlanta Falcons and BTA. That's the theme for this week. Let's get it, Landini.
That's how you come out and handle business against a team you're supposed to beat. Now we gotta handle business again. There's some dirty birds in Atlanta, but we ain't really worried about them. My boy Dan said ain't nothing but a chicken wing. Well, a falcon wing. And you know what we gonna do? We gonna put that belt to him. BTA, so them boys wanna play, we can lace them up. Just give me the time and the place. BTA, Sunday I wanna do it on the midnight train to Georgia. Get these dirty birds a whooping. BTA, rise up, sit down. We gon' show y'all that a real football team is in town. BTA, 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 BTA. When the Raiders came in, a lot of people had doubts, but what we do? Took our treasure back and punched them in the mouth. Pulled in Uncle Phil and we threw him out the house. Now we bout to take a trip to the dirty south. Meet me in the Benz, it's going down. Get in there, I'm talking touchdown. ASAP, shake the bird down. PUNT, Jalen, take it to the house. We can move the ball if it's Marcus or Jada. Shout out to them running backs, man, them boys been playing. Terry back in rhythm, see he got his big playing. This gon' be the week that Debo gon' break one. Debo go and them goons gon' get him. Bustin' through the line like they sprinting through the finish. Michael gon' run, he ain't going nowhere, hit him. He gon' throw it up, and Trey gon' pick him. BTA, so them boys wanna play, we can lace them up. Just give me the time and the place. BTA, Sunday I wanna do it on the midnight train to Georgia. Get these dirty birds a whooping. BTA, rise up, sit down. We gon' show y'all that a real football team is in town. BTA, 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 BTA. Belt two, belt two, belt two, belt two. What T.I. say? We gon' blow him off the map ASAP. Knuckle Up Records.
And that's it.
Shout out my boy Cross, A-Trail. You crank this beat, dog.
I like this one, Jeff.
Thank you.
What was the line? Everybody had doubts. We punched him in the mouth and took our treasure back.
We took our treasure back and we punched him right in the mouth.
I like that one.
Pulled Uncle Phil and we threw him out the house.
I like that a lot. We will.
Good stuff there, young man.
Re-rack Jeff's song at
Appreciate
145, and let's set it up. Remember going into the Packers game, Jeff was talking about mozzarella sticks. We did not get mozzarella sticks.
Not at all.
Going into the Falcons game, Jeff dropped a line about chicken wings, Falcon wings. If they win, chicken wing party on Monday, and we hear Jeff's song again.
Let's get it.
On Jeff.
Mike Brand from
Let's
Penn Quarter has been very good to us in the past when we've needed a chicken wing party. So maybe Penn Quarter wants to provide a chicken wing party. If we can figure all that out, a lot of moving parts, we'll figure that stuff out. My biggest concern, I recognize Jaden missing as the headliner. That was kind of my expectation at this point. I think Mariota played really well last week, and I think that's a big part of going one more week very cautious with Jaden. The wide receiver room is a concern for me. The way they ran the ball last week is almost a necessity, B. You know what I mean? Like, you're going to have to run the ball a ton. I think special teams will be a huge part of this matchup. You need advantageous field positions.
Yep.
Throughout this thing.
That's how special teams can throw the favor on this side real quick.
I mean, think about how important field position can be, because it's not like Atlanta's offense is what you're worried about. Bijan, yes, but I don't know.
Yeah.
Otherwise, I don't know what Penix is or isn't. You know what I mean? And seriously, not to put any one thing on any one player, but Matt Gay cannot have misses this week. You're going to need all the points.
Yeah, I'm with that. I have no problem with people saying what the facts are. And Matt knows that.
Yeah.
Hell,
he's a pro, dude.
Look, he's a pro. He's seen it. He's seen stuff and he's lived through stuff. And he also has not lived through some stuff. He's going to understand that I got to get better.
We've had to ask him some tough questions, and he is a pro. He is a man. He takes accountability. That's all well and good, but just make the kicks and we don't have to ask you. You know? Nobody go anywhere. Carl Dukes will join us next. Give us a preview of what Atlanta's working with. As much as everybody's talking about Jaden and Marcus, what about Penix and Kirk?
The Commanders have ruled Jaden Daniels out for Sunday's game in Atlanta, meaning Marcus Mariota gets another start under center. They also ruled out Terry McLaurin, John Bates, and Noah Brown. They are down their starting quarterback, 2 of their top 3 wide receivers, and their top blocking tight end. And as the NFL prepares to kick off its first regular season game in Dublin, a new international city is officially on the clock for a game next year. The NFL plans to announce Rio de Janeiro as a host city for a 2026 regular season game. The league plans to announce a 5-year commitment to Rio that will see at least 3 regular season games played in the city. And while the door is not completely shut on Sao Paulo, the league clearly has a strong focus on games in Rio. And your official Ryder Cup update as we head into the afternoon. Scotty Scheffler, JJ Spawn are up 1 on John Rahm and Sepp Straka. Bryson DeChambeau, Ben Griffin are tied up with Tommy Fleetwood and Justin Rose. A new group is about to tee off, well, right about now. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
All right, man. Sorry.
All right, if you missed any of Jeff's song, BTA, explaining his expectations for the Washington Commanders' trip to Atlanta this weekend, check it out on Odyssey app, iHeart app, or wherever you get your podcast, Spotify, whatever. It was a really good song. We're going to re-rack it at 1:45. If you missed the news, Jaden Daniels is out this weekend. It's going to be Marcus Mariota again this weekend. No Terry McLaurin, no Noah Brown, no John Bates. Those guys have all been ruled out. We'll see kind of what else happens here. We're trying to track down Carl Dukes to join the program. Haven't heard from him yet. B, what do you think is maybe one of the most important matchups in this game?
Important matchup is going to be Bijan against. I basically just limited it to Bijan and the linebackers, but ultimately it comes down to the front line and the linebackers. How do the front line affect their offensive line to be able to let Bobby and guys fit? Because Bobby's been playing like he's damn 15 years, like 21, 22 years old again. I'm like 15 years. He's too young to be in the league. Bobby's playing like he's in his 20s.
Bijan, through 3 games, has 239 rush yards, averaging 5.1 per carry, right at about 80 yards a game. He is not having much. The contribution through the air is pretty significant, too. Through 3 games, he's got 14 catches for 164 yards and a touchdown. Total from scrimmage is over 400 yards. He's averaging about 6.5 per touch. Bijan can hurt you, man. He's a real player. Joe Witt yesterday talked about Bijan and just said the difference is he can hurt you inside and out. And when you face, like, Josh Jacobs is a really good runner. He's probably the best runner they've faced so far, but Jacobs is not. He doesn't have Bijan's explosiveness to the edge. Genty may prove to be as explosive, but he's not there yet. This is Joe Witt's comments yesterday on Bijan. He can do anything. He has the ability, if you start crashing the inside to stop the inside, he can beat you to the perimeter, and he's fast enough to outrun people. He runs with power. He has a jump cut. He can run in between the tackles. You can put him out at receiver. He can run slants. He's just a complete football player. I really enjoy watching his film because he does it all.
Yeah. And a guy like that can throw you off balance because it's hard for a defense to game plan for an offense when you have a guy like Bijan. Very much like Eckler was. And I'm not trying to compare those two guys, but when they're on the field, they could do anything. And that's how they can affect you.
All right, joining us now is Carl Dukes from Atlanta. Hey, Carl, how you doing? Thanks for making time for us.
Fellas, what's going on, man? I'm good. How are you?
We're chilling, man.
We're good, man. You can hear Carl on Dukes and Bell, 92.9, The Game in Atlanta. Carl, we were just talking about Bijan Robinson, the start he's off to, over 400 total yards through 3 games. How good has Bijan been over these last few games?
He's as good as advertised, man. I'll take you guys back, and B, you know this, being a guy that toted the rock. When he came out of college, man, everybody was, on this don't take a running back thing, and there was a period in the NFL the last few years where running backs were being devalued, and I was, a guy saying this is a difference maker. And I've told this story, when Arthur Smith was here, he's now with the Pittsburgh Steelers, the offensive coordinator. They went down to Austin for about 3 days. And Arthur said, look, I worked Bijan out as a wide receiver, and he ran routes better than all the wide receivers there. So he realized his versatility and how he could use him as a guy that's positionless. You can use him in the backfield, in the slot. You can put him out wide. And so when B got here, he's such a good kid, man, and the community loves him. He's such a good dude. But I don't think people realize, fellas, how talented and versatile he was. And so for me to see him get off to this start, I'm not surprised, but the Falcons need him to be that beast. My issue is the OC's not giving him the ball enough, if you ask me.
Does the offensive line, is it good enough to fit a guy with that running style and that ability to give him the chance to flourish?
Well, they wanted to, when Arthur was here, again, this is year 2 of Raheem and this regime, and so Zach Robinson came from the Rams. That's Sean McVay. They wanted to use this wide run scheme and get him out and let him be able to cut back and do all of those things. This offensive line is a really good run offensive line. The problem is you lost your best run blocker in Caleb McGarry, who's out for the season, and everybody thought they might take a step back. I think this offense is set for him, or really sets up well for him. But the question down here, as it's been around the country, is he as good out of the pistol as he might be in, a different formation, particularly to give him better options to have success? That's really what the debate is here. But I think that, you look at 2 weeks ago, they ran for 200 yards, the Falcons, against the Vikings in this similar offense, and running the pistol. So the complaints this week are simply because they played like crap against Carolina. It's not because the offense doesn't work.
But you look at most teams are doing that. They're running out the pistol or whatever. And a running back doesn't get the full speed downhill like they used to. Do you think it affects people?
No, it absolutely does. I mean, the thing that I'm hearing about this, and especially from Zach Robinson, he's like, look, it gives us more versatility to do different things out of this particular look. And I don't disagree with him. But the other part of this is you have to be unpredictable, not predictable. And the problem with the Falcons has been when they're in the pistol, they're running the football. So they're not in the pistol and they're balanced. They are 85% of the time running the football. And so teams are teeing off on that. And I think that's been part of the problem. He's got to be a little bit more imaginative with his play calling.
What is the situation down there now that Ike Hilliard got fired? That just seems like we have to do something. Sorry, Ike. They're moving Zach Robinson from the booth down to the field. Is there a feeling of like real desperation there? It's pretty early in the season to be making coaching changes like that.
Well, look, fellas, they looked like hot garbage last week. And, Arthur Blank, the owner of this football team, meets with his staff weekly. And I think personally he met with those guys last Monday and said, what the hell's going on? And how do we fix it? And when your wide receivers on your offense haven't scored no touchdowns through 3 weeks of football, and none of your tight ends, including Kyle Pitts, who was the 4th overall pick a few years ago, has no touchdowns, no tight ends, no wide receivers. Everybody's looking around to be pointing the finger at other people. And so Ike Hilliard happened to be that guy. I don't disagree with the way this looks, but the results are the guys that should be producing, the Drake Londons, the Darnell Mooneys, they're not. And why? What is the reason? So everybody's searching for that right now and hoping that this team looks a lot better on Sunday.
Is it possible the reason is just that Penix isn't very good? Or is it too early for that determination?
Well, look, he came up to Washington last year. You guys saw him.
Yeah, he was good in that game.
I think that was his second start. He made an incredible small window throw to Kyle Pitts, ironically, in the end zone. It was a big-time throw. He's shown the ability and the knack that he's got the tools, guys. He's going to be good. but last game was his 6th NFL start. Sunday will be his 7th NFL start. So I think it's a little early to say he's not that good, but last week I don't think the coaching staff helped him. I don't think they put him in positions to be successful. They weren't getting play calls in. They looked discombobulated. He got frustrated. He wasn't seeing the defense. So it fell apart. But for me, I'm a Michael Penix guy, and I think he's got a bright future. I think he's got the arm talent. But offensively, they just have not put this together to look like this is going to be an explosive offense like we thought it might.
Now, one thing we all know, I know the best of the best can get affected mentally. He was benched last week. Kirk came in, didn't play much better. Will they allow him to make mistakes, or will that type of thing happen again? Because I know that can screw up players, especially quarterbacks.
No, look, I think it was the right decision last week. There was no reason to leave him in a game. It was 27-0. You knew where this was going. You knew where it was headed. Get the kid out the game. It wasn't going to help him to throw another interception or to get hit and take more sacks, potentially. So that's not going to happen. And I think Raheem Morris made it clear after the game immediately. This is not a competition. This was simply, we're getting our quarterback out the game, take him out of harm's way, and we're moving forward. He's our guy. But the problem, to your point, is that when you do that, immediately people around the country go, uh-oh, Cousins is in there. What does this mean? Yeah. And here, I will tell you, it doesn't mean anything. They are totally committed to Michael Penix. And if they have another game like that, guys, down the road, and they might, it wouldn't surprise me if they're getting beat like that they take Penix out of harm's way and take him out of the game. Kirk Cousins is a great option for a backup. Maybe we've got the best quarterback room in the country as far as experience and being, having a guy that's played in big games and knows how to get it done. But they have no inclination whatsoever of starting Kirk Cousins at any point this season over Michael Penix.
Well, I know you're the most expensive backup quarterback in the country.
That's facts. That's facts. I mean, the way that played out, man, we talked about that all off season. I did not think, guys, he was going to be on this team. And it was funny. The general manager came out, Terry Fontenot, and he was like, look, we are not afraid to have him on this team. And everybody kind of laughed. And then we got to the off season or minicamp, and he's still here. And he's showing up for OTAs, which he didn't have to. Obviously, there was some money connected to that. But the reality was like, okay, maybe he will be here. And he's been here. So it's kind of ironic.
We're talking with Carl Dukes here on the Rude Guest Hotline. You can listen to Carl Dukes and Bell on 92.9 The Game in Atlanta. Give him a follow at Put 'em Up, C Dukes. Rude makes the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. Let's talk about the Falcons defense, because there's so much talk. Obviously, offensively, they're not doing much, but defensively, they've been pretty good. A lot of young guys flying to the ball on that D-line. Is the D-line the strength of that defense?
I would tell you, ironically, the back half is. Jesse Bates, all-pro, safety. They drafted Xavier Watts, kid out of Notre Dame. He's lived up to it from the jump. Got his first NFL, interception in the Vikings game. They drafted a kid, Billy Bowman, out of Oklahoma. This kid is a great nickel piece, playmaker, ball hawk. When A.J. Terrell is on the field, you add that to the back half. He's not right now. He's not playing Sunday. Hamstring injury. But I would tell you the secondary is probably the most improved and the strength of this team. Linebacking core got better. Diablo's been a hell of a player since he got here. Ironically, nobody really knew a lot about him. You add Caden Ellis into the mix and Caden's versatility. But they needed to get bigger and more versatile up front. And what did they do? They went and got 2 edge rushers, and James Pierce Jr. out of Tennessee and Jalen Walker out of Georgia. And those 2 rooks, man, they looked the part. They look like they're going to be something. They haven't quite hit the stride yet, but they're in the mix. You talk about these pressure rates and all the stuff that people keep numbers of. I'm not a big fan of all that. I can look at a guy B and say, hey, whether the guy can play. Jay, you know what I'm saying?
I'm with you on that.
You go, he can either play or he can't play. And for me, I don't care about pressure rates and all that stuff, but both of these guys look the part. So I do think the D-line is improved. And one of the things they want to get better at was stopping the run. So, we're going to find out here. I don't know if we quite know yet what this defensive line is, but I do like the pieces.
Carl, I think back to when I was playing. We'll sit in the locker room, the veteran guy, when they bring in new guys, and we go, this dude can't play.
He can't play.
And it'll be maybe the end of the training camp or the next year, then the coaches start realizing he can't play. I'm like, well, damn, we knew this day one. And right now, you got all these different stats and analytics. Still, if you're in that locker room, you know who's who and who's not.
Locker room always knows. Locker room always knows.
It's so real. And, I say this to our listeners all the time. Like, players know before anybody else because you guys see it, right? And when I talk to guys and they're like, yo, like last year, I'll tell you guys, Penix was playing on the practice, not the practice squad, but he was the scout team guy, right? He was the second quarterback. He's eating our secondary up. Nobody's seeing this, but guys on the team are like, yo, Mike's delivering the ball. He can throw it, man. He can spin it. Mm-hmm. And you're hearing these things, but he's not getting a chance to showcase it. So then when he gets his opportunity, you're like, man, he's got a great deep ball. Wow, look at how he spins it. Guys in that locker room already knew. I was trying to tell our audience, but they're like, well, we don't see it. But you're not going to. These are closed practices.
Yeah.
You're not going to see it. So, but I totally agree, man. So I like what they've done, but I don't know yet if it's what we think it is. And it's so early in the season. We'll find out here pretty quickly.
Talking with Carl Dukes here. You can listen to him in Atlanta, 92.9 The Game. You can follow him on Twitter or Instagram at PutHimUpCDukes.
Put him up.
Carl, I do think there's kind of an interesting subplot here with Marcus Mariota is going to start this week. It's not going to be Jaden Daniels.
Oh, don't do this. Don't do this. Don't do this.
Why not?
Oh, my God. Don't. We can't stand Marcus Mariota. Don't do this.
Why?
Now, I'll tell you guys, we love Dan. I do. I did Coach Quinn's, DQ's coaches shows for 5 years, 6 years. The length of time that he was here, DQ is a great dude. I'm so glad he's there and having success. But the Mariota situation, guys, he quit on this team. When he lost his job, and instead of being a mentor, he basically walked out of the locker room, took his stuff, took his ball, and went home. And so the fan base here, even though the team wasn't good, had a problem with this guy who was supposed to be, a leader. And this happened. Well, I can't speak to how the locker room or the front office was treating him and all of that, but we just felt like he quit. And so to see him possibly come back into Mercedes-Benz Stadium this weekend, and I know he's comfortable. I've known Cliff Kingsbury a long time, back in his days at Texas. I get it. He's comfortable in that offense, but that is a nightmare for Falcon fans to think that Marcus Mariota, who threw one of the worst balls in the history of the Falcons organization against Carolina, where he just tossed the ball as he was getting sacked and ended up throwing an interception. It would be just a nightmare situation.
Yeah, he's been great here.
Yeah, it's gonna be.
We love him.
And Carl, I don't know if you saw this. They made him captain this week.
Not surprising. Look, he's talked about the culture that Dan Quinn has built. And I'll speak to this, guys, because he did it here, and we went to a Super Bowl. Now, we know how the Super Bowl played out, but what you may not know is DQ is a great culture builder, man. I'm going to tell you guys, and I know there are a lot of Commander fans who are like, oh, are we really this good? Or, is this going to last? Guys I'm clapping my hands. They buy into him.
Yeah.
He does a great job of that. And so for me to hear Marcus Mariota say, hey, I'm comfortable, and Dan Quinn's created a culture here, dude, I'm not surprised. Like, that's what DQ does. So I'm not surprised about that, and I hope Commanders fans realize that is what sustains this thing. If you guys keep drafting right, you got a quarterback in Jayden, this thing may go somewhere where people didn't expect it, because I know people didn't necessarily want Dan Quinn as the original, the hire that they ended up getting. But he is a great culture builder, man, and I respect the hell out of him.
Because somebody on this show was saying that they didn't mind him. I didn't really like Ben Johnson. I like Dan from the beginning.
B was out in front on that one. Hey, Carl, since we got you, huge game in Athens Saturday night. Bama rolling into town.
That's where I am right now, fellas. I'm in Athens traffic as we speak.
What do you expect in Georgia-Alabama? Should be a heavyweight fight.
Really should be. Here's the storyline, Jay and B. The storyline is Kirby Smart is 1-6 against Alabama. Now, most of that has been Nick Saban. But even go back to last year. They went to Tuscaloosa, high-scoring game. Some people may or may not remember Jalen Milrose, the quarterback. They get out to a great start. Georgia ultimately loses. Carson Beck throws a few picks in that game. He's down in Miami. And Kirby loses again to Alabama. Kirby owns everybody else in the SEC. And when you talk about Alabama, this is one of those things like, okay, you get them at home Saturday night, what's going to happen? That's one of the big storylines, because if they lose at home, it's not just about Georgia losing and maybe what we saw at Tennessee is not real, but I think the bigger thing is, why in the hell can't Kirby Smart beat Alabama? And Kalen DeBoer has to win this game as well. I mean, look, that loss against Florida State was ugly, and everybody wants to believe, all right, they're still a playoff team. Well, come into Athens tomorrow night and win, you are going to get that kind of respect. But I think this is a bigger game for Kirby from the standpoint of, you've only beaten them once since you've been here. Wow. You've beaten Tennessee. You own Florida. You own South Carolina. You own the Auburn rivalry. What are you going to do against Alabama? That happens tomorrow night.
I can't wait to watch it. Hey, thanks very much for your time, man. Really enjoyed it.
Fellas, have a good day, man. Put 'em up.
brother.
Put him up.
Put him up.
That's our guy, Carl Dukes from Atlanta, 92.9. Listen to the Dukes and Bell show. Give him a follow at Put Him Up.
Hype, boy.
See Dukes. We're making some predictions. Just a little vibe check now that we know the injury situation in Washington. Next on The Fan.
Hey, B-Mitch and JP here. If you want comfort and convenience wherever life takes you, then you need to turn to Rude. With Wi-Fi compatibility, you have full control of your heating and cooling system right from the phone. Forgot to turn down the heat before vacation? You can adjust it in seconds. Plus, you'll get alerts if something's not right. These guys are the best, and they've installed new systems in my house, and I felt the difference instantly. Here's the best part. Rude's systems are whisper quiet. There are no more noisy interruptions, just peace of mind. Rude's variable speed compressor ensures precise temperature and humidity control, operating efficiently even in extreme conditions. It's confident performance, perfectly balanced. And also, don't forget about the savings. You can qualify for federal tax credits up to 2 G's on heat pumps through 2032. So visit rude.com/federal incentives to learn more. Rude, R-U-U-D, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. And remember, if it ain't rude, it ain't right.
This sports update is brought to you by your local Washington area Honda dealers. Commanders quarterback Jayden Daniels and wide receiver Terry McLaurin will not play on Sunday against the Falcons. Commanders head coach Dan Quinn confirmed that today and said Marcus Mariota will start his second consecutive game at quarterback on Sunday, saying Daniels is getting closer, but he has not been cleared. Quinn indicated that both Daniels and McLaurin have a chance to get cleared and play next week. That's something to look forward to. Quinn also said that tight end John Bates and wide receiver Noah Brown have also been ruled out for Sunday's matchup. And your Ryder Cup update, you got Young and Thomas up for Team USA. Burns Cantlay also up for Team USA, but Raman Straka up in their matchup. The other one tied up. Now's the time for a great deal on a new Honda. Rugged capability, commanding style, and powerful performance. Honda's got it all. Check out the Honda Accord, Civic, and CRV and find the best deal on a Honda for you. Visit your local Washington area Honda dealer for a great deal today. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
You can't count on much these days, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game all season long, kicking off with the juicy Week 4 matchup between the Washington Commanders and the Atlanta Falcons, or the Decatur Falcons, as Jeff says. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today.
All right, now we know the situation, right? Mariota's your quarterback. Terry's not playing. Noah Brown's not playing. They got question. White Brian, I think I left my phone in the other studio. Can you go grab it for me, please?
On a mess hat, did he lose a bet or something?
Nah, he's trying to support his boys down the stretch here. They got 3 games left in the baseball season. The Mets are 1 game up on the Reds. They're in good position. We know the deal now, right?
Yeah.
And I think, kind of having that information. No, my guess is the team kind of knew the deal. Did anybody think Terry was playing when on Tuesday or Wednesday we were talking about the? Thank you very much.
You don't go from getting
specialist doctor.
You don't go from getting a second opinion about having to have surgery or not, and go right to a football field.
Right.
When you're trying to get the second opinion, it's trying to let you know, am I going to be out longer than the time they're telling me I'm going to be out? Because if you have to get surgery, then you can start thinking about IR at that time.
All right, so this line has flipped now. Initially, when it opened last week, it was the Commanders -3, then it went to 2.5, then it went to 1.5. Now Vegas has this line all the way up to the Falcons are 2.5-point favorites.
Cool. They're still not getting the full 3 at home.
Yep. That's a great point. You heard, if you missed any of our interview with Carl Dukes, you should get on the Odyssey app or the iHeart or wherever you listen to your podcast, because he was great, and he's giving the Atlanta perspective.
Yeah.
Falcons fans clearly don't like Mariota. I would, excuse me, I understand why fans would feel that he quit on the team. My take is a little different. I think he was told, we're not going to bench you this year. We're not going to the rookie. And then late in the year, there was probably pressure from ownership, and the coach did what coaches do, self-preservation league. They made the change.
If the owner say you got to do it, hell, I'm doing it.
Right. So how good do you feel about Mariota in this position?
I feel good. Listen, man, I can't worry about what Atlanta thinks. I know the chances he was called upon in this area, with this team, in this offense, he stood up. I know when he had to be a mentor and be there, he stood up. I know when Jayden was like questioning little things about it, he went out and told him who you are. Show these people who you are. Put that damn S on your chest and go make something happen. He's done nothing but the things he was supposed to do. And I believe by doing that, and the people in this locker room, they believe in him. And as I say, quarterback depends upon people to go do their job. When the guys believe in you, they do a better job for you, don't they?
Totally.
So.
To me, this game will come down to the red zone. Atlanta's been really, really bad in the red zone. Washington's been pretty good. If you just look at the numbers, through 3 games, Atlanta is 30th in the NFL. There's only 32 teams, Landfill. Atlanta is 30th at scoring in the red zone. 2 touchdowns on 7 trips to the red zone. Washington's been a lot more efficient. Washington has had – it's last year, man. Give me this year's stats.
Damn, JP.
Oh, no, slipping, B. Washington has had 8
I'm slipping.
8 red zone trips for the Commanders. How many times do you think they've scored touchdowns down there?
They've been in there 8 times. They've scored a touchdown 6.
Bang. That's
what I do, dog.
5th in the NFL.
I'm a numbers guy.
Defensively, Washington's been pretty good. I mean, top of your head, you think about the 2 goal line stands against the Giants. Washington has stopped their opponents on 4 out of 9 red zone trips from scoring touchdowns. That's about middle of the pack. They're 15th. Atlanta's defense is a little worse than that. They've allowed 3 touchdowns on 5 trips to the opposing offenses. 19.
75%, huh?
But this is all about
60%.
Every football coach ever talks about it, so I don't want to make it seem like it's only DQ. But you talk about complementary football. You know you're going into a game with a backup quarterback. And I think Mariota's quite good. You can argue he's the best backup in football, right? He's shown that in his time in Washington. But you're going into a game with your number 2.
This game, you're going to be asking for a raise and want the money that the other backup has.
The guy on the other side is making a lot. But you're going into a game with your number 2 quarterback. You're down your top wide receiver. You're down another wide receiver. You're down your top blocking tight end. Like, these are real things. And I think for Washington to get this win, you got to play complementary football. I think you need the defense to be really, really good, and I think you need the special teams to be really, really good.
Yeah. But that's complementary football. And I think, I'll tell you this, playing here in Washington that 90-91 season, and even when LaCharles McDaniel came here for a bit at the end, being there with John Harbaugh and Wayne Sevier, they made us believe in special teams that I remember John saying, Pete Rodriguez, what you do directly impacts the outcome of this game. Because at one point, I had the mindset, oh, man, I'm just doing kicks and turns. I don't really help impact the game. He's like, BS. Then I get to John, and John would break down all the stats about where you give the team the offense the football. And as a cover guy, where you made their offense start at. And I began to look at that stuff, and it really, you look at the overall, our starting point every time we got the ball, when we gave it to the offense, was 27 and 30 yards different than other people's starting point.
It's huge.
So at the end of the game, we got 30 points, they got 14. We got 30-something points, they got 20. And you start looking at that, and when you put your offense in a position where they can just go and open the playbook and just pick and run anything based off of that, instead of having to try to, we got to dig ourselves out of a hole first, then now we can start doing it. It made a difference. And that changed my whole mindset about the game of football. And from year 2, late year 2 on, I always felt, hell, we going to win this game. And that's the way we win the special team in the meeting. We are going to be the reason we win this game. Not just offense, not just defense.
It's a big one, man. You get to 3-1, statistically, your odds of making the playoffs are significantly higher. They're going to L.A. the following week. Obviously, the Chargers look like they're a pretty good club. A huge thing in this could be turnovers.
Yeah.
Washington's defense has not forced any turnovers yet this season. It'd be a great time to get one. You'd like to see the Commanders defensively. They've been really good on third down. Washington is number 1 in the league at getting teams off the field. Opposing offenses have only converted 12 out of 42 third down conversions. I mean, that is really, really good. You got a young quarterback that's struggling. Make him struggle more. Go get him.
Yeah.
Wouldn't you like to see them be really aggressive up front?
Yeah. Listen, whenever, I'm going to use college because, you remember that. When you know and you've studied for a test and then you really go in there and take that test, no matter what the teacher throw at you, you prepared, right? But when you haven't studied and then you go out and you try to do that little, throw everything into the last 30 minutes or last 2 hours that night to try to go in there and do that little, I'm going to study right now. I'm going to rush everything. Whenever the teacher throws something different at you, you can't figure it out. Same thing happens to a quarterback. Quarterback gets out there, they're struggling. You start throwing stuff at them, they can't figure it out, especially young guys. Let's make him stay like JP was in college when he tried to take exams.
Stoned?
Yeah, you didn't pass him a lot. You was getting C's and
C's get degrees.
C's and C minuses.
C's will pass.
C's will get you a degree, but it don't get you that top level job.
That was a different journey. Yeah, man. I say you go get Penix.
Yeah.
Go get that young man. If he's struggling
Make him have
right
to make
now,
quick decisions.
Yeah. I mean, you saw Bobby Wagner, Von Miller. Dorrance Armstrong has been really, really good all season. He's leading the NFL in pressures. Keep it up, man. Go get these guys. And Bijan can hurt you, right? So have a plan for Bijan and then go get them.
Yeah.
We got some bets to make. Nobody go anywhere. Grant and Danny up next live at the JW Marriott in Reston.
Hey, it's Brian Mitchell here. And if you're still rocking those tired old polos out there with the floppy collars, it's time to step up your game with Collars & Co. You might have seen them on Shark Tank. Look, they give you that crisp dress shirt look with the comfort of the favorite polo. I wear mine in the studio, to hit the golf course, or even just for a night out. No wrinkles, no dry cleaner. Just throw it on and you're ready to roll. CollegeandCo.com. Listen to me. They're the absolute best out there. A lot of us go out there and play golf, and then we want to go to a little bar afterwards or go over here to a restaurant. But if you got on regular collars, you're going to look a little tacky. When you step into certain restaurants, you want to look very, very crisp. Collars & Co. will give you that look. And you can check them out in person now. They have a new store, and it's opens October 15th at Congressional Plaza. You'll get 20% off orders over $99 with the code B-Mitch20. That's Collars & Co. Stay sharp. You can also use JP Finley 20, and you'll get 20% off anything over $99. Go get yours. Look as sharp as I do.
Maybe I'm going through withdrawals. B-Mitch Finley, 1067 The Fan. We're about done. Grant and Danny are just getting started, though. They're over at the Shar Bar at the new JW Marriott in Reston. Go hang out with them this afternoon. It's a beautiful afternoon. I don't know if they got an outdoor area out there, but I bet it's going to be fun. Stallion not there. Darius not there, because I just talked to those guys. Stallion somehow surprised that no matter what he does, we bust his balls. What do you think's going to happen?
Why wouldn't
Stallion?
you? I mean, that's fun.
I'm going to say something nice. Jeff, you look great, dude. Like, you can really see how much weight you're losing. I know you're putting the effort in, and keep it up, bud.
Thanks, man. I appreciate that.
All
I'll tell you off air what Fred Smoot said happened.
The OZ to the neck.
Tell Fred he can race me now.
God. See, I say something nice, then you go and say
Then you
something
say something stupid.
Bro, even Tanner think I could get past Fred on the route because his knees hurt.
No, racing him and being past him is two different things. He got some bad feet now. His feet toe up from the floor up, but he'll outrun you still.
Well, tell him whenever he ready to fight Jeffrey, whenever he ready to race Jeffrey, I'm right here at 1015 Half Street.
All right.
The B-Mitch Finley AAA poll of the day. Who's going to win the Ryder Cup, the U.S. or Europe? Level up with the new AAA Commanders MVP membership. Get all the benefits of AAA, plus exclusive experiences, discounts, and tickets. If you're already a AAA member, you can upgrade for free or join today at AAA.com/Commanders.
Don't read the text thread, JP. Don't read it.
I saw that. Gosh, thought it was say something nice about somebody.
Ooh, boy.
I'm going to say something nice about everybody. Landfill's red hot at betting. White Brian looks good in a Mets cap. And nobody can be more productive on less sleep than Brian Mitchell.
Thank you.
All right. I'd like to play Jeff's song to take us out. So why don't we all make an official Commanders Falcons prediction? Jeffrey, you could start.
Commanders 24, Falcons 14.
24-14. Jeff's in the books. White Brian.
Okay.
Brian.
White Brian. Go ahead. That wouldn't be me.
Falcons 17, Commanders 14.
He's such a hater.
Bastard.
How do you think Jackson Dart's going to look?
Not good. He'll look good next week.
No, he won't. I'm going to say the Falcons fans are going to hate Mariota more after this week.
Got a dub?
Yeah, that's why they're going to hate him. If they win, they won't hate him.
I like it. it.
Yeah, and I'm going to go with anytime TD for my dude, Zach Ertz.
Ooh, I like that. I got him in fantasy. I'd love that. 2 touchdowns through 3 games for Ertz. What do you got, Landini?
17-10 Commanders.
17-10, squarely. A lot of unders here. I'm also going under, but a little bit more than you guys. I got this thing 24-20 Commanders win. I know there's a lot of questions. I get all that. I just think they're better. And I think you've got a young quarterback and his head scrambling and the coaching staff scrambling. And I think DQ, Joe Witt, Cliff Kingsbury, a really established coaching staff on the other side. And, yeah, it's a backup quarterback, but it's a really established backup quarterback. I do think, the receiver room is going to be interesting. Run the rock. All right, Jeffrey, let's hear it one more time. Tell folks what they're listening to.
This is the Week 4 song against Atlanta or Decatur, whatever you want to call them. And it's BTA, baby. That is the theme for the rest of the season.
Grand Danny after us.
It's the team you're supposed to be. Now we got to handle business again. There's some dirty birds in Atlanta, but we ain't really worried about them. My boy Dan said ain't nothing but a chicken wing. Well, a falcon wing. And you know what we gonna do? We gonna put that belt to him. BTA, so them boys wanna play, we can lace them up. Just give me the time and the place. BTA, Sunday I wanna do it on the midnight train to Georgia. Get these dirty birds a whooping. BTA, rise up, sit down. We gon' show y'all that a real football team is in town. BTA, 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 BTA. When the Raiders came in, a lot of people had doubts, but what we do? Took our treasure back and punched them in the mouth. pulled in Uncle Phil and we threw him out the house. Now we bout to take a trip to the dirty south. Me in the Benz, it's going down. Get in there, I'm talking touchdown. ASAP, take the bird down. PUNT, Jayla, take it to the house. We can move the ball if it's Marcus or Jada. Shout out to them running backs, man, them boys been playing. Terry back in rhythm, see he got his big playing. This gon' be the week that Debo gon' break one. D gon' go and them goons gon' get him. Bustin' through the line like they sprinting through the finish. Michael gon' run, he ain't going nowhere, hit him. He gon' throw it up and Trey gon' pick him. BTA, so them boys wanna play, we can lace them up. Just give me the time and the place. BTA, Sunday I wanna do it on the midnight train to Georgia. Get these dirty birds a whooping. BTA, rise up, sit down. We gon' show y'all that a real football team is in town. BTA, 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 BTA. Belt two, belt two, belt two. What T.I. say? We gon' blow him off the map. ASAP. Knuckle Up Records. Shout out my boy Cross, A-Trail. You crank this beat, dog.
This sports update is brought to you by Oarsman Chantilly Kia, where, as they like to say, let's ride together. Your Ryder Cup update after the morning of play. Europe up 3-1 over USA, but the afternoon scores, Rahm and Straka up 1, and they're on the 5th hole. And then you've got Fleetwood, Rose, Griffin, DeChambeau. They're all tied up. Young and Thomas for Team USA have a chance to birdie to tie the hole, but they are up right now by 1. They just birdied it live as this update's going through. And you got McIlroy, Lowry, Burns, Cantlay. They're all tied up as well. Tonight, 6:45 p.m. right here on The Fan. Listen live as the Nationals host the White Sox. This is the final series of the season for Washington. Cade Cavalli gets his final start tonight, capping off a great comeback from his injury. There's also 3 more games where Bob Carpenter is going to be on the TV call. He is retiring at the end of the year. Moving over to some football news, Jaden Daniels, Terry McLaurin, tight end John Bates, and wide receiver Noah Brown all ruled out for Sunday's matchup. Quinn indicated that both Daniels and McLaurin do have a chance to get cleared and play next week, with Jaden Daniels being close, but not available for play this week. Marcus Mariota will be your Commanders' starting quarterback. Oarsman Chantilly Kia keeps their customers happy by offering great deals on the area's best selection of new Kias, each backed by the Oarsman Lifetime Edge, featuring up to $1,500 in extras. As they say at Oarsman Chantilly Kia, let's ride together. From the Crop MedCap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
Yeah, Friday. What's up? Welcome in. It's Grant and Danny on The Fan, and we are getting closer and closer to Week 4 football. The Commanders and the Falcons on Sunday. Tomorrow, an amazing day of college games. We will preview the slate, and we'll get you your full outlook for Week 4 in the National Football League as well on this Football Friday. It's also a field trip Friday. And we are out and about, and I got to tell you, we are classing it up today, aren't we?
What a gorgeous spot this is.
This
is incredible here.
Beautiful bar. We are at Char Bar at the JW Marriott in Reston. This is a beautiful new facility out here. This entire neighborhood right here has popped up in the last several months. I drove by and I said, I didn't know this was here. But Char Bar is gorgeous. This is the most comfortable seat we've ever done a radio show in, unequivocally.
And it's not close.
When we sat down, we were greeted by a chef whose pastry chef had just finished making us a gigantic chocolate football that looks like some type of a chocolate Lombardi trophy of sorts.
Every part of it is chocolate.
All of it.
It's probably about, I don't know, would you say, like 14, like a foot and a half tall almost, right? Maybe like a little over a foot tall.
16 pounds
of
chocolate.
It's like more than a baby. It's like a baby and a half.
I held a baby today for hours.
Yeah.
I lifted up the chocolate football stanchion.
Yeah.
This is a heavier thing.
It's like a Super Bowl trophy, but every part of it is chocolate. There's like there's accoutrements. I don't even know how to describe it, but like there's mini footballs on top of the football that make up the football.
There's
it's like a hive of
those cookies are like macaroons. What are those
macaroons.
called? Macaroons.
Looking for a macaroon there.
My wife likes them.
Yeah.
There's those, but they have chocolate on either side of them.
Yeah.
There's like a bed of chocolate rocks.
Yeah, chocolate rocks.
So go check it out on social. We've posted it on our 106.7 The Fan at Twitter and Instagram accounts if you want to see our chocolate trophy that we're celebrating with today. But this gorgeous bar will be here all day long, so come on out and spend your happy hour, your Friday evening with us as you get out of the office, as we get ready for football. We've already had some listeners come through wearing their Commanders gear. I think people are excited about the game this weekend after a 2-1 start, but there's been a little cold water poured on this weekend's game for this reason. The big news of the day, Jaden Daniels already ruled out. Terry McLaurin will not play either, has been ruled out. Wide receiver Noah Brown is not going to be on the field on Sunday against the Atlanta Falcons, nor will your top blocking tight end John Bates. So just a casual, no starting quarterback, neither of two of your top 3 wide receivers helping you, or your best blocking tight end, but go get the Falcons. And it won't surprise a whole lot of people to know that Washington's gone from a 2.5-point favorite initially, and on the look-ahead line, I think it was even a little better than
3.5, yeah.
to now 2.5-point dogs in some of the books that I'm seeing right now. So a 5-point swing, much larger than last week when Daniels didn't play, just based on all of the guys they're going to be without as they hit the road.
Yeah, just seeing now from John Keim, I guess via Adam Schefter, that A.J. Terrell for Atlanta won't play, which is nice, but, again, it doesn't.
Who's running routes against their number 2 corner?
What I was about to bring up, right? It's, can Chris Moore take advantage? They'd find out at 1 on Sunday.
By the way, he didn't play. A.J. Terrell did not play last weekend against Carolina either. Now, their problem was not necessarily their defense, although they didn't have a banner game. They didn't score a single point.
Mm-hmm.
And numbers approximate. I'm not sure that there's ever been any teams that have won a game when they didn't score a single point. But that's 2 straight where your best corner's out. So you would normally go into that game and go, oh, maybe there's an error in the back end of the secondary.
Yeah.
But it's no McLaurin. It's no Noah Brown. I like Debo on some middle of the field, deep over, dig stuff. But it's got to be Chris Moore, Luke McCaffrey, Jalen Lane. The bottom of the wide receiver depth chart's got to step up here.
Yeah, they've already majored in Debo. This is now you're double majoring in Debo, in my view. I mean, this is Debo early, Debo middle, Debo late. You just hope he's gets through it unscathed. But yeah, I'm featuring him a ton on some of that short stuff. See if he can run after the catch, break a tackle, do that kind of patented Debo thing that you saw so many times in San Francisco. Turn a 7-yard hitch into a 50-yard gain. Something like that I think is going to be essential to win this game on the road. And you said it. The consensus now has gone from Washington, if it has enough of its horses, is the better football team. They're now road underdogs in this game. The consensus has kind of swung towards Atlanta.
I want to bring Toby on for a moment before we dive deeper into the actual football operation, because Toby is the one of the 3 of us who just consumed his lunch out here.
Yep.
You and I will be doing that in the upcoming commercial break.
In a matter of moments.
But I saw Toby's food got here right as we were starting, and I noticed now that Toby's food is gone.
Yes.
And so it seems like it was a success. What did you consume?
Pan-seared rockfish.
And?
Spectacular. The sear was great, so you had a nice crunch with the skin, light and flaky fish. So good.
I mean, this is an elegant situation today for us.
Very much so. I mean, Grant, of course, went with the childish burger, but
Yes.
everything else, Danny and I are going to indulge in more adult fare.
Elevated palate.
Very, very good.
Course, yeah.
Very good.
They told me that they have an exquisite burger. I came to a sports bar that is elevated, to be clear. It's actually a power lunch bar, I would say.
Elevated.
This is where I would bring clients to have meetings and
of course.
whatnot. But I'm gonna dabble with the burger.
I would do that bit. You're exactly right. We're talking about clients. I would do the bit where I'd go, where we could meet? Great place. I know little spots. Go to the Char Bar.
Yeah, you want to
easy to come by.
Talk about Clark's paperwork. Bring it over there in a folder.
Did you see the Tompkins file? Just stuff like that.
But you have to. There's paper clips on your papers.
Oh, there'd be so
and
many paper
manila
clips.
folders.
I don't like staples. I like the feel of being able to take the paper clip off if I need to.
Someone's going to have a meeting here today where they open up their suit jacket and they pull the papers out of the inside pocket. You're not just carrying them in,
Right.
out of the pocket, perfectly folded. Mm-hmm. Tobes, you've got your American flag hat and your U.S. 2020 Ryder Cup gear on. Not off to a good start for the Americans, by the way.
No, I woke up this morning and they were already through their front nines, and it was a pretty embarrassing performance by the Americans early on. But hopefully the afternoon wave is going a little bit better. I see a little red on the scoreboard, so it looks like it's going a little bit better, but it couldn't go much worse this morning for the Americans.
Well, you can keep us abreast on all things Ryder Cup as we go today. But, yeah, we're going to major in the Commanders and in the NFL. Here's where I want to start on G&D. On this Football Friday, on a field trip Friday out here at Char Bar in Reston at the JW Marriott. We'll be seeing you as you come out today to hang out with us. Plenty of room, parking all around us, different garages in this little neighborhood here. Do you have any surprise that they ruled Daniels out today? Because I actually think that they could have listed him limited again and said he was a game-time decision, and nobody would have batted an eye. They would have even kept the suspense.
Yeah.
The momentum, because he did such a good job when he spoke, making it seem like he's perfectly fine. Now, we've seen the video, and he's not quite 100%, I would speculate. But he wants to play. And there's no doubt in my mind, after seeing his press conference this week, Danny, seeing how adamant he is that the knee doesn't bother him, he's not compromised, he can be himself, he thinks he can go out and play winning football. I promise you, he was advocating behind the scenes to play in this game, and they basically had to protect him from himself. Last week, a lot of people thought that happened. I don't know that it did. I think he was told earlier in the week on this plan it was very likely that they weren't going to play him. This week, it does seem like he was elevating in his not only willingness, but climbing in what he was able to do in practice. And they eventually had to say it's not happening. But I'm a little bit surprised they didn't take this thing into the weekend just to keep the mystery going as to whether or not he was going to play.
Yeah, I am too. It would have been an extra day or two, as you said, of that mystery, just making Atlanta just prepared just in case, right? It kind of tells you a couple things. Maybe to me, my inference, and whether this is fair or not, this is the first thing I thought of, maybe he wasn't that close to playing. You know what I mean? Like,
if you're ruled out on Friday instead of a game-time decision, Danny, it's obviously not a let's see how he feels over the weekend.
Right. Yeah, my thought was going into this, and tell me if you think this is crazy pants. If this was a playoff game, ... he was going to play this week. You know what I mean? Like, if this is a win or go home, you got no choice, the only shot you get here, week 17 kind of thing, or a playoff game, divisional round, whatever, he would have played. But because it's not, and because they're smart and being judicious and careful and thoughtful, they were going to rule him out eventually. That was kind of how I was thinking this would go. By doing it Friday, it kind of told me maybe he wasn't that close being able to get on the field and play based on whatever metrics they were using. I mean, I don't know if that's irresponsible. That's the first thing I thought of, though.
Well, it certainly wasn't as close as it sounded like in his press conference. There's no doubt. I think he is improved substantially because he was able to take part in 3 practices. If you're just comparing it to a week ago,
yep.
We're on a trajectory now where it would be somewhat surprising if he didn't play against the Chargers. And, in fact, I'd be willing to go as far as to say if he doesn't play next weekend in L.A., now we know that this thing was more serious initially than was let on, number one, because you're talking about almost a month recovery before he'd be back on the field after missing 3 games at that point. But you would also know at that juncture that it was never really day-to-day. It was actually week-to-week because day-to-day over 3 weeks missing games is not congruent. I mean, those two things can't both be true. But I guess for most people that doesn't matter too much, the semantics of how they're handling it or what they're saying. I just think they saw Marcus Mariota play this past weekend. And for the 3rd time in 3 chances on the field for this organization, he was exceptional. He played a very, very clean game. He was decisive and accurate as a passer. He was explosive and dynamic as a rusher, ran for 40 yards in the first half, throws for a couple hundred yards in the game. And coming out of that performance, their best offensive game of the season, through 3 games, you've got a top 6 offense in the NFL. Do you realize right now, this moment, they're the number 1 rushing offense in the NFL at 5.7 yards per carry and 157 yards per game. And I think when they look around and they go, wait, no McLaurin, no Noah Brown, no John Bates, we're going to have to get some rushing from our quarterback. This is going to have to be some read option, some pistol, some design QB run stuff. If you're not completely convinced in Jaden Daniels being able to do that at his normal level, you know Mariota runs it really well. I mean, in terms of just straight read option, he's as good as there is in the league, in my opinion. So if you're going to have to bake that in because Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt's not 100% and because your receiving room is pillaged by health at this point, then why wouldn't you want your more healthy quarterback available to give you some of that playbook? I think he opens things up for Kingsbury right now in a way that a compromised Daniels doesn't.
I think you're exactly right about that. And to me, just sort of looking at some of the numbers and things that I found, Atlanta plays more man than your average Bear, which tells me that's a great opportunity for Daniels to have some impact on the ground. It's not Daniels, excuse me. That'd be amazing if Daniels can impact on the ground without having actually played. I meant Mariota. That tells you that there'll be that time, whether it's via scramble or you catch them in a certain RPO look or a read option look that they're not anticipating, where everybody's got their head turned, and maybe you could have another one of those carries like you saw this past week against the Raiders. We ended up fumbling, but I think you could have a couple of those dagger-type runs on some 3rd downs to keep the chains moving. I think this is going to be a little bit more of a slog than this past week was. And I know I said that about the Raiders, and they won going away, and the offense was really, really good. So, a little bit sort of calling for rain on a sunny day,
well,
but
Obama
it does feel
style,
like that.
Let me be clear. I think you've predicted all slogs to this point. The first game, you had like a 17-16 rock fight. So that's kind of where you're viewing this offense. But this one makes a lot of sense.
I know. I've been wrong.
They're
quite
literally
frankly.
on their B offense.
Yeah, Giants game was a slog. Green Bay was, but this one, the Raiders game I was wrong about. They thumped a team that had come in good against the run. This Atlanta team, I think you can run on them. I mean, they're middle of the pack in terms of yards per carry and allowed and things like that. But it feels to me like the best rushing offense in the league, whom you just referenced. Three-headed monster, whoever ends up toting the rock. But I think there are going to be some good quarterback run opportunities in this game. And because of the point you made, I think you're 100% right on. You go, well, if that's where our game plan is taking us, we don't want Daniels doing that.
It's funny because I worry more about the defense in this game than I do the offense, despite all the injuries that we're talking about being on offense. And the reason I say that is Atlanta was so terrible when they had the football against the Panthers, scoring 0 points and getting blown out by 30. Michael Penix throwing 2 egregious interceptions, having just frankly an unacceptably bad performance. He ended up getting benched, which is evidence of that. But all week long, they've been hearing it from the outside. In the building, this is a lock arms kind of grin and bear it week where you got to buckle down and be on your P's and Q's. Your head coach, Raheem Morris, is being asked about how long the leash is for Penix and his backup, Kirk Cousins, and are they going to make any changes on offense? But when you get shut out, it's just
against that team.
It's a motivator.
You know what I mean? Yeah.
You go back to the drawing board, and I think you try a lot of new things on offense. My guess is their plan, their scheme, their play calling, it's going to be different. They're going off script here.
They're moving Zach Robinson down to the field. You always hear about that. The coordinator that was on the field is now in the booth. The guy that was in the booth is down on the field. But there had to be some introspection and some self-scouting after you got throttled and couldn't manage a loud clap. I mean, they could barely get out of the huddle against Carolina. You would think they'd be on their P's and Q's this week.
I think you could move Zach Robinson onto the field and it wouldn't help him very much.
Because I got a helicopter.
Watch this offensive scheme and tell me he is doing a good job. There's no air yards. There's no play action pass or moving the pocket with the best running offense in football since the beginning of last year. You've got one of the elite running backs in this league in Bijan Robinson, an outside zone, pin and pull stuff, like all the stretch stuff they do outside the tackle box. You'll never see them go play action and boot the other way. It's inexplicable. Now, maybe they add some of those wrinkles this week.
They finally start to do it.
But they haven't done it. They didn't do it with Cousins, and everyone said it was because of his Achilles. All right, maybe. Now you've got Michael Penix. What's the excuse? It's just that this coordinator, for some reason, doesn't really believe in it. It's very stationary. You're at the same spot in the pocket. They don't move you anywhere. I've been completely confounded by how they run their offense. But you say, well, then why are you worried? It's because of the weapons. It's because Drake London, against a banged-up secondary, should be able to make a lot of plays in that 7 to 15-yard range. Now, 70% of his targets are within 10 yards of the line of scrimmage, which is unacceptable. But that's where we are. He's going to end up being used like a tight end and be a high-volume guy. They've got to get more out of Mooney down the field. They got to get Ray McLeod some of those choice routes against guys that he can route up. But how do you cover Bijan out of the backfield? I don't think they have an answer for that. And there's enough Atlanta good in terms of personnel. If you're not completely healthy on the back end and Washington isn't, albeit that they didn't rule anybody out yet, but they got some question marks. Sounds like Trey Amos is a lot healthier than we thought he was going to be. That's my bigger concern than the Washington offense, because I think Mariota plays at a level that allows you to kind of just move forward and not have to worry. Yeah. And I would have told you Bates is a huge loss, but I saw him run for 2 bills without him last week. Sinnott blocked his butt off.
Let's jumbo again, by the way.
Really
let's go
good.
Trent Scott. Yeah,
Trent Scott as a third tackle playing tight end was awesome. So we just saw it. I know that this is going to be a tougher game. I still think they can win it, but I worry more about the Washington defense, oddly.
I smell what you're cooking, despite the fact that group got shut out on the road to Carolina this past week. And I'm not telling you Kyle Pitts isn't a bitter disappointment. I am telling you that it's not because he's unathletic. You know what I mean? Just like the one time it works, like that guy with the football in his hands. You mentioned Robinson, who's got 14 catches
By the way,
for
the
164
idea of
yards.
Kyle Pitts
is intoxicating.
Is the greatest idea that's ever been concocted. This tight end who's twitchy and explosive and theoretically strong enough in the open field to run through tackles. Like, I will never understand how he's not a superstar. Ever. He had 1,000 yards in his rookie year.
Yep.
He's done nothing since.
It is unfathomable to me that somebody can't figure out what to do with that guy. And at a certain point, it's the guy.
He is playing better this year.
Yeah.
While we're beating up on him,
15 for $135 through 3 games. 5 catches, 45
That's
yards
an 80
per
plus
game.
catch season.
Yeah.
He's making plays.
He's doing some stuff, but it's not what was promised. The guy that went 4th overall as the ultimate Swiss Army knife weapon, it doesn't look like Brock Bowers. But but to the point, for one game, he's very capable against a group that really struggled to cover tight ends just a couple of weeks ago. Tucker Kraft is still open against them. So I'm with you. I know it sounds like we're Chicken Little here, talking about a defense again, or talking about an offense again that struggled so mightily last week. They're making some changes. Receiver coach fired. They're moving where the coordinator is, et cetera. I'm just telling you, there's enough weapons where you give this team enough cracks at it. It may not even be schemed up. Bijan Robinson just makes 7 guys miss that time. Or Drake London mosses you and muscles up.
I got Bijan numbers I want to get to in this show that I've kind of dove into this week as a pass catcher and why he's such a problem out of the backfield. How is Washington going to defend him? We've got to figure that out, and we could talk about that. But to your point, I would ask people rhetorically as they drive around today, do you believe in the theory of the occasional dead cat bounce where you fire a head coach and then the next week everybody kind of pays closer attention and you play a little better? I think we've all seen that a million times. If you believe in that, that's what I'm talking about with the Atlanta offense, where they got rid of a coach. They're moving the OC out of the booth to the sideline. The Wolves are at the door. These are the types of things you do for a coordinator before a guy gets fired in a couple of weeks. So it's now or never time for Atlanta, for Penix, and for this OC. And that's why they get scary with all the talent that they have. But here's the first question we'll pose for you on the listener lines. We could do this next. The line is now Atlanta as a favorite for the first time this week. We've seen it swing 5.5 or so points. The injury situation for Washington is as damning as it has been in a couple of seasons, honestly, in terms of real star power. The idea that you wouldn't have Daniels and McLaurin in a game at some point over the last couple of years would have felt like a fait accompli at that point. It's over. All right, let's go to next week. I don't feel like that at all. I think this is an extremely winnable, down to a field goal, close game indoors in Atlanta. But where are you guys at on this with all these injuries? Do you view this still as a game you go into expecting to win? Or is this now a toss-up? Is this now a game that you chalk up as you pencil in as an L and you're on to the Chargers just because of the injuries? How do you feel about it? 800-636-1067. 800-636-1067 if you want to join us on Grant and Danny. If you want to hang out with us in person today, you could do that. We're out of the studio for that reason. We're out in Reston today, Shar Bar at the JW Marriott. This is an absolutely gorgeous building and bar, and we're going to be here until 6:30 tonight on The Fan.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan for Sunday's game against the Falcons. Taking a look at the injury report for the Commanders. Jaden Daniels going to be out for a second straight week dealing with the knee injury. Marcus Mariota making his second straight start against a former team of his. Earlier today, Dan Quinn said the team doctor still hadn't cleared Jaden Daniels. Terry McLaurin out with a quad injury. Noah Brown and John Bates also going to be out for a second straight week. For the Falcons, cornerback A.J. Terrell going to be out with his hamstring injury. Last night, Thursday Night Football, Seahawks beat the Cardinals 23-20. Taking a look at the Ryder Cup leaderboard. Earlier today, Europe won the morning wave 3-1. They have a 3-1 lead right now. In the matches right now going on, U.S. has 2 1-up leads. Europe has 1 1-up lead, and they are tied in one match. Baseball tonight, the Nationals begin a 3-game series against the White Sox, their final series of the year, 6:45. Can you hear the game right here on the Fan? Cade Cavalli makes his final start of the year for the Nationals. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
First thing I'd do, I'd give you some guys that we'll rule out today. That'll be John Bates, Terry McLaurin, Noah Brown, and Jaden Daniels. And I know you'll want to discuss with Jaden. He's working incredibly hard around the clock to get back. Ultimately, doctors haven't cleared him just yet. He's absolutely doing everything he possibly can. So Marcus is going to start again.
That's Dan Quinn after practice today talking about his Commanders and a lack of health going into Week 4. Grant and Danny on the Fan. We'll get to the calls in a moment. You can dial us up at 800-636-1067. Interact with us on social at Grant H. Paulson at Funny Danny. We're at Char Bar, and we'll be here all afternoon long until 6:30 when the show ends. Reston, this is the site of the JW Marriott. This whole little neighborhood here with the huge screen to watch the Ryder Cup outside. It's just really, really cool.
It is a gorgeous set of construction. Thoughtfully done, too. So it's like you can sort of walk around, check out some of the outdoor spaces, indoor spaces. The bar kind of faces this really nice intersection as you pass through here in this sort of new urban landscape. It's really neat, man. It's really nicely done.
I can't help but think when I hear Dan Quinn talking each day about how badly Daniels wants to play and how much he's being held back, that is an indicator behind the scenes that he is really pushing them.
Almost like acknowledging that fact, right?
Yeah, I think he's putting out there for everyone, and maybe even for Jaden to hear, he wants it known publicly that this is not like Daniels being hurt and saying, I can't go. And that's important to somebody if he keeps saying it. Maybe it's just Quinn himself, but I would guess Daniels to some extent. You know, you got to go back to before the draft when he had to hear rhetoric from a lot of folks like me that worried about his frame and how many games he would miss. I know that's something you've talked about a lot too. And so here he is with a injury, missing a couple games, and I'm sure in the back of his mind he's going, no, people got to know. If this was up to me, I'm on the field. Because the toughness pass has been that test has been passed by Jaden Daniels.
Flying colors. You play 4 games or whatever it was with a broken rib, like you did. No one gets to ask a question for a long time.
And he's really good about not letting noise seep in, but I do wonder if that's not something he thinks about where it's important to the words out there. Look, if it's my decision, if this is, as you said, playoff game, maybe he would be playing, but they're being cautious this week. And seeing him move around as we did in videos on the field where he didn't quite look 100%, but he looked way better, honestly, than I thought he was going to. I actually saw those, and I thought, well, maybe he could play if he had to. The problem is just the stuff that you can't account for, that you can't predict. Somebody comes free, free release off the edge. You've got to make that quick burst movement to get away from them or to jolt one direction or the other.
Yep.
That's where you just don't know how that knee is going to hold up, and there's no reason, if you're not convinced, to put him in that spot. But the question we're asking you guys is, how are you now filing this game on a Football Friday? I feel like every Friday there's like buckets you could put games in. Should win. Should lose. Toss-up. Maybe that's the 3, and you could, within those drawers, you could even have different dividers. But I have had this as a should-win game throughout the week. I'm now moving it into the toss-up category. Think politics. think election night.
Yeah, this state leans this way, and
Right.
now it's moved to. Yeah.
This state is no longer leaning red or blue. This state is now officially like a toss-up battleground or whatever. This is purple. I don't know what they call it. I guess those are the right primary colors. My wife will be upset. She was an art major at James Madison University.
Red, red, blue's purple.
Makes sense.
Right.
I now have this game in the toss-up category. What about you?
I'm right there. My confidence level was 50-50, and I know a lot of Washington fans are going, "Are you out of your mind? They just got shut up by Carolina," and that's honestly a part of the equation, but it's not the way that you think. For me, they're road underdogs for a reason. It's not just some weird accident. It's not just like, for people's health. Those buildings are really tall out there for a reason. I think I'm still going to pick them to win because I still don't quite trust one final play from Atlanta. And I might trust it a little bit more maybe from Washington, whether it's a scramble from Mariota or something to that effect. But, yeah, to me, this is a narrow pick-em type game, right, where Atlanta now is favored. But, as the home team, maybe that's where the edge comes from. But I think this is a coin toss kind of game. So, yeah, toss-up I think is perfect.
Let's go to the phones. 800-636-1067 is the number Des called. He's in Marlow Heights, wants to talk Commanders-Falcons 2 days out. What's up, Des? How are you? Oh, Des, I'm going to throw you back on hold because your phone is
That is spotty. That is spotty
bad.
service there.
And you waited too long to have no opportunity, so we'll throw you on hold. Let's go to Mike in D.C. on Grant and Danny. What's up, Mike? How are you?
What's going on, fellas?
Hey, bud.
Yeah, so I think we going into Atlanta and going to take care of business. I have all the confidence in the world in Mariota and group. No JD, no Terry, that's okay. We take care of business in Atlanta, and we on to the following week. See y'all in Los Angeles against the Chargers.
Let me ask you a question about that.
27-17 final score Washington.
So let me ask you about that because I don't hate that take that all these injuries don't end up meaning they can't win the game and they still beat Atlanta. But do you feel that way because of the Falcons or because of the Commanders? Like, in other words, if Sunday was in L.A. and this was at the Chargers game without these guys, would you still say it doesn't matter, they're going to win? Or is this based on the matchup, how bad the Falcons looked last week, and what you think of them as a team that looks like it could be 1-3 at the end of the weekend?
Yeah, I'm basing it on a lot of variables. One being Washington, defense looking the way they looked last week. I look for a repeat of that defense. Atlanta does match up with us very well. We always play them relatively close, but because of the way they played last week and, us knocking them out, almost the playoffs last year, I think Atlanta does kind of give us a little scare, but we take care of business because we wanted more.
Thanks, buddy. I appreciate you. By the way, if you look at the results within the rivalry,
I'm not 4 straight close games.
Yeah,
from
I'm not a
Washington,
huge fan of what happened a year or 2 or 3 ago because it's different iterations of the team. Washington has survived and beaten Atlanta in these tight games and has won 4 in a row and has had a lot of success in that building as well. Now, some of that's different coaching staffs, different quarterbacks, different players, so it's not overly relevant, but I'm throwing that out there just to kind of back up the caller's point. But, Danny, the reason I asked him that was I think coming off of a game like Sunday, you're going to be a little overconfident as a Commanders fan based on what you just saw because they whooped the Raiders. But I can't underscore enough the fact that Vegas had just played on Monday, had traveled cross-country, and Washington hadn't played since Thursday. And we're early enough in the season that a lot of what we see is very week-to-week dependent. It's matchup dependent. It's based on schedule and how things went for those 3 hours. And we make it gospel in the media or as fans. Whereas, same thing with the Falcons. Everyone sees that they got beat 30-0 by Carolina. Oh, they stink. They're awful. Who are they playing this week? Pick that team in Survivor. They're not that bad. Just like Washington may not be as good without all these players that are hurt as they looked against the Raiders.
Yeah, I think that's well said. People are really reacting. It's the Rufio analogy you always use from Peter Pan, right? That they're running one side to the other because the combined difference in these games is almost 50 points. Where Washington dominated and Atlanta got dominated. So all of a sudden, that's the story. That's what we're looking at. That's, Atlanta stinks and Washington's good. And we always learn. I mean, again, Cleveland beats Green Bay. You watch these spreads get covered time after time after time, and all of a sudden you go, adjustments get made. It's not as if they're not New Orleans. This isn't the Jets. It's not some hapless group that's just sort of lucky to be fielding 53 people. Atlanta's got some things. Again, I'm not telling you they're good. I'm not telling you they're winning the division or even going to the postseason. But I'm also telling you they're not 30-0 bad every week they show up.
800-636-1067 is how you can join us on Grant and Danny. Let's go to Josh in West Hills listening on the Fan. What's up, buddy?
Hey, Grant, Danny.
Buddy.
Great hearing you guys. I'm listening to you all the way out here in California on the Odyssey app. Love your show.
Thank you very much, man.
I see a total squeaker, maybe like a game decided by a field goal. Could go either way. I see a lot of misplays. I think the Falcons are a dangerous team on offense and defense. They may not be playing with it, but they've got talent everywhere. Maybe should have beaten the Commanders last year. And if you just don't mind me saying, I am livid about this Terry McLaurin injury. Who couldn't have seen it coming? Everyone saw it coming. Anyways, love your show, you guys. I'll get up.
Appreciate you.
Thank you. I'm going to put a pin in that to come back to it because not only the Terry McLaurin injury, I had somebody text me, and I hadn't thought about this, but we talked a lot about how the preseason, the workload was very light, and training camp was not as physical or grueling as some of the camps we've seen in Ashburn over the years. And they have a litany of injuries as a team. Now, it's a really easy thing to work back from the result and to now speculate and guess as to how we got here. But I just want to ask the question, is it fair to wonder whether it's McLaurin specifically? That one makes a lot of sense to me. Well, if it does, then why not team-wide? With the number of guys that didn't participate in the preseason or didn't do a whole lot, or the number of guys held out of practices constantly, to just get to the regular season healthy. And lo and behold, you fast forward not even a month into the season, and they're the walking wounded, and they're ruling a half dozen guys out before they hit the road to go to Atlanta, something we'll get back to. Also, we got to talk Matt Gay, because we've had two callers now, and I've made the point this could be a game that comes down to a field goal. How are we feeling about that? He has missed 3 kicks in the last 2 weeks and kicked the ball out of bounds. He is 3 for 6 on the season. 2 of his misses 50-plus, but last week,
37 yards, man. 37 yards.
Sub-40. So if he's lining up for a game winner from 47 at the Horn this weekend, right now, are you signing up for that?
Let me ask you this. Does the coach call a timeout? Give him a second chance?
I wouldn't. Sight unseen. Seriously. Yeah. I'm asking you right now. Would you sign up for a 47-yarder from Gay down 2 points with 1 second left right now?
No.
I think I would, but I think I'm going to be in the minority. I think I might be sitting alone on this one because all I got to do is hit a 47-yarder and I get to win the game.
Yep.
Versus the unknown of whatever could happen with all these injuries.
I will take the unknown given what I've seen. That 37-yarder is haunting me, dude.
Next, let's scout the opponent. We'll dive in on the Falcons with Randy McMichael, who does middays on our Odyssey sister station in Atlanta. We're at Char Bar, where I just had one of the best burgers I've had in a long, long time. Food, drinks, football, fellowship, this is how we do it. It's a Field Trip Friday on Grant and Danny. Randy McMichael, who does radio in Atlanta, covers the Falcons. Going to be on the show coming up in 12 minutes, top of the hour, to scout the opponent. As we welcome you back, Grant and Danny on the Fan from out in Reston today for our Field Trip Friday. This is a fun one and really, really cool spot. So we're at the JW Marriott at the Reston Station, and Sharbar is where we're sitting. There's a restaurant here, the Simon, which is where the food is coming from that we're eating. You polished off your bowl of risotto.
Just fantastic.
I don't know when the last time I had a burger as good as I had today was. It's been a long time. But if you want to eat good and you want to talk football, this is the spot today out here at Sharbar, JW Marriott, Reston Station for our Field Trip Friday. So, Danny, Matt Gay in a possible game coming down to the wire would be nerve-wracking for sure. They make it seem like there's nothing to see here. They've stood by him. They've been very confident. They're not bringing in kickers. They're not working people out. What happens if they lose a tight game and he misses a makeable kick this week? I would think you'd have to do something at that point.
I think by that point you do, right?
We'd be a month into the season with at least one miscue in every game.
So because it hasn't, quote unquote, cost them a game yet. You see what I'm saying? So it's like at a certain there's the push and pull here because it's bear with me. Let's say like somebody just starts on the radio and their first couple of shows they make some mistakes. Now this is a veteran, but bear with me. And you clean them up and you go, hey, here, this is what you did. We listened back and you made this mistake. You made this error. You don't pull the plug right then. But if we're still doing this and then it cost us whatever, now you kind of go, okay, maybe we have to make a change. That's kind of what I'm thinking here. Is you want to give the guy a chance to work out of it because you paid him a lot of guaranteed money as a kicker, showing you have confidence in him. Well, you want to follow through on that until you can't. It's untenable anymore, right? Where you can say, we believe in everybody. We believe in this guy. We believe in that guy. You know, you're all part of the 53, and we're pulling the rope in the same direction, and brotherhood, ding the bell. Until it's like, okay, dude, another 38-yarder or another extra point or another thing that ends up costing them, then I think it's going to be different. But I think they're trying to let him work it out because it hasn't, quote-unquote, killed him just yet.
Well, when this offense is at full strength and they're operating like a top 10 unit or a top 5 unit, they're 6th in yards per play. They're number 1 running the ball. They are top 15 passing the ball through 3 games. You have some margin for error where you might be able to miss a kick and Washington's still going to score 34 points or 27 points or whatever it is on a good day. They just hung 40, right, with him missing a field goal. But when now I'm down to quarterback 2 and wide receivers 1 and 3 are out and tight end 2 is out and I'm already made 2 changes at guard, the margin for error starts to diminish. And eventually you're going to play a game. You saw it last night.
Right.
Cardinals, Seahawks comes down to a field goal at the gun. A lot of these NFL games do. That was even a game, by the way, where Seattle was a lopsided better team for 3.5 quarters. But this league works out that way. Call here, call there. Next thing you know, you're lulled to sleep for a minute, and the other team's tied with you, and you're getting a kickoff with 51 seconds left and trying to win it. They can't afford to have him be the reason they can't win. I do think the leash is going to be longer just because of the contract they signed him to. No veteran kicker on a 1-year deal has ever gotten as much money as he got this year. So that's just how it works. You know, when you're Logan Paulson and you're undrafted as a tight end and you're every year trying to fight to make the football team, the rules are different between you and Trent Williams. You know, he had a great analogy he used for this week on Take Command where he talked about, like, you think about it like your puppy or something. He's like, for me, I could never go anywhere or do anything outside the house by myself. Like, I was on a leash and we were being walked or I was in the house. It's like with someone like Trent Williams or Deshaun Jackson or some superstar or Ryan Kerrigan or Chris Cooley, you just let him out into the backyard to roam around. Right. And like an hour later, the neighbor comes out and says, hey, is that your tight end? Your tight end over here? And like Chris Cooley's like, hey, man. And you're like, oh, I forgot you were out.
What's up, Chris?
They're going to treat you different when you make the money that Matt Gay does. But, man, at some point the results are all that matters. And we're getting close to that point. Let's go to Pete, who is in Reston. Pete, you got to come over here, by the way. What's going on?
Hey, GP, can you hear me?
Yes.
Absolutely.
Hey, buddy. All right, here's the thing. I'm not trying to nitpick this. I got to throw a flag on the play here on the pronunciation just because you're in the neighborhood. Grant, I keep hearing you say the JW Marriott Like, if you love that cheeseburger so much, why don't you marry it? I think it's Marriott.
Here's the deal on this. That is not correct. I
Are
actually
you
watched.
sure?
I watched a video today, which is why I'm doing this, of somebody saying that it's pronounced Marriott, not Marriott. Now, I am also working that in occasionally, just because it's what's common and what you're used to, as an example. But yeah, the clip that I watched today, which was not for like homework on where we're going, it just so happened to be in my algorithm, was like some guy who's high up or in the family or whatever talking, and he was talking about how his wife was a teacher or something, and I guess there was a kid in the class named Elliot, and she's like, well, I don't call you Elliot, I call you Elliot. That was the comp. So I believe it's like, there's names like this in sports, where like B. John Robinson's actual name is Bijan, but now he just goes by Bijan. I think when I say Marriott, it sounds weird, but supposedly that is the actual way to say it.
So we're stumbling onto something, because I have said it a million different ways, a million different times, and I've even heard members of the Marriott or Marriott family say it differently. For example, at the St. Albans School, the kids walk through Marriott Hall or Marriott Hall. I'm not sure which one it is. I dined in Marriott Hall or Marriott Hall. I'm not really sure which one it was, but I was there.
Is Mr. Marriott here or Mrs. Marriott?
Ms. Marriott?
Is somebody here
I don't
that
know.
can give us? So yeah, the reason I am mixing in Marriott is because I literally saw that today. I saw that clip today. But if I had to put money on it right now as to which one's actually how it's pronounced. Now maybe I'm doing a John Miller bit and I need to slow my roll, where John Miller's like saying Teoscar Hernandez and like rolling R's.
Teoscar.
It's like, we just call him Teoscar Hernandez. You know, like someone comes to the plate and it's like Angel Pagan, and it's like someone's going to call him Angel Pagan. You know, so whatever. But Pete in Wilmington, what's going on? How are you?
Hey, I'm great. Great show, guys. I think it is going to come down to the kicker. And it's not, I don't think it's going to be like a last play of the game win. It could be. No one knows really what's going to happen. We're all guessing. But I think we got to make every kick in this game. This kicker has to prove himself. And this is going to be a close game, in my opinion. Atlanta last year, that was a heartbreak game for them, how we beat them. And I mean, it was bad. I know some people from Atlanta, they hated that game. And it kind of sent them into a free fall. So the kicker's our kicker, Mr. Gay's got to make all the kicks, and it's very important. I think we're a better team, and I think we can win this game, but I'm really surprised. I'm not surprised if Atlanta is going to give a hard fight. It's going to be a close game.
With you. Yes,
Washington
know what you're cooking there.
Underdogs for the first time in a couple of weeks since going to Green Bay now after ruling out, if you're just joining us, Daniels, McLaurin, Noah Brown, John Bates, among a batch of players that won't go. With Danny, I'm Grant. We are out in Reston. This is a really cool, brand new facility where they've got a lot of pretty amazing things set up for people. You can roam around, watch big screens outside. But we are hanging out at the Char Bar today for our Football Friday series, and we'll be here until 6:30. Next, Randy McMichael covers the Falcons in Atlanta. We're going to scout the opponent. Are they as bad as they looked this past weekend? This is The Fan.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on The Fan. This update is driven by Oarsman Alexandria Kia, where they like to say, let's ride together. In the NFL, the Commanders getting set to take on the Falcons on Sunday. Taking a look at the injury report, Jaden Daniels going to miss a second straight week with his knee injury. Marcus Mariota making his second straight start against a former team. Dan Quinn said earlier today that team doctor still hadn't cleared Jaden Daniels. Other injuries for the team, Terry McLaurin going to be out with a quad injury. Noah Brown and John Bates also out for a second straight week. For the Falcons, cornerback A.J. Terrell going to be out with a hamstring injury. Last night, Thursday Night Football, the Seahawks beat the Cardinals 23-20. Taking a look right now at the leaderboard for the Ryder Cup. After the morning wave, Europe led 3-1. Currently, afternoon 4-ball. U.S. has a 2-up lead, a 1-up lead, and are tied in one match. Europe has a 2-up lead in one match. College football this weekend. Virginia Tech going to take on NC State. That'll be tomorrow at 7 o'clock. And hear that game on The Fan following Nationals baseball. The Nationals begin their final series of the year tonight as they'll take on the White Sox at Nats Park. 6:45 first pitch right here on The Fan. Cade Cavalli gets the start for the Nationals. Oarsman Alexandria Kia keeps their customers happy by offering great deals in the area's best selection of new Kias. Each backed by the Oarsman Lifetime Edge, featuring up to $1,500 in extras. As they say at Oarsman Alexandria Kia, let's ride together. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
What are you doing to protect your family's assets? The sponsor of our show, the law firm Kandori & Murad, can help you to draft a last will and testament, set up a living trust, or put together a medical power of attorney. Schedule a free consultation with their attorneys today at kmlawyers.com, and be sure to tell them we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com. The show's on the road today at a Friday field trip.
Hanging out at the Sharp Bar inside the Simon, inside the GW. I keep doing that. It's not GW. It's the JW Marriott here at Reston Station. This place is unbelievably nice. We are eating from a giant chocolate football Super Bowl trophy. We're picking at that. I've had a few footballs. I've had the tail, which has some caramel in it. I had a risotto. Grant's Pub with a burger. This place is awesome. Come by and see us.
Looking forward to seeing Commanders fans as they get ready for the Falcons. Speaking of which, let's learn about Atlanta. And to help us discuss the Falcons and scout the opponent, we've got former NFL tight end Randy McMichael, who was a dude in the National Football League. He spent some time on my fantasy team over the years, a former 70-catch, 800-yard tight end in the National Football. Randy, welcome to D.C. via the airwaves, and to Grant and Danny again. It's good to talk to you, man. How you been?
Hey, man, what's going on, fellas, man? I appreciate y'all having me on again, man. It's been a long time.
It's been a minute, but when the Commanders are going to Atlanta, that means we got to talk to our guy, Randy McMichael. So let's just start with, last week was disgusting. That's not real, right? You guys aren't that bad.
Oh, my. You know what, you man, you know, it's been a long week up here, down here.
Yeah.
Because of what happened on Sunday that people are still talking about today. Everybody wants everybody to be fired. Like, I just got out the air, and I'm talking about the agitation that I had with just the fact that it's not the fact that they lost, it's how they lost. If they would have lost 21-10, okay. They lost 30-0 to the Carolina Panthers. I mean, that was just one of those things where, you know, the doubt of here we go again, the curse of the Falcon fan. I mean, all that came back in that one spell swoop last Sunday afternoon because they played like crap. I've watched a lot of Falcons games outside of the Super Bowl. That's the worst game I've ever seen the Falcons play.
Randy, I keep beating this drum, and Washington fans don't want to hear it, which I understand because it's, talking about their opponent here. But I feel like Atlanta's just got so many weapons. I feel like they're capable. It just hasn't happened yet. The offense hasn't gotten going. I'm a Penix fan. We know how nasty Robinson is. I think Drake London's a dude. Kyle Pitts, his lack of production isn't because of lack of athleticism. Like, I feel like they're dangerous, and it just hasn't clicked yet, and I don't want to be there when it does.
Oh, you're absolutely correct. They have a whole lot of talent, and I think a lot of it, it's big smacks because you're dealing with a young quarterback who, everybody loves Michael Penix. he ain't played good. And people get mad at me down here because I said he has not played well. Now, have they played their best around him? No. Drake London got hurt in the first game, and then Darnell Moody's coming back slow. Kyle Pitts is playing well. They don't give him enough targets. Obviously, Bijan is that guy. The offensive line has played well enough for them to win. And Zach Robinson, the whole thing with the pistol offense, that's another overblown thing in my opinion. But I think once it starts clicking, but it has to start with number 9. He's got to play better than he's been playing these last 2 games. I know they ramrodded Minnesota and everything like that. He didn't play that well in that game. He played good in the Tampa game, and he played awful against Carolina. He's got to play better for this team, and they got to play better around him for this offense to get where it needs to be.
Let's go deeper into Penix. He's got a rocket for an arm, there's no doubt. But what are we kind of hanging our hats on? He was drafted in the top 10, obviously. But as you said, like the perception of him and the reality is very, very different right now. He's only played in, I think, 6 games as a starter now. But it's more interceptions than touchdowns. It's sub 60% complete. Like you mentioned, it hasn't been good this season. What about overall? Like, how are we feeling about him?
Well, yeah, you see the potential, and you're right. He has a hose. He can throw it through rain, sleet, slow, whatever you want to. But what defenses are doing, they're taking that away from him. They're taking that away from him and making him do something that coming into the league was something that was kind of not his strength, and that's the intermediate type throws. And right now, I think he's like 2 of 20 or something like that on the season. So he's got to make those easy throws. We talked about it, me and my partner here in Atlanta, Andy Bunker, about giving him – and we had Raheem on during the summertime, giving him those layup throws. He did a great job taking the check down earlier on in the Tampa game, but then he overused it last game. That's why when you're a check down runner, all of the Bijan and the tight ends were getting the crap knocked out of him because he was coming back so late to him. So he just got to fix some mechanics and footwork and those things like that. But they got to do a better job. The receiver coach, I was just fired down here. The receiver group, and you talked about him earlier, was the most unachieving room on this team. And so something had to happen, Ra. I mean, a lot of people want to call it a scapegoat. I don't, because they weren't playing well. They weren't getting it out of their breaks. They're not helping the quarterback either. But, again, the cohesion between the quarterback and the receivers is just not where it needs to be right here in Atlanta.
Randy McMichael, middays on our sister station for Odyssey in Atlanta, giving us the latest on the Falcons ahead of Sunday's matchup. So I defer to you here, and I'm asking, I'm not telling, but I did go back this week and just watch all the throws this season. I don't understand Zach Robinson's offense, and I'm not impressed at all by his scheme. There's no air yards. They take no shots at all. Most of their throws are to flat-footed receivers looking back at the line of scrimmage. What am I missing? And why don't they ever go play action? They have such a good running game. They don't move the pocket. Like it actually is terrible, I think. But again, you know better than I do. I would be calling for that guy if I was in Atlanta to do more. What do people think of him? Because he's never been an OC anywhere else.
Oh, they want him fired. That's what the talk all week, and you're absolutely correct. They don't do enough with it. And I go back to the situation where do you have a quarterback that can't do it? Because we talked about the play action pass. Well, they're always in the damn pistol, so it's hard to play action pass out of that. So is it a point where is Michael comfortable going under center? Is Michael comfortable turning his back to the defense? I don't know what that is, but yes, he needs to be more creative. But I think we have a caller section at the end of each show, and today somebody, and I was like, well, if it doesn't go right, somebody else is going to get fired if it looks like it did last week. Probably the offensive coordinator. My reasoning is always this: then who are you going to hire? There are no more play callers on this staff, and so they're up against it right now. But it's amazing when they were gashing people with the pistol, it was fine. When Kirk Cousins threw for 500 yards twice last year in the pistol, it was fine. But when it doesn't work, it's all of a sudden we got to get rid of it. He's got to do a better job of calling plays. The quarterback's got to do a better job of recognizing and all these different things. And the players, I'm telling you, they got to play better around. If they play better around, this offense will work. But Zach Robinson, my issue with him, he don't give Bijan the ball enough. There's no way, heck, that Bijan gets 13 carries last week and Tyler Algier gets 1. They love that 11 personnel, which I freaking hate so much. When you gash in your best offensive personnel grouping is 12 personnel with Charlie Warner and Kyle Pitts on the field at the same time. It statistically is shown that's their best one, but yet he wants to run this Oh, see, I'm getting mad again. He wants to run this soft behind 11 personnel the whole damn game.
Randy McMichael with us here, breaking down the Atlanta Falcons on G&D. So do you expect different things this weekend? I mean, to me, I look at what happened this past week, we're talking about it, but that 30-0 loss, and I'm going, this is the introspection time. This is the adjustment time. Your initial plan for a couple of games, you wrote it out, it didn't work. Now here comes something brand new. Do you expect kind of a different, I don't want to say style of offense, they're still going to pistol, but you know what I mean? Do you expect like significant changes and maybe a refocus or a rehoning from this Falcons team making them dangerous?
I really hope so. I really, really hope so, because I think that, the sense of urgency is there. Rod knows that if he doesn't get it done this year, he's gone. Terry Fontenot knows, the GM, who I'm very fond of both of these brothers, but if they don't get it done, they're going to be gone. They've already got rid of one coach. I know they moved Zach down to the field. I hope so. I hope that it's a matter of, okay, you saw what happened in Carolina. It was embarrassing. The Falcons don't get a lot of national news, really. They got a lot of national news because everybody said the same thing. What? 30-0 in Carolina? And because of that, and because of how the offense struggled, because you go back to I think they were 0 for 5 in the red zone when they kicked the 5 field goals, wherever it was. The plays are there. There's guys wide open. They said there hasn't been a receiver or tight end that caught a touchdown yet. Well, Drake London dropped 2 in the first game. Cordero Hodge, he didn't run past one. Michael put the ball perfect. Kyle Pitts was sitting in the end zone twice. Michael didn't throw it to him. So, I mean, there's plays to be had. And I understand when it's not working, everybody wants to go back and talk about scheme. But take care of the plays that are there, and then the scheme will continue to develop. But I hope that they get to a point where they can put some more stuff in this offense, because right now it's just stagnant.
Let's move to the other side of the ball in the Falcons' defense. They rank number 3 in yards per play allowed so far this season and number 3 against the pass. I think they're 6th in sack rate, although most of those came against J.J. McCarthy, so it's early enough that kind of skews things some. But what have you seen so far from the Atlanta defense?
I think they played well enough for this team to be 3-0. You think go back into the first game, it wasn't their fault. They played good. They had, but the thing about it, Baker was just doing Baker things. And I mean, that's what I love about Baker. No matter how much you kind of stymie him up, he figures out a way, and that's what happened. Also, they missed the field goal, and now the Falcons have had open tryouts 3 straight weeks to kicker, so whatever that means. But I think defensively, they played better. I think, the infusion of these young pass rushers has helped. I think Kate Nellis is playing really well. And a lot of these young players that were here last year, these second-year guys like Dorless and Rukaroro, those young players are playing well, because a lot of them didn't play last year that were drafted on that defensive line. You add them with the SEC boys, Jalen Walker and Pierce, they've gotten better. Now they're not where they need to be, and I think with the challenge that Marcus Mariota is going to give them as far as a running quarterback, they haven't faced that yet, so that's going to be the challenge. But I think you can't ask for more. They played well enough for them to win. It's not their fault, Carolina. The Carolina kept getting the ball in their damn territory. So I think they played better than they have in recent memory, in my opinion. But you're right, the sack numbers got to get up where they were in the Minnesota game.
What about the run defense? I mean, to me, this is a little bit of, Nebraska in the mid-'90s type atmosphere for Washington. If you're going to get out of Atlanta with a win, I think they got to pound a little bit. They did last week against the Raiders, who came in with a pretty good run defense, knocked them around. Right. I think that's the recipe. How do you think Atlanta holds up in the run D?
Well, that's going to be the challenge. That is going to be the challenge, because Marcus gives you that extra dimension as a runner. I mean, I know that we know that Terry's going to be out. We know that Jalen's going to be out. But Marcus gives you that added element with the running game that you already got. Because, I mean, the way that the Commanders were gashing, I'm talking about gashing Vegas last week, that's going to be a problem for Atlanta. The thing with Atlanta is they're without their number one corner in A.J. Terrell. So you can't play them. I think without Scary Terry, the Falcons might be able to go a little bit more man and commit more bodies to the run game because of the fact that Marcus is the quarterback. Not saying Marcus can't throw it, but I think more than anything, because of his ability to run, they have to account more bodies to the box.
It sounds to us from D.C., just hearing little clips or seeing some of the stuff from the fans, like there's some Marcus Mariota venom.
There's some animus.
There's a lot of this scrub can't come here and play well against us, ... stuff.
Okay, all right. So this is the thing. Like we had in my partner Andy, he's a Washington guy, so you know the thing with Oregon and Washington. In the year that Oregon came to Georgia, I went to Georgia. So Oregon and Georgia played in that kickoff classic. You remember that? And we had Marcus on the show, and I was just joking around with Marcus, and I was like, so are you guys going to cover? And he got really upset about that. And I'm like, Marcus is the nicest guy I ever met. And he really got upset with me. And so my partner, obviously being from Washington, loved it. And everybody just keeps talking. I'm like, I didn't think it was a big deal. Marcus goes on another station in Portland and brings it up. And so, that's a big bit that we have on our show. I always give my keys to every game on Friday afternoon for a Falcons game. And my keys were, I'm going to give you, my last key was this: no game balls. No game balls, meaning do not let Marcus Mariota and Dan Quinn come into this house. Do not let them come into Mercedes-Benz Stadium in Atlanta, Georgia, where we all know what happened with Marcus here, and obviously Dan was here and had whatever. Do not let Marcus Mariota come in here and get a damn game ball because he came into the stadium and beat you. That was my last key of the day because you just don't understand what it's like being a Falcon fan. This stuff happens to us here.
We know very well.
Oh, we know about it.
It was 25 years of that around these parts.
Yeah, guys who we cut, coaches who we fire, a guy named Josh Dobbs who got there on Wednesday beat us. This is what happens to Atlanta, and that is in the back of every Falcons fan right now. It's Marcus Mariota is coming to Atlanta, and he's going to play the game of his life. That's just the psyche of where Atlanta Falcon fans are.
Prediction for this one, Randy. What do you got?
I like the Falcons. I like the Falcons. I think that they can make enough plays. I think that the offense is going to be better. I do. I think the Falcons can find a way to get out of here with a win. I think somewhere around like 21-17, somewhere in that area.
By the way, you guys also have a kicker issue. You get rid of Young Wei Koo. You bring in a youngster who's missed 2 field goals. We're 3 for 6 in the field goal department in this town this season, so we know all about that.
Okay, well, they brought in another. They had open tryouts this week. It just came out that the kid that missed the kicks last week, Romo, is going to kick on Sunday. Now, he went 5 for 5 last time in Mercedes-Benz. All right, so it's a controlled element. We found out today the roof is not going to be open, and so it's going to be a controlled climate. So hopefully, because if he misses one kick, I'm just telling you right now, it's going to be bad.
You're talking about Matt Gay from the Commanders.
You mean Matt Gay, right?
You're talking about Matt Gay.
I'm telling you, you got one daggone job. All they do in practice all day is kick soccer balls, give golf tips, and read stocks and all that stuff. You got one damn job. Now, I wouldn't want it, but you got one job. All right, we've been out there fighting for 70 daggone plays, and all you got to do is make a kick.
Relatable content. Enjoy the game this weekend, but hopefully not too much.
All right, fellas. Y'all take care, man. Thanks again.
Love having you on, Randy. He's always good. Randy McMichael does middays on our Odyssey sister station in Atlanta. A little bit of a vibe there. You could get a taste of how they're feeling in Falcons country. Next, I want to go around the rest of the NFC East. 3 other games in the division and a very legitimate possibility this weekend of the division going 0-3. I want to explain that. Plus, we'll give you your best NFL game of Week 4 when we return on Grant and Danny from Char Bar in Reston at the JW Marriott. It's Grant from my friends at the FanDuel Sportsbook. Ready to fire up your Saturdays? FanDuel's got a boost you don't want to miss. It's called Boostin' with the Boys, and it's giving everyone a college football profit boost every single week. So here's how it works. Each week, we're giving everyone a profit boost to use on college football. No opt-in gymnastics, no invite-only nonsense. Everyone gets the boost. We're talking real games, real teams, real Saturdays, with an extra payout on the line. By the way, the college football games tomorrow, so good. Easy, fun, and it's only on FanDuel. FanDuel.com/GP to download the app. FanDuel.com/GP, promo code GP. Download the app, check in on the Boostin' with the Boys offer, and get in on the action. Must be 21 in Virginia. Opt-in required. Bonus issued non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and any max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. In the NFL, the Commanders getting set to take on the Falcons on Sunday. Taking a look at the injury report, Jaden Daniels going to miss his second straight game with a knee injury. Marcus Mariota going to get the start. Terry McLaurin also out with a quad injury. Noah Brown and John Bates also out for the Commanders. Second straight week, Brown and Bates will be out. For the Falcons, A.J. Terrell has been ruled out with a hamstring injury. Last night, Thursday Night Football, the Seahawks beat the Cardinals 23-20. Taking a look at the Ryder Cup, Europe still leading 3-1. Taking a look at the 4-ball matches going on right now, Europe has a 2-up lead in 2 of them. U.S. has a 2-up lead in 1 and a 1-up lead in the other. Baseball tonight, the Nationals back in action, their final series of the season, taking on the White Sox for 3 at Nationals Park. You can hear the game right here on the Fan. 6:45 first pitch. Cade Cavalli makes his final start of the year. Cavalli's 3-1 on the season with a 4.23 ERA. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Welcome back from Sharbar. Grant and Danny on the Fan. We are in Reston at the JW Marriott. They got a beautiful restaurant with delicious food. In here, Sharbar is the bar we've posted up at, but the Simon restaurant is fantastic. And if you're not familiar with JW Marriott out here at Reston Station, it's new. This is a great location, so put it in the queue. You're going to want to check this out. We'll get into some of the matchups within the division. The Eagles are playing 3-0 Tampa Bay in a matchup of undefeated clubs. The Cowboys are hosting the 2-1 Packers off of a bad loss. So Green Bay loses in Cleveland to the Browns. Nobody saw that coming. You would think you're getting the A game from the Packers, possibly why that's a 7-point spread. They're favored over Dallas. And then the Giants could be in some trouble. They're turning things over to their rookie quarterback, Jackson Dart, at home as they play one of the lone undefeateds in the league still, 3-0 L.A., the Chargers in the Meadowlands. Before we talk ball, though, and get into the division games. So earlier today, I'm going to use his terminology, not mine. A caller said he was throwing a flag on me for saying Marriott. It was bothering him. Okay. Now, I've mixed in some Marriotts because that's what everybody says is Marriott, just so people are comfortable. But the only reason I've been doing this is because I saw a video in my algorithm scrolling Instagram like this morning, completely randomly, other than my phone knowing everything about me and knowing.
Right, it's like you're going to the Marriott.
I mean, there's no chance it was completely random. It's really just because we're being monitored at all times, and I probably said the word Marriott to my wife at some point in the last day or two.
Right.
So that's why I saw it in my algorithm. But anyway, it's actually David Marriott. Actually, David Marriott. The guy that's in charge of everything.
Yeah.
I think he's the big boss, right? He's the big one.
I think he's the big boss now.
He runs the whole – if he walks in here right now, everyone goes up and asks what he needs, right?
Mr. Marriott.
So this is him on this video talking about Marriott versus Marriott, and I'm going to challenge the call of the caller, the official, who threw that flag. I'm throwing the red flag on him.
I will respond to either Marriott or Marriott, but I'm going to give you a little tutorial on the correct way to say it. And I love this story. My wife used to be a school teacher. She taught English. But when she was a teacher out there, she had a student named Elliot, and he kept calling her Mrs. Marriott. And she finally sat Elliot down one day, and she said, Elliot, how do you pronounce your name? He said, Elliot. He said, that's right. It's not Elliot. It's Elliot. It's the same way with Marriott. It is not Elliot Marriott. It is Elliot Marriott. And so the correct way to say it is actually Marriott.
I rest my case.
Wow. So that was a member of the Marriott family saying that out loud?
That's who was saying
to everybody?
that.
Yeah.
I mean, that's going to be tough for that caller to argue.
I hate to see that.
You can argue with me if you want to. I don't know if you want to argue with David Marriott. But we're at the JW Marriott, a beautiful hotel. I told you this already. So when I go out to the NFL Combine, which has been several years now, I'm not on the beat and don't really cover the league as a reporter anymore. But when I did that for years, everybody posts up at the JW out there at the version of this, basically, their Char Bar, and it's where every coach, every GM, every reporter, it's like where you end the night, basically. And it's just a great opportunity to hobnob and meet people and give out business cards and whatever. But like when you are in Indianapolis at the Combine, that's home base for everybody.
That's the hub.
I could see that being like this kind of vibe in here at the Simon.
Is that the place where everyone looked around and there was no Scott McLuhan? And like they cornered then Redskins executives or whoever?
It might have already, it might have gotten out before then. But, yeah, maybe that would have been the night where they're like, wait, there's Bruce and there's Dan, but there's no Scott.
Where's the GM?
So for people that don't remember, the excuse then was that his grandmother
had passed.
Which is true, I think.
Yeah.
Like months earlier. So if you just say something that's true, how can people argue
Like
it?
Scott McLuhan owned a bicycle. That's why he's
So
not
like
here.
someone comes up to me and is like, why isn't Danny working today? And I'm like, but, he's got 3 kids. It's like, yeah, but why isn't he working today? They technically said something that was accurate. They said his grandmother had passed away.
Right.
It just wasn't why he wasn't there in that moment at that time. All right, let's dive into the NFC East game. So I want to start with the Jackson Dart nod by the Giants. This is going to be a 1 o'clock kick at the Meadowlands. I said this yesterday. I have kind of high hopes for him, not right away, but this season. I think their offense takes flight in the weeks ahead. Here's my logic. You're opening up pages of the playbook that Russell Wilson doesn't give you. Now, can he get you in and out of some things that Jackson Dart's not going to be able to? Yes. Is he going to be able, pre-snap, to decipher some disguises, some looks, man, zone, some things that the rookie quarterback won't, and he gets you into better looks or checks out of a play? Of course. But I like the read option abilities here. I like the athletic quarterback who can run. Russell Wilson years ago was that guy. He is not that guy, pal.
Not that guy, pal.
He's not that buddy guy. He just can't be him anymore. So Dart gives them more. I like his arm. He's an athlete. If you're expecting to see the guy from the preseason against the Chargers, you're crazy. This is a great defense. Jesse Minter's one of the best coordinators in the league. They're a 3-0 team. But I think if you give him a couple of weeks, you're going to start to see that Dart can play.
Yeah, I think there's something to it. There's at least some excitement, if not some of the refined skill set, right? Like if you watched an early Drake May not put up great numbers, right, in a bad New England system, bad New England personnel, et cetera, and if you just looked at the box score, you looked at his Pro Football Reference page, you'd go, what's the special thing? If you watch in game, a sack that should have happened does it because he somehow wiggles out, or he ducks underneath and moves to the side. Even on an incomplete pass, there are some moments and some things that you'll see. We go, okay, that's reason for excitement. I think you're going to see that, if that makes any sense. And I know that's not what Jaden Daniels did last year, what Bo Nix did last year, what a lot of guys have done in their rookie years, but there's going to be reason for excitement with Dart. Again, I don't know what his ceiling is. I think that's TBD, but I think you're going to see enough kind of moments within the game where you go, okay, that's interesting.
My big question is, why are they doing this before you play 3-0 LA with a great defense? And why not wait 1 week until you play the terrible New Orleans Saints? It's like calling a team meeting. You don't call the players-only meeting right before you play the best team in the league. Hey, did the meeting work? You guys just got bludgeoned. You wait until you're playing the crap team that's a layup. You wait until you get the softest part of your schedule. That's when you fire the coach, so you get 1-0 with the interim coach. They are going to the rookie in a game that is fairly unwinnable on paper.
Here's why I think they did it. I bet you they have one of those, like, I know, for example, Arthur Blank has weekly meetings, and he's a Hall of Famer, by the way. Never forget, an Atlanta Falcons Hall
As
of
well
Famer.
he should be.
Totally, yeah, all the winning.
Everyone's now patterning their concession stand prices after him changing the game and giving people food and drinks on the cheap.
Indeed, he's a Hall of Famer, just ask him. But they have a weekly meeting, and I'm sure he went something to the effect of, what the hell is going on, right? We lost 30-0 to the Carolina Panthers. Somebody do, and after they leave that meeting, there's somebody better do something sense around the coaching staff, and they're scurrying, right, to cover themselves or get somebody fired. Ipso facto, the receivers coach gets fired. I bet you it was something similar to that, where the indignities that John Marr and company have suffered from their perspective. You let Barkley go, he's great. You guaranteed me this would happen, that would happen. Russell Wilson's the answer. We're 0-3. The offense was the worst thing I've ever seen against the Chiefs. In a goal-to-go situation in the fourth quarter where there's no time for field goals, he threw it away 4 times. I just can't watch that anymore, so I bet you something changed because of that.
The only game in the NFL this weekend where 2 teams that are 3-0 will meet. The Eagles and the Bucks at Raymond James Stadium in Tampa, Florida. Someone's getting to 4-0. I mentioned this on the show yesterday. Look up the numbers on this. Tampa Bay has handled Philly, and I did. 4 of the last 5 games since 2021, the Bucs have beaten the Eagles. In fact, they eliminated them from the 2024 playoffs in January of that year. 32-9, they blew out Philly. That was a terrible Jalen Hurts game. Then last season they played, and they blew them out again. 33-16, they whooped them about a year ago at this time, at the end of September, actually, when the Eagles had gotten off to a pretty good start. So you've got back-to-back woodshed games from the Bucs beating the Eagles, but it's actually now 6 of 7, dating all the way back to the 2013 season that the Bucs have beaten the Eagles with scores like 45-17, 31-15, 32-9, 25-11, 33-16.
These aren't field goal games at the wire.
No, they see them and they play their A game. So I don't necessarily love Tampa in this matchup, but it is not nothing in my opinion.
No, it's hard to look past that. And again, both teams actually mirror each other to a degree. They've both overachieved a little bit. It's not to take anything away from them. They have earned those victories. They've both been very good. I think they both will end up very good, if not great, as contenders in the NFC. But they've both had 2 or 3 games where you go, you replay that 100 times, you might lose that more than 50% of the time. And it took the Eagles consecutive blocked field goals at the end of a game to beat the Rams when they were down 20 in the fourth quarter. Tampa scored quite literally with the ball at the end of 3 straight games to win them. A tip pass, a fourth down that doesn't get converted when Baker Mayfield scrambles. You lose one of those as well. Again, they both deserve credit for being in all 3 and winning all 3, finding ways to do that. That's what good teams do. But it's also they've overachieved a little bit, and their wins haven't matched kind of their DVOA or some of the advanced numbers that tells you how good somebody is.
There are 3 teams in the NFL that have not turned the football over this season. One of those 3 teams, the Tampa Bay Bucs. It is why they are 3-0. Baker Mayfield is dealing 6 touchdowns with no picks, 615 yards on the young season. He is completing about 64% of his passes. This is 3 years in a row with a new OC for him and play caller.
Pretty amazing.
By the way, when you look at the numbers, I mean, right away it was Dave Canales who got him right, and everyone said, oh, it's a Canales thing. Well, he's been in Carolina for a couple years. Last year they go to Liam Cohen. It's a Liam Cohen thing. He's in Jacksonville now. Now it's this guy, Josh Grizzardo. I wouldn't recognize if you picked him out of a lineup for me. Guess what? Now he's a head coaching candidate early this season because of what Mayfield's doing, who's become one of the 10 or so best consistent quarterbacks in the NFL. And then finally in the division, the lone non-1 o'clock window game, Packers at Cowboys in Dallas. I mentioned 2-1 Green Bay trying to respond after that bad Browns performance. I just think they took them lightly, didn't really think they needed to play. I'll roll the football out and beat the Browns. Wrong, not in this league. 7-point favorites in Dallas. That Cowboys defense is putrid.
Horrendous.
They are bottom 5 in almost every category. And I don't take pride in reporting this to people. This is not something I enjoy talking about. But the Cowboys can't stop the run. They can't stop the pass. They don't turn teams over. They don't tackle well. They're not coached well on defense. And they miss Micah Parsons. And again, I'm not happy to say any of this to you guys. This is not fun for me.
Listen, I take no pride. I take no pleasure in delivering this information. No, stop it.
Garris, this is serious.
Audience, it's not funny.
This is serious business.
It's not funny to talk about the Cowboys defense being horrendous and them having $1 trillion owed to Dak Prescott and company. No, it's not. Stop it.
We don't want to talk about Dallas being 1-3.
Oh.
We don't want to talk about Jerry Jones being completely inept as an owner and as a general manager and the fact that they have no chance as long as he continues to run the team. You think we take pride in that?
That's not fun for anybody.
We're serious journalists.
Unreal.
Big J journalists. The fact that the Cowboys are a joke, that makes the whole division look bad. We don't like that here.
I don't want to look ridiculous. No, thank you.
Enough audience.
No, thank you.
Unacceptable, Danny.
Not on our watch.
How badly does Green Bay beat them by this weekend?
This feels like, by the way, if I'm Dallas watching last week, watching the Green Bay go on the road and lose to Cleveland, I'm going, oh crap.
You're like, do you have to get right?
Oh, no.
Do you have to play so badly that you're desperate coming into our game to show everyone that was just a one-off fluke?
And I'm hoping that's all it was, by the way, and it's not some sort of weird hang-around game where Dallas' offense, who is capable, by the way, goes up against Green Bay. It's a revenge game subplot for Micah Parsons, who claims that everything's fine, but he'll be as motivated as anybody. This feels like a Green Bay shellacking to me. I hope I'm right.
Sharp Bar in Reston is where we are today on Grant and Danny. We're going to be here until 6:30, actually. We're out here at the JW Marriott Reston Station. It's brand new. It's beautiful. The restaurant we're in is the Simon. The food is amazing. You had risotto.
Oh my God, it was so good with,
I had
with
a
enormous shrimp.
burger that's dry aged. I mean, it was so excellent. I got to say, I'm ready for a nap. I will tell you that. The problem is we're on the air for a while longer.
Well, we got some time left.
So short of me tagging in Toby, I'm not going to take that nap. I'm going to persevere. But it was one of the best burgers I've had in a while. Grant and Danny on the Fan. It is Friday, which means we will win off the field next.
Together.
Tally up your little mini moral victories that nobody else would care about. You can call us at 800-636-1067 to tell us how you are in the win column. And then what happens? Oh, sure. It is time to figure out how you are winning off the field. Here's how it works. You're going to call us at 800-636-1067. We're going to welcome you onto the radio program, and then you're going to tell us what little thing has gone well in your day, what tiny mini moral victory has made your day better. I'll give you an example. This is not something we do for me or for Danny or for any of us here at the show now. It's something we do for Bruce Allen because he once said these words many, many years ago.
We're winning off the field, but we got to start winning on the field.
So, with that in mind, Danny, I'll give you how this works.
Would you? Because I need a refresher. It's been a minute.
I'm at work today.
Okay.
Theoretically. This is called a get-to job. This is not a have-to job. I'm sitting at the Char Bar in Reston at the JW Marriott. I was given a delicious bacon cheeseburger to sample. Okay. I enjoyed it. I was made very specially, as a very special person like you, Danny, a chocolate football the size of a Lombardi trophy.
Yeah.
I've eaten a bunch of that chocolate football.
Sure.
I'm going to take a college football-sized brick of chocolate home wrapped up probably for my children because I got a chocolate football today given to me. Therefore, I am.
Winning off the field.
And you'll be able to do a great Ryan Clary impression yelling it's a football as you hold that chocolate football. It's a football! It's a football! It's a football! Similarly, I too am at the Char Bar. You could see me. I'm here as well.
Yes, you are.
And you mentioned some of the foodstuffs. I had a risotto with some scrimps, which was lovely. I've had some chocolate footballs too. And I'm dragging a little bit. Your pal's tired, right? Baby's up a couple different times last night. Thursday night football.
In the back.
Yada, yada, yada. Everybody's busy. We're running around.
Ford
we're active.
Festive.
With the bang. So we're doing a lot. I'm dragging a little bit, a little tired. And I said to this wonderful young lady that is employed here at the old Char Bar at the Simon Restaurant at the GW Marriott, do you guys have an espresso? She said yes. I said, I'd like an espresso. She said, would you like a double? I said yes. And she's like, you want any sugar? I said no. But she's like, we can do a little lemon peel for the outside like you're an Italian man saying, buongiorno, come si dice? Like that, like I really know, like I belong in Europe right now sitting at a cafe outside. So I've got myself an espresso, and an espresso that is delightful. It's a pick-me-up. I'm good to go, therefore I am.
Winning off the field.
That's the way the game is played. Let's go to George in Waldorf. George, how are you in the win column?
Hey, what's up, Grand Danny? Hey, so today I had a coworker pick up Chick-fil-A for me for lunch while she was out, and she comes back, and I noticed that the bag looks like it has way too much food in it.
Oh, boy.
And at the bottom of the bag is a 30-count Chick-fil-A nugget that I did not order.
Yep.
So, therefore, I am winning
off the field.
He gets it.
Certainly are. Look, Jaden Daniels might be ruled out for Atlanta. Terry McLaurin is not playing this weekend. Dan Quinn said as much today. There's no John Bates walking through that door. These are the losses on the field. But my guy got a 30-count of chicken that he didn't ask for in his Chick-fil-A bag.
Think of all those dipping sauces.
That's
Think of
a
what
win.
you can do with that 30-pack of Chick-fil-A nuggets.
Sean's in Falls Church, home of the Jaguars?
The Jaguars.
What's up, Sean?
Hey, guys, I appreciate you taking my call.
Hey, man.
I have a 10-month-old, and he at times will wake up in the middle of the night like you guys are talking about.
Yeah.
But sure enough, last night he let me sleep through. And also, too, during the night, I don't remember my dreams much. I had a dream about 106.7 The Fan. Toby Altizer had his own show called Around the Tobe. It was awesome. Therefore, I am.
Winning off the field.
Around the Tobe.
I kind of like Around the Tobe.
Okay. That needs to not die. That needs to be filed somewhere for something.
Toby, can we at least, Chris, can you punch up Toby's microphone
Punch
for
up
me?
Toblerones around the
Can we
Tobes.
at least get a segment on whatever show you're doing regularly on the weekends, evenings, whatever, called Around the Tobe, where you just give the latest in sports?
Yeah, I'm down with that. I like it.
Around the Tobe.
Or-
And maybe even the whole show could be called Around the Tobe.
What if it's just what's going on with Toby? Like what's going on around the Tobe?
On the Grant and Danny show?
No matter where we do it.
I like it. This could be a new segment for us, Around the Tobe, where we just find out, Toby, what are you doing in your personal life?
Yeah, I'm going to tell you, it's the most boring life you've ever heard. But if so, yeah, I'd
All
gladly
right,
do it.
let's do our first installment right now. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the world debut of Around the Tobe. Toby, big weekend coming up.
Yeah.
Eligible bachelor, single
Yeah.
guy like yourself. What do we have on the social calendar this weekend?
I'm going to go watch Stonebridge football tonight, so I'm going to watch some high school football.
Offensive coordinator and play caller Logan Paulson.
Head coach by Kedrick Golston.
That's right.
Excited to see those boys tonight, and then probably just sit on the couch and watch football the rest of the weekend.
Around the Tope.
This has been Around the Tope on Grant and Danny.
Only heard right here on the Fan.
Around the Tope.
Brandon in D.C. By the way, you know you're a P1 when you're dreaming about the station and random segments Toby's going to be
And you're doing show ideas for Toby.
I like that. I mean, that is amazing. Absolutely great. All right, who's next? I already deleted the name. and
Brandon, I think.
I don't know how to work
Yeah,
Toby's
Brandon.
computer.
Hi, Brandon.
Hi, Brandon.
Good afternoon, gentlemen. I am fortunate enough to lead a fantastic team of individuals who are wrapping up completing one of the biggest projects in the city. Was able to grab them aside, make some hamburgers, and just get some FaceTime with my guys who do all this hard work for the city, and therefore I am.
Winning off the field.
Love to see it.
Thank them for their work for us.
We love to
in
see
this
it.
city. Let's go to Charlie in Fairfax on the Fan. Charlie, how are you winning off the field?
Hey, Grant and Danny. Nice to be here. I got a 3-for-1 today. I was at the Char Bar. I met Grant and Danny.
Let's go.
And I got to show them my betterbelt.com. And hope everything is well, and that's how I'm winning off the field.
Winning off the field.
Not only did Charlie show us his belts, he gave us
I got a belt from Charlie.
I have an American flag, red, white, and blue Ryder Cup belt that I'm going to be rocking. I feel good about this. And I've never done this before. I have not.
Okay.
But this belt does not have like a hole and a little
It
metal.
doesn't have your traditional loopy-loop
It's a
things.
Velcro belt.
Yeah.
So I'm going to have to try it on and give it a whirl and see if I like the Velcro situation. But I love the look of it.
Well, so I thought I was doing pretty well. You know, I'm working the co-pair, as you know.
Co-pair Paulson, co-pair Rouillet.
I'm down. I'm in a good place. I've been very happy. Good weigh-in this morning. Feeling good about me. And our guy Charles like, what size waist are you? It's like, well, I'm a 35. That's what size waist I am. And he's like, here's a 36. And he's like, try it on real quick. And I'm like, yeah, come on, I know what to do. And then I tried it on, and he went, here, let me get you this one. And it's a 38. So
Okay.
I thought I was doing a little bit better than I was. If that makes any sense?
Sure.
But it's the
Well, you're
sometimes
burying the lead, though.
certain cuts of the
Once you get to 35, 34, you don't get to call yourself fat anymore. So you have to stop doing that. So that's a big – if you're 35 now, you're making moves. Matt's in Stafford. What's up, Matt? How are you?
Hey, I'm doing great. I'm doing really great now. I was sunglass shopping. I went to Ollie's. There was a stand there, discount, not very good quality. I asked, is there any other sunglasses here? They went to the back and they brought out a different box. Mid-grade quality, Foster Grant. The ticket on the glasses said $24.99. When I rang it up, they said, we'll give it to you for that discount price over there, $2. Therefore, I am
Winning off the field.
You got a $2 pair of sunnies?
Sounds like he did. And by the way, because they were $2, he'll have them forever. There's a good
Right.
Foxworthy bit where he's like, if you buy a really nice pair of glasses, you break them or lose them in a day. You buy cheapos, you drop them off of a cruise ship into the ocean, a mermaid brings them up for you and says, somebody drop these. Like those $2 glasses you'll have them for the next couple decades. So
First
congratulations.
of all, great Jeff Foxworthy stand-up pull by you.
Thank you.
I mean, people only know him like, you might be a redneck F. And I was like, well, he has other jokes, but nobody knows those.
Not many of them. There's like the here's your sign.
That's Bill Engvall.
Okay.
That's a Bill Engvall. Here's your sign.
Well, then what is Foxworthy's? I
You
guess
might be a redneck
That's
if.
the only. Yeah, that's kind of the bit.
Everyone knows those. So he had like 7,000 of them. He would close with
He
it.
might be a redneck. Okay.
Yeah, that's that guy.
That traveling show, I'm sad to say, when I was a kid, I didn't know any better. I
Yeah.
thought it was kind of funny for a few
Well,
minutes.
Ron White is great.
He is. Ron Tater.
And there were other
Salad
comics
White.
on that show, too.
He's Danny. I'm Grant. This is the Fan. Come on out to Char Bar today. We're here until 6:30 in Reston. We are hanging out at the JW Marriott, the Simon Restaurant here. Fantastic as well. We will see you when you get out here, as long as you get here before 6:30. Next, our Beltway Blitz, the Nats, the NFL, the Commanders, all in one segment. Lot of injury news on the Commanders front to get to as soon as we return.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on The Fan. This update is brought to you by Main Street Bank, your local bank, local Main Street Bank. And the NFL official injury report for the Commanders and Falcons on Sunday. For the Commanders, they're going to be without Jaden Daniels for a second straight week. Marcus Mariota going to get the start. Team doctors still haven't officially cleared Jaden Daniels, Dan Quinn said earlier today. Terry McLaurin going to be out with the quad injury. Noah Brown and John Bates also out as well. Percy Butler and Bill Krosky-Merritt are listed as questionable for the matchup. For the Falcons, they're going to be without cornerback A.J. Terrell, also wide receiver Kadero Hodge, and running back Nate Carter. Last night, Thursday Night Football, Seahawks beat the Cardinals 23-20 to kick off Week 4 of the season. Taking a look at the Ryder Cup morning session, Europe won 3-1. Currently, the U.S. has a 3-up lead in one match. They're tied in one match, and Europe has a 2-up and a 3-up lead in the other matches. College football, Virginia Tech going to take on NC State tomorrow night. That'll kick off at 7 o'clock in Raleigh. You can hear that game right here on The Fan following Nationals and White Sox. Final series of the year gets underway for the Nats tonight at home, 6:45 right here on The Fan as the Nats take on the White Sox. Cade Cavalli makes his final start of the year for the Nats. He is 3-1 with a 4.23 ERA. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit MainStreetBank.com to learn how to put our team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. From the Crop Medcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
A football Friday on this, the 26th of September. Also a field trip Friday. Sharbar, J.W. Merritt, we are out and about in Reston. Come on by and kick it with us.
We'd like to ask you the following question. What are you doing to protect your family's assets? As the exclusive sponsor of our show, the law firm of Condori and Moran can help you draft your last will and testament, set up a living trust, or put together a medical power of attorney. Schedule a free consultation with their attorneys today by visiting kmlawyers.com, and be sure to let them know that we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com.
We've reached the end of the Major League Baseball season, so that means in these final days, you start to see some wackies with the rookies all dressed up. The Orioles dressed up as minions as they get ready to play the New York Yankees, walking outside of the ballpark on Russell and Utah streets outside of Camden Yards today.
That's pretty good.
I got to get this video queued up for my kid because he'll like that. But they're all walking, all their rookies, into the ballpark today. Maybe it's the whole roster, it looks like, not just the rookies. They're dressed as minions, which is funny. All right, let's get to the Beltway Blitz. We'll cover the NFL and the Commanders. No Jaden Daniels, no Terry McLaurin. We will get to that this segment, but let's start on the diamond. Charlie Slows, the voice of Nats baseball with Dave Jagler here on 106.7 The Fan. Charlie, of course, has been calling Nats games since the inception of Nats baseball in D.C. They'll be joining us in just a moment to discuss the Nationals, who are coming down the stretch with just one final series to go this weekend, a three-gamer with the Chicago White Sox Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Cade Cavalli on the bump for the Nats tonight. Mackenzie Gore will pitch in the season finale. Gore trying to finish strong after a disappointing penultimate start against Atlanta.
Anything that you're looking for that you want to see this weekend kind of one final time? Because, you know, while we've been beaten down and it hasn't been a whole lot of fun, as there are 30 games under 500, give or take, there's still been some nice moments. Is there anything kind of one last time you want to see this weekend? Is it a James Wood homer, a Jacob Young highlight, Mackenzie Gore, a good start? Is there something that you kind of got circled?
James Wood is always my answer.
That's your answer.
He's got 30 home runs, finish strong, have another good series. Love to see Dalen Lyle hit the ball hard as well. Continue to get closer to 300 with his average. I hear Charlie, though, so let's get to him. Again, one of the voices of Nats baseball. You hear him here on The Fan. 6:45 first pitch tonight for the Nats and the White Sox. Charlie, one last ride for you guys in this series with Chicago. Can't believe it's ending.
Yeah, a long, winding road gets to this three-game series. Summer-like weather here at the ballpark tonight, so folks out there don't have plans, come on out. Last chance these last 3 days to see some baseball before next spring and, you know, see how the Nats finish this thing.
Charlie, in terms of the pitching, what we've seen over the last couple of months or so with Cavalli putting his deposit into the bank, Brad Lord, handling himself pretty darn well in multiple roles. Jose Ferrer kind of getting closed in, sort of locking into that closer role. He's been pretty good. kind of give me a big takeaway, what we've seen really the second half of the season with a lot of changes, some guys filling in.
Well, just to have Cade Cavalli back and healthy and be able to pitch every 5 days. You know, they don't care how long he goes. They're trying to get him through 120 innings, and that's going to happen with 5 innings tonight, no matter what his pitch count is. That's the plan again, just to get him healthy through the year. And, you know, Brad Lord, you know, is a guy they liked in spring training, his first big league camp, and he opened eyes and then moved into the rotation when Michael Soroka was hurt in his first start, and then went back to the bullpen and did well in a variety of roles. Up role and then back into the starting rotation. So I think, you know, 2 guys like that healthy, maybe you look at them as 2/5 of your rotation come next spring. And, you know, that's a good thing to bank on going to the winter, that those are 2 young guys with big arms that have had experience now that you can look at, you know, wherever you want to piece them into your rotation.
Charlie, I know that the Paul Taboni hire as president baseball operations is not official yet, and the team has not made any announcements. So I want to ask you specifically about him, but I'm curious to get your thoughts with that sounding like it's going to happen, about the idea of maybe going outside the organization, going younger. He's 35, and just a fresh set of eyes on this thing as they go into their next era of Nats baseball.
Yeah, that seems to be exactly what it is. But a guy at his age has had, you know, a ton of experience. A former player, his background has been scouting first and player development, and is moving up the ranks in the Red Sox front office. It looked like he was due for another promotion from what, you know, all the stories say. So, I mean, this is a guy certainly on the rise that may this year, next year, or the year after. So it sounds like a guy who, you know, is really locked in on the running of a baseball organization, and if he's the guy, it'll be exciting to see how this all plays out.
Charlie, really appreciate it as always, man. Have a great series of final calls this weekend. Thank you so much. All right, there he goes. That is Charlie Slows. Let's talk NFL, please. Our guy Frank Schwab, Yahoo Sports, to talk about the NFL. Frank,
I made some people at the bar jump, by the way. That NFL sounder is louder than some other things.
It'll really make you.
I mean, the whole bar was like, whoa,
everything okay? It's good. We're just talking NFL. Frank, someone's going to be 1-3 between Kansas City and Baltimore. Hard to believe.
It really is. I mean, one of these teams is going to be in a huge hole. 2-2 isn't fun, but it's better than 1-3. I'll tell you that. And especially the Chiefs. I think the Ravens are going to win that division no matter what, because who else is it going to be, especially with Joe Burrow done for the season. But if the Chiefs fall to 1-3, before Rashee Rice comes back, they play at the Jaguars and they play the Lions. Neither of those games are gimmies. If they're 2-4 when Rashee Rice comes back, I'm not sure the Chargers are going to lose more than 4 games all season. You know, it's just you're really, really behind it in the AFC West if you fall to 1-3 here.
Frank, what happens if Carson Wentz really struggles for the Vikings? I understand last week went well. They get to 2-1. They scored 48, but that was a defensive dominance, like 72 and sunny, everything came easily game. They play the Steelers this week. J.J. McCarthy is not given any reason to believe like he's ready to take them to the Super Bowl. What happens if the veteran struggles too? What do they do?
At that point, you probably just go back to the kid. I mean, everybody always has these fantasies about, this team will trade its backup quarterback. Joe Burrow goes down, and you hear $18 million. Like, the Bengals are going to go trade for Kirk Cousins. It's like, no, teams actually like their backup quarterbacks. They value those guys. They pay them for good reason. They're not trading them. And anybody available on September 26th is not a good quarterback generally. Like, people are like, the Bengals need to go get Jameis Williams or Jameis Winston. Like, why? Like, he's just your next problem. Like, you're just going to be complaining about him next Monday. So what's the point? And if the Vikings, look, if Carson Wentz, the wheels fall off like they usually do for Carson Wentz the last few years, I just think you go back to McCarthy, you hope he's made, improvements. I mean, it was 2 games for J.J. McCarthy, and they looked terrible. I'm not saying that, but go back and look at Bo Nix's first 2 games last year. He looked terrible. He looked terrible for the first month. So I don't want to sit here and say that J.J. is just a lost cause or anything because of 2 games. But, yeah, if that's one thing that's going to keep the Vikings from going to the playoffs this year or being even a contender is quarterback play, because that defense is so good. It is. It's ridiculously good.
Frank, I'm going to go Bryant Gumbel style here and just kind of take off my glasses and look at my notes and look up at you and go, who are the Patriots?
Yeah, I think the Patriots are bad. I can't lie. Like, what have we seen out of the Patriots so far? I mean, it's a team that everybody was really excited about because of all they added. They had great free agency class, great draft class, Mike Vrabel, blah, blah, blah. They've come out in their first 3 games, and they look awful. You go through it. They lost to the Raiders at home. They barely beat the Dolphins. They gave away a game against the Steelers. I'm not sure they're really good. I just think the Patriots might be bad. It's possible the Bills wrap up the division by Thanksgiving. Like, there's nobody in that division that's going to give them a test. And I just think we're a year ahead of ourselves on the Patriots. They're not ready. They're a team that you see now. This is why they won 8 games combined the last 2 years. Like, I guess there was a reason for that. I guess they're not going to be that team that becomes a playoff contender overnight.
All right, so let's sell the Patriots then. It sounds like. What about the Colts?
I'm okay with the Colts. I'm not. I don't know. There's just something holding me back from being really excited about them, and it's probably Daniel Jones. It's probably the fact that I've watched him play football a lot, as we all have, and we kind of know who Daniel Jones is. And did he completely change overnight? Maybe. It would look really bad on the Giants if he did, wouldn't it? They're still looking for the quarterback when the quarterback was right under their nose, but they didn't know what to do with him, kind of like Saquon Barkley. So, but I just default to they're probably a good team, but not one that, if they win the division, it's going to be one of those 9-8 division type of winners. I hate to be so cynical about this Colts because they've done nothing wrong. They've played really, really good football so far. There's just something keeping me from saying, yeah, that's the team that comes out of nowhere and wins 12 games. Like I'm just not there with them yet.
Frank Schwab, Yahoo Sports on the NFL. So I promise I'm not trying to knock Caleb Williams just to do it. But I was super excited when I saw the stat line last week, and then I went back and watched, and I just thought, my God, Dallas' secondary was putrid, and he was throwing to some wide-open dudes. There were some really impressive throws in there from a talent standpoint. Like, where are you on him coming off of a career game?
Yeah, and that's the same thing. It was promising. It was good. Like, that's fine. But I take a step back, and I say, he did it against the defense that let Russell Wilson throw for 450 yards. Like, what do you even make of anything to Cowboys? If you do something against the Cowboys defense this year, it's almost like it should count as half. Like, your stats should. If you throw for 400 yards against the Cowboys, we should only give you 200 because the Cowboys are just awful on defense. Like legitimately, like maybe historically bad. I think there's some things they can clean up, and they're going to get a little bit better, but. My goodness. Again, Russell Wilson threw for 450 against the Cowboys. So Caleb did his job. He looked good. He played well. I'm sure he gained some confidence. I'm sure Ben Johnson gained some confidence in him. But I don't want to sit here and say he's arrived just because he torched the Cowboys defense, because the Cowboys defense is probably going to get torched 17 times this year.
Frank, always appreciate the time, brother. Have a great weekend.
Absolutely. Appreciate you guys.
Sounds good, man. Hit that Local 53 sounder, please. Excited to make his radio debut. This is a brand new talent, GP. Morning show here on 106.7 The Fan.
Boss has been bugging us to get this guy on to get him
to
some
help
reps.
Promote them, to
Something
help get
reps.
Some attention to them because they don't have that much. It's Eric Bickle is the name of the Sports Junkies. EB, what's up, brother?
Hey, guys. Hey, I need all the help I can get. I'll take it.
EB, I can't believe you agreed to join us during the Ryder Cup. You got to be steamed up watching the
I'm
gals
so
right
annoyed.
now.
Why are we losing, EB?
I don't know, man. They always start. Look, the Europeans always start out well in the sort of the team format portion of it, and then usually the Americans come storming back. As long as we don't get smoked here, like 6-2 or something like that after the first couple, we'll be okay. But it doesn't look great. I'll say that.
Griffin and DeChambeau, I'm so irritated with. They were 2 up, and now they're just giving it away to Fleetwood and Rose. Please win. I just need America to win. Put America on it. I need you to perform better.
Well, how about this, though, EB? I got here, and Toby was like all crestfallen about the first few hours. On a scale of 1 to 10, where 10 is like, oh, my God, everything's ruined, how bad were the first several hours of this?
It was about a 3 out of 10.
Okay.
I mean, like it. Yeah, I mean, I don't know if I am on the right scale on that. No. Oh, so 10 is the worst, right?
10's
really
good. Yeah.
Yeah, I'd say like 7.
Oh, that's
like
worse.
Yeah, it's worse.
You had me so calm.
Yeah.
So this is bad.
It's
No. But it's that. But 1-3 was okay. If we could go 2-2 here or some version, split some points, like we'll be okay. But if they're up like 6-2 or more, it's bad.
All right. So let's go to the actual football match this weekend, Eric. The injuries are mounting, obviously. A lot of guys won't play this weekend. The line is now swung to Atlanta. They're favored at their place. What's the recipe for you to win this game?
It's got to be run the football, right? I mean, we're the second best rushing attack in football. Last year we were the third, so I don't think it's fake. Like, I think that's the real deal. We only got stronger along the offensive line. I have to admit I've come around on Mariota. I keep waiting for him to turn into Marcus Mariota, but I guess he's not in this offense. So I'm kind of okay with them being, cautious, doing the right thing by Jaden, even though he clearly is desperate to play. But yeah, we got to run the football. And looks like Bill practiced today, right? It's a full participant. So even though he's listed as questionable, I want a full complement of backs there because, man, that wide receiver room is pretty thin, isn't it?
Yes.
How sold are you on JD5 playing against the Chargers next week?
Well, I mean, listen, I'm not privy to anything. I know that Grant, you're out there all the time and you see things and hear things. I can only go off what you guys see and report. But the other thing I'll go off of is just sort of my own intuition when I see things. And when I saw Jaden talking to the media on Wednesday, I saw a guy that was just resigned to the fact that no matter what he does, these guys aren't going to clear him anytime soon. So I don't know. I think they're going to try to give him the benefit of the doubt, but I think it's probably 50-50. That's purely a guess, but I see a lot of resignation in Jaden right now.
So, EB, tell me about this Daisy's dip that you eat. So I got to tell you, I am a massive French onion dip guy, but I ride hard in the paint for hell of a good dip. I've never tried Daisy's. I'm willing to give it a shot. I take this very seriously. I do Cape Cod, kettle-cooked, crunchy chips with French onion dip. What do I need to know?
You got to try it. It's fresh ingredients, the kind of stuff you have in your own house. It's a little bit fresher. I just think you got to try it. You've tried the French onion and you tried the ranch dip. Personally, I'm a ranch with wings guy, but some people are you a ranch guy at all?
So I'm not so much a ranch guy. I do wings with no sauce. I'll do like either buffalo or a dry rub Old Bay or whatever, but I don't dip them in anything.
All right, what about chips? Can you do chips and ranch or no?
Yeah,
that's not a thing.
I could do that, as long as you're not asking me to do a carrot or something ridiculous.
No. Get both, try them, and look, it's different. It's distinct. It's got its own thing, but I think you're going to love it, and I'm a proud endorser of the Daisy French Onion and Daisy Ranch Dip. You got to try it.
Now, Eric, for me, I would love a swimming pool, but I don't have the space. I would love the exercise ability to be able to swim year-round. Is there some kind of product or thing that you're familiar with that you could recommend to somebody like me?
I've heard that they have those. Yeah, I've heard they have those swim spas, and they're yeah. Now, Danny, forgive me.
Yeah.
Forgive me for asking.
Okay.
Are you a co-endorser with your boy, with Offenbachers?
No, I am not. Eric.
Okay.
No, I am not.
But a willing.
Is that a very sad question? I was assuming you were going to say yes.
I got to say, EB, that's tough. No. I mean, there's a nails on the chalkboard thing happening.
No, it's fine. I mean, this is also me baiting the hook and just letting everyone know that I'd love to catch some fish.
I thought you were setting me up for this because you were also a co-endorser, and you know that, of course, they want all of their endorsers to have these swim spas, but I'm sure we could make a silly deal for Danny Ruray. Why not?
Why wouldn't
one
we?
would hope.
Yes, absolutely. Yes. All right, so give us your prediction for Sunday, EB.
Listen, let me just say this. I'm going to give you my basic premise of this game. This game terrifies me, and not as much because of the injuries, which should terrify us, right? This game terrifies me because the Falcons are coming off, an awful performance against a mediocre team. We're coming off one of our best performances, really. A dynamite on offense, defense, and special teams. Sure, we left a little bit out there at the beginning, but really stepped on them. So we all know that this is a week-to-week league, and unless you're one of the the league's very, very, very best, you can get inconsistent efforts. So I see a little regression in the mean happening here. This is what scares me, is us not playing, like a 42-burger like we did last week, coming back to earth a little bit. Them clearly not as bad as being bageled by the Panthers last week, and somewhere meeting in the middle and having a hot one going in the fourth quarter. That's what terrifies me, but yet I do think this team is well coached. I do think overall we're better. So I'll take us in a squeaker, maybe a Matt Gay field goal, 27-24.
Eric, appreciate it as always, man. Good luck with the new show.
Thank you, buddy.
You got a shot. These guys have a chance. I'm telling you.
I like them.
We like it's four friends.
It's unusual.
All in one studio.
Four
all
different
at once.
voices going back and forth. The producer chimes in. It's a hoot.
Eric Bickel of the Sports Junkies. That there is your Beltway Blitz. All right, next. More confident this weekend in Atlanta in Washington's offense or Washington's defense? That's what we're going to dive into on Grant and Danny.
What's up, guys? Danny Rouillet here. Let's take a look at the latest pro football injury report presented by Fanatic Sportsbook. We're obviously here in Washington, D.C. No Terry McLaurin, no Jaden Daniels for this game, but yes, Ja'Cory Krosky, Merritt JCM, a.k.a. Bill, a full participant at practice today. Looks like he will be able to go for Washington in this game. That is today's report. Listen all season long for weekly injury updates presented by Fanatic Sportsbook, the home of fair play. Download the app today. This football season, where else would you want to bet other than with my friends at Fanatic Sportsbook? I mentioned it's the home of fair play, protecting all pro football player prop bets across straights, parlays, same-game parlays all season long from any first-half injury. That's right. That's 30 minutes of player prop protection on all bets, QBs, running backs, receivers, even defensive players. Fanatic Sportsbook's fair play policy gives you the edge when it comes to cooking up your parlays. So if you want to protect your players from injuries, switch to the Sportsbook that will always have your back across the entire first and second quarter of all pro football, every single game, all season long. Fanatic Sportsbook, winning hits different here. Must be 21. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. MD, visit mdgamblinghelp.org.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. And the NFL, the Commanders getting set to take on the Falcons on Sunday. Taking a look at the injury report for that one. Jaden Daniels going to be out for the second straight game for the Commanders. Marcus Mariota going to get the start. According to Dan Quinn earlier today, team doctors still haven't cleared Jaden Daniels to get back out on the field. Terry McLaurin, he's going to be out with a quad injury. Noah Brown, John Bates are both out for a second straight week. Percy Butler is questionable. Bill Krosky-Merritt is questionable as well. For the Falcons, they're going to be without cornerback A.J. Terrell. He's out with a hamstring injury. Wide receiver Daryl Hodge and running back Nate Carter out as well. On the golf course, in the Ryder Cup earlier today, the Europeans took a 3-1 lead in the morning session. Right now, the U.S. has a 5-up lead in Justin Thomas's match. That's the only lead they currently have. They're tied in another match. There's a 2-up and a 3-up lead for the Europeans on the other matches. College football tomorrow, Virginia Tech taking on NC State, kicking off at 7 o'clock. You can hear that game right here on the Fan following Nats and White Sox. And Nats and White Sox final series of the year gets underway tonight right here on the Fan, 6:45 at Nationals Park. Again, you can hear the game right here on the Fan. Cade Cavalli making his final start of the year. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
I was just talking burgers with a couple of the fellas at the bar here. The Char Bar's got a good burger. We're in Reston. We're at the JW Marriott today, hanging out. Grant and Danny on the Fan will be here until 6:30. It's a field trip Friday, and people are getting ready for more football. Have you seen the Saturday college football slate, by the way?
I barely glanced at it. I should probably get my mind my P's and Q's and get on
Oh, God, is it good. Tomorrow's going to be epic, right? So among the games we've got tomorrow, top 25 matchup. This is just like an appetizer. This is fried food that you get as a starter.
Yep.
21 USC, 23 Illinois. That's a noon kickoff tomorrow. We've also got LSU and Ole Miss tomorrow at 3:30.
Here we go.
That's an SEC matchup. That's a keeper. Number 4, LSU. Go Tigers! Taking on the 13th ranked Ole Miss Rebs. And how about this? I don't know if you're familiar with any of the off-the-field storylines this week in that game. The head coach of Ole Miss is Lane Kiffin.
Lane Kiffin.
He has a daughter named Landry Kiffin.
Okay.
She is apparently dating star linebacker Whit Weeks. That's not that interesting, right? Other than you're like, oh, you play for her dad. That's kind of weird. Except that he's on the other team. He plays for LSU. She made it public online that they date this week as LSU is playing Ole Miss. Just one of the many storylines that have been covered nationally for that game this week.
How about that for a subplot, right?
There's a lot going on there.
Yeah, and you sleep on the Oregon-Penn State game. It's kind of your nightcap.
Don't sleep on it at all. Just haven't gotten to the night yet.
You don't even mention it. You don't even care about it, really.
Well, we were still talking about Landry Kiffin and Lane Kiffin.
That is true.
That is a 3:30 SEC game between two top 15 teams. Then you've got the marquee matchup of the night that Danny just referenced, the Oregon Ducks. Go Ducks. I don't think that Ed Orgeron ever did that.
Would Ed Orgeron have said that?
Probably. Number 6 against number 3 Penn State. Now, not a college football expert.
Okay.
Don't pretend to be one. I just casually watch from afar on Saturdays while my kids do a bunch of things in my basement and kind of distract me.
Sure.
But here is my not an expert take on this.
Oh, I like it.
Is Penn State playing a top 10 team? They're going to lose. Now,
It's like
Penn
one of
State
those,
fans are going to hear that and be really mad.
Yeah.
But like, is James Franklin playing a gotta-have-it, show-me game against the top 10 team? Then until further notice, I just expect that they don't win.
Is it fair? I don't know. But it's how I feel. So get mad if you want to. But yeah.
And by the way, whatever you're saying is true. You don't know what you're talking about.
Correct.
Yep. You don't know enough about Penn State.
Guilty.
Accurate. All I know is when they play top 10 teams and James Franklin's got this chance to show this time it's different. Finally, we're the team. We're going to win the national championship. I just kind of assume that's not going to happen.
It's in Happy Valley. And what an unbelievable opportunity to beat an excellent team and kind of cement your case as one of the best clubs in the country. That's a big one right there.
It's not like Oregon's not reloading either. You know, they've also got New faces all over the place. Dylan Gabriel's in Cleveland, among others. Alabama, Georgia.
Alabama trying to save their season, basically.
Crimson Tide is somehow ranked 17th. Not sure if they should be. Georgia is number 5 in America. That is tomorrow night at 7:30 as well. Need I say more? What a day in college football.
That's a good slate, my friend. That is a good Mr. Slate.
So the reason I've never become a college football mark is just because Sundays are so dominated by football that I think I would honestly be divorced and or not married, or my kids would hate me or something if I also was a huge college football guy. So, like, I'll have the games on all day, but I can't lock in like I do for the NFL. I'll take the kids out to play in the front yard. We'll come back out to the basement. I'll help the wife with the baby or do something. We'll come back. Unless there's like a day where, and these are glorious, my wife's like, hey, we're going to so-and-so's birthday party this weekend. We'll see you in a few hours. If I get that, then I'm college football Paulson.
My feed is up and you're watching.
But like, you're not even really home on Sundays during the NFL. What's your Saturday slate like?
It's worse than Sundays.
Okay.
I never get a chance to watch. And for me, it would be, I would care about college football a lot more if I went to a college football school. But the George Washington University didn't have any college foosball. I mean, they used to beat AU in like the 1930s. But like, so what? They played games on the ellipse and it's a different time.
Does the George Mason University club team count?
Yeah, counts to me.
Okay,
in my heart.
Then we're a big-time college
You're
program.
a power. Yeah, and just because I didn't grow up in it. And there, I had some affinity for Maryland until Maryland said, we don't like Maryland. We're going to try to be something else. And they went to the Big Ten, and I don't care anymore. And I got tired of hearing how good they are when they would beat Maryland Eastern Shore and like Towson. And then I'm supposed to believe in something, and then they win 6 games. But anyway, the point of the dude's story is I never grew up with like a local team, whereas I did grow up with a local team for the Washington football team, right? The local 53. I care about them a lot. I don't really have a dog in the fight, so to speak, when it comes to college football. I enjoy it from afar. My experience has been sullied over the years by the amount of transfers and how different the game is. It's less fun for me.
Yeah,
but
good luck knowing who's on what teams anymore.
Yeah,
if
it's
you're
still,
a casual.
I still understand when a big matchup's big, and I tune in.
That's the level of my fandom where I'll be watching on a Saturday. I'm like, oh, I like this guy. And then someone will make a tackle. I'll be like, wait, I thought he was on. And now it's like the very generic NFL fan who doesn't really keep up, and he's like, wait a second. When did Amari Cooper become a Cleveland Brown?
It's actually funny. At my son's practice last night, literally just a couple of dads were talking NFL, just casually as dads do, and I'm fly on the wall. And they were literally doing that, where they're like, he's pretty good. It's like, he actually plays in what I don't even remember which players they were talking about, but like each guy this dude kept bringing up are actually on different teams than he thought because he only casually follows.
Well,
it. Yeah.
We're now at an era, too, where you could go 5 years in college and play in 5 programs.
Yeah.
Which there's people out there that'll celebrate that. I will not be one of those people. Like, I'm one of those people that thinks that's crazy. I don't think that that's a good thing. I think you should be able to transfer just like a coach can leave. But I don't think you should be able to hop around every single year willy-nilly. Like, we're doing this, they're NFL players, but NFL players have contracts. They have this little thing called a commitment to the organization in some capacity. And there is none of that collegiately at this point. I get yelled at by a coach. They're coaching me. I don't like that. I'll just go somewhere else and they'll pay me. So there's got to be a putting some of the toothpaste back in the tube happening at some point here. Real quick, while we're talking TV, and then we can get back into the Commanders. I don't know if you're up on this at all, but I did want to just bring this up. A couple weeks ago, I told you that I'm a YouTube TV guy, and I was worried about YouTube TV's expiring deal at that time with Fox. They ended up beating the clock, didn't end up being a big deal. It was always unlikely that it was going to rear its head as a massive dilemma because the number of people in America that flip out when they're not going to get their football, CBS, Fox, NBC, the major networks, they're going to be so loud that the TV providers, like the cable providers, so to speak, the apps, they have to listen to the masses. That's not necessarily the case at a very local level. And currently, there is a massive dispute that has now gone public between Monumental Sports and YouTube TV. Zach Leonsis, who's normally not forward-facing to talk about their business stuff, is on television talking to Alexa Lannistoy the other day. And the gist of this is, and I'll just tell you, I've worked at Monumental off and on over many years. I'm not currently employed by them at this moment doing anything for them. So this is not me as an employee talking. This is me as a Caps fan who wants to watch Caps hockey on YouTube TV talking, so I don't have to buy the app and go direct to consumer. This is brutal. I mean, it sounds like basically, at least from the Monumental perspective, YouTube is treating them differently than they would the networks. And And an NBC affiliate, like an NBC Sports Washington or a Fox Sports Ohio or something, one of these RSNs, and because it's private from the organizations, from the teams to their fans, they're not negotiating in the same faith, essentially. And who's getting screwed here is me and Cakes that watch the Caps, or you watching the Wizards, or the people out there that want to watch their team. So I don't know how this ends, other than I don't have the same confidence I did with Fox, because there's just not going to be as loud a collective voice of people demanding change. And it sounds like this could end badly. And I'm so annoyed by this. I'm so tired of all this. Like, YouTube TV is owned by Google, which is, it's a $3 trillion company or whatever, right? I want you to make money on all the TV deals, I promise. What I want more, though, is me to just be able to get my games somehow. So whatever we need to do so that I don't keep getting screwed would be lovely. Thank you.
Yeah, I will full disclosure, I read as much as I could read about it because I'm fascinated by this sort of stuff, the future of local sports coverage and how things are going to go, et cetera. I don't know anything more than when I started reading. I do know the thing that you just said is how I feel. I need it to be far less complicated for me to watch what I want to watch. That goes for Monumental. That goes for YouTube TV. That goes for my cable company. That goes for Peacock. That goes for anybody that's going to put anything on my television. Stop making it hard for me. Everybody shut up, and everybody put the thing that I want to watch in front of me immediately without any hassle. I don't want to have to scan a QR code on my phone and then have it go in a loop, and then I have to scan the same QR code 5 minutes later and then go in a loop and scan it on my wife's phone. I want none of that. Everybody put the thing in front of me immediately. It's too complicated. I don't know when this happened, but it did. So, for example, here's just by way of discussion. I have no idea if Monumental wants to charge YouTube TV too much money. I have no idea if YouTube TV thinks we don't want any RSNs because they're small potatoes, and we don't want to be in that business at all. I have no idea who wants
what. That was the
what.
reference, I guess, in the statement?
Yeah, I have no idea who wants what. I have no clue. I just know that it irritates me to no end when you make it hard for me. Stop making it difficult for me to opt into your thing.
I agree with that. I also know there have been disputes recently with Fox and with CBS and with Univision is upset, and maybe NBC Universal or whatever as well. Like, seems like there's a lot of this. It's not just a Monumental problem. You see what I'm saying?
Yes, I do.
And I know that I came to YouTube TV from DirecTV or whatever I had in the past because I was missing out on college football CBS games a couple years ago. Like, it's always something, and I don't know how we stop it. I'm not smart enough to. I know I just keep shelling out thousands of dollars a year to be able to watch sports and having to shift my antenna, so to speak, to different places to find it. And I would like that to stop happening. But you can read up on Monumental's put a bunch of content out, and if you are a Caps or a Wizards fan and want your voice to be heard, you can be part of that growing community that tries to prevent the collective here in town from having to essentially go direct to consumer and pay more money in addition to whatever you're already paying for, where right now you're getting the Caps and the Wizards games. Grant and Danny on the Fan, let's talk about the Commanders. Who are you more confident in this weekend in Atlanta? Washington's offense or its defense against the Falcons? That's next.
What's up, guys? Danny Rouillet here from my pals at Ted Britt Ford. Right now, I'm talking about right now, this minute is a great time to go see my dudes at Ted Britt. Almost $7,000 off a brand spanking new in-demand 2025 Ford Bronco Raptor, or over $4,500 off a Bronco Sport. Both no payments for 90 days. Plug into savings, a new whip. Why are you putting the emphasis on the H? Just like a mine. That's right. Grab a new 2024 Mustang Mach-E up to $14,500 off the MSRP and no payments for 90 days. Listen to this number, $26,000 off a new 2024 Ford F-150 XLT from Ted Britt in Fairfax and Chantilly, your F-150 HQ. Again, no payments for 90 days. And your trade-in, it's worth more now than you think. That's right. Go see my guys at Temperate Ford. Bring in that trade-in, get a top dollar offer, and put that Bad Jackson towards something brand spanking new from Temperate Ford. Go see him, as I said, in Fairfax and Chantilly. Click away at temperate.com. And when you go, do me a personal favor. Let them know that Danny sent you.
Ryan will be happy to know that I just found a fellow Notre Dame fan here at the bar.
Oh, is that right?
Who is also predicting a 10-game winning streak, running the table, and getting into the college football playoff after their 0-2 start.
Oh, that's nice.
Yes.
That's fun.
I told him, I said, you realize then everyone will be so mad, and that is kind of like what everyone says Notre Dame is then.
Yes,
right? Like
whatever that is.
The two really hard teams at the beginning, and you lost those games, and then you just rip off 10 wins against everybody else.
Yeah, the old overinflated expectations just based on rep, not on any kind of reality, sort of like eke your way in because it's Notre Dame, though. And again, I was there in the 80s. It was fun.
He's worried about tomorrow, this Notre Dame fan. 4.5-point favorites
I'd
over
be worried
Arkansas.
about them all if I was a Notre Dame fan.
No, not all.
You ever think that?
Not all of them.
Was it Northern Iowa last year, like Southern Illinois, like Eastern
Alabama.
Tennessee? No, they lost last year. They lost to somebody.
It
was Northern
Alabama.
Illinois, and
Yeah.
Notre Dame's going to win 10 straight. They do this every single year.
Not even one of the good Illinois. It was just the northern part of Illinois got together and beat them.
But you do have to say at some point, Ryan, like, come on, man.
They made the national championship game last year, and they have a much better quarterback with C.J. Carr this year. Like, this is a very good team.
Let me just finish Googling this. Then how are they 0-2?
No, they won last week.
1-2.
Excuse me, 1-2 now.
Big win
How
against
were
Purdue.
they?
They gave up 30, but they won. Yeah, so Ryan, you've got company out here, just so you know, at
They got
Char
4
Bar.
Boilermakers.
You got a Notre Dame fan who is fired up about the lads getting ready for Arkansas. But I want to talk Commanders here, so we know this is you're getting out of the office, hopping into the car, turning on the fan. Here's what you need to know. Jaden Daniels has been ruled out. Second straight week, he's going to miss. Marcus Mariota gets to start against a former employer and a former team for his second time in as many weekends. Last week, he was dynamite and prolific against the Raiders. This week, it's Atlanta, and there's actually more animosity here. This is the team that he rolled out on, as it's stated there. And we saw the Netflix documentary, which kind of did him dirty a little bit, the behind the scenes. But basically, he had just had a baby. There was a lot going on. They had benched him. I guess there was some type of conversation between he and the staff at that point. And it was kind of sold by the Falcons as if he just kind of quit and left the building. He certainly didn't think that's what happened. Getting to know him the very little bit that I have, and this is minimally in interactions personally, but also just through other people that are around him a lot within the org. He's an awesome guy. Now he goes back to Atlanta. They're talking bad about him all week long with a chance to beat a team that didn't have him stay, in Atlanta's case, or start in the Raiders' case. So you know this game means a lot to him. But also, no Terry McLaurin, no Noah Brown, no John Bates, a lot of injuries. So here's the question for you guys. And we'll open up the phones on this at 800-636-1067. What part of the game do you feel better about, Washington's offense or Washington's defense?
It's actually their offense. And I don't feel great about either. And I know that sounds crazy talking about a team that just lost 30-0 to the Carolina Panthers last week and hasn't looked real good through 3 weeks. And especially their offense hasn't looked good. But to me, I kind of know what I'm getting here, or I feel like I do. I don't think it's a 40-plus point thing. I don't think it's a punt return for a touchdown, a kick return for a near touchdown. I think that stuff is awesome when it happens, but not something you can count on every week. I think down in, down out, they're going to be able to move the football on occasion, but I don't think it's going to be prolific. I don't think there's going to be dudes running free like there were last week at times against the Raiders. I think it'll be a little bit more of a possession, like a Parcells 1980s football game a little bit for both these teams. I think they mirror each other in a lot of ways in that regard. But I feel good that this offense isn't going to screw up, isn't going to turn the ball over a whole bunch, isn't going to make a bunch of mistakes. You'll play some field position. I think it'll be competitive, but I think they'll do enough to get in enough scoring range to give Washington a chance to win.
Yeah, I'll double down on a point you made, which is turning the ball over is not really the MO. They have one turnover as a group, and that was Mariota, read option, 23-yard gain, coughs the ball up on what I thought was kind of a fluky thing. He was going to cut back. He takes a shot he wasn't expecting, and the ball comes out. I didn't think it was a careless moment or anything where it was like operator error. But that's the only turnover for the Commanders. Reminder, there's only 3 teams in the NFL that haven't turned it over at all this season. So the fact that Mariota protects the ball doesn't really put it at risk as a passer. You're not going to get a high volume of turnover-worthy plays. He's not going to give the defense chance to make a lot of plays in the passing game. And fumbles have not been an issue. The floor is high. I also feel like the Falcons defensively are just okay, but they've outperformed that statistically. If you look at their sack total, they're top 10 in the league in sack rate. All but one of their sacks came against the Vikings on a day where J.J. McCarthy was a deer in headlights, and the Vikings offensive line without Christian Darisaw was terrible. That Vikings pass protection plan execution, go back and look at those sacks that night, was as bad as it has been for any team protecting a quarterback this season.
That was a feeding frenzy, Grant.
And McCarthy did not help, I will acknowledge. But my point is, if you want to just sit here 3 games in with a small sample and talk about the Atlanta Falcons being one of the better pass rushing teams in the league, I think you're overvaluing a fluke performance. Now, James Pierce can get after the quarterback. He's got the second highest pressure total by a rookie defender to Abdul Carter. They've got a couple of guys that can get home. I'm just not going to sit here and overly worry about it when with Mariota, the ball's going to come out fast. He's going to be decisive. 3 and 5 step drops. He's planting. He's ripping the ball into whatever windows are asked of him. It's going to be a lot of short and intermediate. I think that their plan plays well against what Atlanta is.
There's a great Friends storyline when Monica and Chandler get together and the various friends start to find out. And they're going back and forth with, now that I know that they know that we know that they know, they don't know that we know that they know that they know, right? As you go back and forth. Atlanta knows that Washington wants to get the ball out quickly. They know that Marcus Mariota's strengths and weaknesses. They know exactly what they are. They understand exactly who Cliff Kingsbury is and what he would like to do in an undermanned receiving corps. It's now up to Cliff Kingsbury, knowing that Atlanta knows, to find a way to counter that. Whether it's a shot deep, whether it's a trick play that we haven't anticipated, whether it's some sort of right call or way to do it, you've got to scheme up your looks like you did this past week against the Raiders, quite frankly, now with that data point of Mariota having started and even less ammunition in the pass game.
So to me, the way Washington loses does not have much to do with their offense. It has to do with their defense and the stopping of Bijan Robinson, which is what I want to get into next. I don't know how they defend him out of the backfield. And if you're Zach Robinson, if he's not heavily targeted in the passing game, if he doesn't catch a half dozen, 7 passes, if he doesn't get 8 or 9 throws his way, if you're not designing screens and dumping the ball down to him in space, what are you even doing here? Have a new plan or go somewhere else. I mean, this is really simple to me. That guy is the best player in the NFL maybe. Use him. He should be running the ball 20 times. He should be catching the ball 8 times. And when he gets hurt doing that after a bunch of weeks, you apologize for it and say, whoops, my bad. But this is Christian McCaffrey. That's what this is.
Yeah.
Use him like it. I mean, look at the totals. Look at the touches for McCaffrey in San Francisco with a smart offensive coach in Kyle Shanahan. It's not the same for Bijan. However, I hope they don't wise up this week. I hope they wait a couple of weeks to get this all figured out. But I want to talk about Robinson and how Washington could try to defend him. We'll do that next on Grant and Danny here on The Fan.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on The Fan. This update is driven by your local Washington area Honda dealers. In the NFL, the Commanders getting set to take on the Falcons on Sunday. Taking a look at the injury report, Jaden Daniels going to be out for a second straight week. Earlier today, Dan Quinn said team doctors still haven't cleared Jaden to get back out on the field. Marcus Mariota going to make his second straight start against a former team. Terry McLaurin also out with a quad injury. Noah Brown and John Bates also out for a second straight week. Percy Butler and Bill Krosky-Merritt are listed as questionable for the Falcons. Notable cornerback A.J. Terrell going to be out with a hamstring injury. Also for them, wide receiver Kadero Hodge and running back Nate Carter also out. Taking a look at the leaderboard at the Ryder Cup, another point on the board for the Americans after Cam Young and Justin Thomas beat Ludwig Aberg and Rasmus Hogard 6 and 5. Taking a look at the rest, currently the Europeans have leads in all three other matches here in the afternoon four-ball matchups. Baseball tonight, Nationals begin their final series of the season as they welcome the White Sox into town. 6:45 first pitch. You can hear the game right here on The Fan. Cade Cavalli makes his final start of the year for the Nationals. This season he's 3-1 with a 4.23 ERA. Now's the time for a great deal on new Honda. Rugged capability, commanding style, and powerful performance. Honda's got it all. Check out the Honda Accord, Civic, and CR-V and find the best deal on the Honda for you. Visit your local Washington area Honda dealer for a great deal today. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
If something smells delicious out here at Char Bar, it's because they're smoking old fashions over there at the bar.
Is that what they're doing? Is that what that is?
Oh, yeah, they are. I just watched one made. They put it in, like I've seen old fashions get smoked before. I've had them. They're delicious.
How do you smoke it? What do you do?
Well, so what I've seen before is you take the little chips, you do the little flame gun thing, and there's a little tube. But here's what I didn't know. They put it in a glass case.
Of emotion.
And then they just lock the drink in there, and then the smoke like fills the room that the drink is in.
Yeah.
And then you pull it out whenever you want to. Isolate. There's something funny about that.
I didn't hear anything, and I'm not going to address
Toby, don't meme that, okay? I don't need that sense
Toby,
of Ryan
if you could
and
just
Darius
meme that, please.
in black and white.
If you have a moment to meme what Grant just said.
You don't have to.
You don't have to at all. But
you pull the glass out of the case at your earliest convenience.
Sure, you got to do it. You got to do it in time.
But anyway, it smells amazing.
Yeah, it does
over there.
It is. I was trying to figure out what that was because there's a beautiful, intoxicating aroma in the air, and that's what that is.
We're at the JW Marriott in Reston, the Char Bar, Simon Restaurant. It is a wonderful spot for food and drink, and the old fashions are flowing here on Friday evening ahead of some high school football. I believe Toby's got a high school football update coming your way in the 5:30 bottom of the hour.
You love to see it.
Development that's looming. He's working on it right now, working up a sweat a few feet from me as we speak. Danny, I want to get back to the Commanders, though, and stop in B. John Robinson. So here is kind of my concern. First off, this guy can't be tackled in isolation. Getting him to the ground, he is Saquon to me. Like, this is as good a player as there is in the entire NFL at this moment. And it's masked, and people don't really know it because the quarterbacks of his offense is playing terribly, and the line is just okay. But if you look at what the Falcons do well and what Bijan does well, it's the thing that Washington has really struggled to defend the last year plus, which is outside running. Robinson has gained 159 of his 239 on the ground outside the tackles this season, which is second most in the NFL. He's been effective post-contact on those runs. He has a league-leading 139 yards after contact. That's 4.2 per carry. Fifth highest mark among running backs with at least 15 carries outside the tackles. Why do I care about that? Because I said this going into the game last year, and it ended up happening in the first half. What does Washington struggle with? When you get Bobby Wagner going laterally, horizontally, when you can't just kind of turn everything back right up to him in the phone booth where he's so good at getting people on the ground, make him run a little bit sideways. Make him use his speed at 35 years old. Outside zone, stretch runs, pin and pull stuff on tosses to the sideline. That's the Falcons' bread and butter. And if they don't come out and do that to Washington extensively, somebody needs to grill Zach Robinson, because I don't think Washington has the answer to that. And you saw it in the first half against the Falcons last year.
I'm with you. Yeah, as you look at this thing, interior runs, Washington's among the league leaders. They're 5th in the NFL in defensive rush DVOA. Everybody with me on that? So they have handled the running game exceptionally well. Part of that is who they've played. Now, there are teams that love to run the football. They just saw 2 of them. The Raiders aren't very good at it. Green Bay is, but you got Josh Jacobs, who was there to thump. Please do that. Please run between the tackles. I'll take my chances. Robinson will get a couple because he's so good.
Also, think about how they fixed their problem last year. So you and I begged them, please get better at stopping the run this offseason. Peters didn't need us to say it, right? He knew what they needed to do. They go out and they add size up front. The human smart car that is Eddie Goldman. The human Ford F-950. I don't know. What's the biggest truck?
350, 250? I don't know.
Javon Kinlaw, right? Size, interior, defensive tackle play. The big fella they brought in on the edge, Dietrich Wise, is hurt. He's gone. Preston Smith didn't play last week. I would think he'll make his debut this week. Maybe his length helps them with his long arms being able to set the edge. But they've not really been tested yet in terms of edge setting.
This is where I was going.
And I can't wait to see what that looks like.
I am hopeful, but I'm not optimistic, is what I would say. Again, we talk about this all the time. One of my things in sports in general, I'm not talking about this game, I'm talking about in general. When a guy is excellent and he behaves excellently against you, you go, yeah, that guy's great. You know, like when Jacob deGrom is in his Cy Young winning prime and he goes 8 shutout innings against you, he's going to do that his next start too. He's awesome. But when the jag, when the zilch carves you up, that drives me insane. This is not that time. Bijan Robinson is going to have an excellent season on the ground. He's going to have an excellent season in terms of all-purpose yards. He's going to go over 2,000 yards from scrimmage. I hope he doesn't get it all this week, but I hope this isn't one of those get-fat games. But this feels like you're saying going against a prime Saquon Barkley in terms of how dangerous he is. You could do a great job for a quarter, 2 quarters, 3 quarters, even 3.5 quarters. That one run, right, where he makes 3 different guys miss, stiff-arms somebody into oblivion, a la Derrick Henry, and shuttles on down the sideline for 30, 40, 50, 60 yards. He's that good. He is electric and in his prime. So this, to me, is about limiting, not canceling, not being able to say
you can't.
You're not doing what you just did to Ashton Genty, frankly, where you held him on the majority of his carries to 14 carries for 18 yards. That's not happening this week. The outside stuff, how you contain that, to me, it's easier to say, set the edge. Okay. This is, when you'd like your full complement of safeties. I wish they had Will Harris for this game. Not that he's fast enough to stop Robinson one-on-one, but it's that downhill second layer of support, making secondary members come up and tackle, linebackers having a run, to your point. I'm with you on that.
So it's got to be a safety game, to your point. I think Jeremy Reeves, physicality, violence in the box can help. Percy Butler's been banged up. We're not sure if he's going to play or not. This is actually a game without Will Harris where he would be a benefit.
I think it would help this
week. You need Quan Martin, who's willing and physical at the line of scrimmage as well, to help corners on the outside. I know this is another issue, right? They're not 100% healthy, but Trey Amos did practice a bunch and do some good things this week on the practice field, so maybe they feel better about him. But it's about those guys funneling and turning things back in and just being willing to kind of take somebody on. If you're a corner and you'll take on the tight end pulling around or the guard or the tackle who's setting the agenda and the paving the way, basically, you've got to be willing to take on that player, because now the next guy there can make the tackle. If you're just kind of bailing or my knee's not right, my shoulder, my arm, something's not great.
Business decisions, yeah.
Now all of a sudden the next level of defense is the one getting blocked, and it's a house call for Bijan Robinson. So these are the types of things I worry about. But that's just the running part. And I'm less worried about the running part than the receiving part with him. And it sounds like you're like, oh, come on, you're acting like this guy's the MVP. I legitimately believe right now he's the best player in the NFL. I really believe that. Offensively, I think he is the scariest guy. After how many carries Saquon took last year and the amount of contact on his body, I would, at this moment, take Bijan Robinson over Saquon for the next couple of weeks in terms of like straight, my running back, physical football, giving him touches. And the last thing I'm going to say is in the receiving way, I don't think they have anyone that can defend him. I think you got to do it by committee. There's got to be some kind of way to zone and bracket and put people in just space to corral him and kind of hem him in a little bit. But if their plan is a linebacker, you lose. If your plan is a safety, I don't think that works. You might have to have a corner on him.
When he motions out, I would.
Yeah, well, I don't even mean that. I mean out of the backfield, like your nickel's
I see what you're saying.
responsibility might be.
So Mikey Sanders still is almost, I don't want to say shadowing him, but close to that.
Mikey becomes like, oh, you're running a choice route? Okay, I got him. Someone else can cover my guy. Because he's their best player. So act like it. He has caught 14 passes on 18 targets this year, which is a team high. 164 yards, second most among all running backs. Does have a touchdown as a receiver. It was a long one to open the season. It's their only passing touchdown of the year, by the way. But he's second among all running backs in yards after the catch with 170. If you look at his yards after catch over expected, stuff that's not blocked but kind of created by him with his vision, plus 65, also best in the league. Who's better than this guy right now?
He'd be Washington's leading receiver. You know what I mean? Like that's not hyperbolic either. That's the thing.
So I'm going to pick at the end of the show the Commanders to win this game tight, but I really do believe it's close. And if you're saying, oh, you're overrating Robinson, they have not played a player like him this season. In week 3 against the Raiders, there's nobody like him on that offense that scares you. And I say that after they just gave up 3 touchdowns to a wide receiver. Brock Bowers is really good. He was not 100%. The week before that with Green Bay, Josh Jacobs, battering ram. You know, their best player in the passing games, Jaden Reed, got hurt early in the game. Week 1 of the season, all the way back to when the whole thing got started. Malik Neighbors is a superstar, but is a more dependent position where he's not as involved. Bijan, if they want him to have the ball in his hands, he will. So that is why I can't talk enough about him this week.
Yeah, so to me, this is kind of what I've been hyping up all week long, in the sense that these guys are enough talent to be capable, right? In terms of the Falcons, who have not performed well offensively yet this year. They have not. There's no way to dispute that. I mean, that's kind of the counterpoint to what we're saying. Is against Tampa, they were okay, I suppose. Minnesota, it was downright bad at times. And against Carolina, they were a disaster. They have not put the good tape out consistently. They haven't performed well as an offense. The point I'm trying to make is I'd bet on a breakout for them before I'd bet on a breakout for New Orleans, or bet on a breakout for Cleveland or some other offensively inept team, because they don't have the horses. I think you can major in Bijan Robinson early, middle, and late, and when it's just enough, when you get sick of it, that's when Drake London can do something special. That's when McLeod, or that's when Mooney, or that's when somebody else could hit you with something, because you have to pay just enough attention to slow him down. There's a counterpunch there, and they need to make things easier for Penix. They need to find a way to get him something downfield, and what better way to do that than to have everybody's eye line following Bijan Robinson everywhere he goes. The same thing, by the way, like Kingsbury's doing with Deebo Samuel. But turned up to 11, right? That's what Deebo Samuel's doing here. He's got the football in his hands because he's good with it. But B, Cliff Kingsbury wants you to notice Deebo Samuel. That's why the motion happens. That's why if there's a regular old run play to Chris Rodriguez, Samuel is going in motion, making you think he might get the football. That threat is worth almost as much sometimes to get other guys good looks, and they've got guys that can take advantage. It's a nerve-wracking thing. They're going to break out at some point. I just hope it's not this week.
So I think Deebo, by the way, to your point on him, just bringing him up, I think he will have a very solid game. I could see him catching 6 or 7 balls just because of the lack of weapons in the passing game that are healthy. But I think this is a heavy run game for Washington. So I think Deebo is going to run the ball 3 or 4 times. He'll be involved. I'd like to see them early in the game do what they did last week. Have him in the Wildcat, Zach Ertz next to him for some of the direct snap stuff. They only did that once for 9 yards. I could see doing that 2 or 3 times even in this game. But last week they called runs on 56% of plays with Daniels out. I think you're going to see something like that again. Now that was, by the way, over 20% higher than their called run average in the first 2 games of the season with Daniels playing. Tells you that right away Kingsbury had the philosophy, let's help Marcus Mariota, let's be a lot more balanced. I think they would have run the ball more anyway coming out of the Green Bay game, because that was the lifestyle all week. Chris Paul told me that was the plan from Monday on. Mm-hmm. But I don't think it's a complete coincidence that was also with your backup quarterback out there. It was one of the highest rates this season that a team has called run plays at a 56% rate. That's going to be the case again this week with Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt, Chris Rodriguez, and Jeremy McNichols. And they do it in a way with tempo where it's really, really hard defensively. If they're picking up 3, then 5, then 4, you get gassed fast.
Yeah.
And if you're not subbing, and if the Commanders lead the NFL with a 60% no-huddle rate this season, that is double the next closest team. I'm going to say that again. The number 2 team in the NFL in no huddle runs no huddle 30% of the times. That's the Saints. The Commanders do it 60% of the time. Over half of their plays come without a huddle. That tempo, they do it more than anybody since, this is several years ago in Philly, when college coach
Chip Kelly
was running no huddle. Nobody else has done it like Cliff Kingsbury. So I just think we say, the Falcons defense is good. If they're fatigued, if they're on the field, if you're running the ball, Mariota becomes that much better. I don't worry about the offense. I worry about stopping Bijan Robinson. And if they can do it, I will take my hat off, and I don't know who it is. If it's Wagner, who has an amazing game, or Luvu, great. But I think it's probably got to be somebody in the secondary. And because it's a beleaguered, injury-riddled secondary, maybe someone we're not even expecting, like a Tyler Owens or somebody who completely steps up and proves that they're better than people think.
Yeah, Noah I is kind of like a physical hybrid nickel or something, or a dime player. I mean, yeah, I think you're right. You're going to have to tackle well. Jeremy Reeves fits in well in that regard, bringing some of that physicality. But this, to me, is one of those – this is a terrible analogy, but it just popped into my brain. The 7-8 BRYC Ravens flag football team.
This is a good analogy.
This is really good.
No, tell us more about that.
The other team that we played this past week had one kid that was incredible.
Oh, man.
Grant, incredible. He was the quickest kid on the field, the fastest kid on the field, stop, start, etc. And we learned after a couple touchdown drives that you'll be surprised he was featured on and scored on both times. You cannot stop him with one person trying to reach for the flag. Everybody has to surround him every time he's got the football. And by the middle of the second half, the kids kind of learn the lesson. This is a similar situation, but at the NFL level. You don't see that usually. You can't do all right, this guy's one-on-one in space with Robinson. You better turn and pursue then, if that's the case. It must be gang tackles. It must be over-pursuing. Not over-pursuing in terms of running too far, but everybody's got to make sure that you're continuing to run to the football. So the way that McNichols sprung for his 60-yard touchdown last week, it's a similar pathology where you cannot stop until that dude is on the ground and you're sure about it.
We got a Commander Spotlight coming up on Grant and Danny, some of the players that are going to have to help them with all these injuries if they're going to get a big win. But next, let's check in on the Falcons and on Michael Penix. Why is he struggling so bad? And is there any chance we see Kirk Cousins if things go off the rails early in this game? You're listening to the 106.7 The Fan.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. Taking a look at football on Sunday. The Commanders getting set to take on the Falcons. A look at the injury report. Jaden Daniels going to miss his second straight game with the knee injury. Marcus Mariota going to get the start. Terry McLaurin out with his quad injury. Noah Brown and John Bates both out for a second straight week. Percy Butler and Bill Krosky-Merritt both listed as questionable for Washington. For Atlanta, A.J. Terrell out with a hamstring injury. Injuries around the league. Brock Purdy expected to be back under center after missing the last couple of games for the 49ers. Update at the Ryder Cup. The points now 4-2 for Europe. Two matches still left out on the golf course right now with a tied match and Europe with a 1-up lead in one of those. Taking a look at Friday Night Lights tonight, the Nova High School football preview presented by Northern Virginia Community College, highlighting Battlefield at Independence tonight. Battlefield out of Haymarket is 4-0 and 12th ranked according to Max Preps in the state of Virginia, coming off a win at Garfield last week, 35-14. Independence in Ashburn is 2-1, coming off a 42-0 beatdown of Briarwoods last week. Nova helps your student earn a degree, start a career, save on tuition, and make you proud. Northern Virginia Community College. Stop at nothing. Get started at go.nvcc.edu. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Welcome back live. Grant and Danny from Shar Bar today in Reston. Thank you for making the show part of your day. It means a lot. You're listening to The Fan, and you're listening to Football Conversation, presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game all season long, kicking off with the juicy Week 4 matchup, Commanders-Falcons. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. If you want to hang with us this afternoon on our field trip Friday, you got an hour left to do it out here at Shar Bar, JW Marriott in Reston. So come on out, have something to eat and drink. Get out of the office and celebrate happy hour with us. A lot of people are, and it's been a very, very fun afternoon. But right now on Grant and Danny, I want to get some more insight on the Falcons from one of the fellows who covers that beat in Atlanta for The Athletic. Josh Kendall is on the Ruud guest hotline. Ruud, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. Josh, thanks for joining us in D.C. a couple days ahead of kickoff. How are you?
Good. How are y'all?
Good, buddy.
Doing very well. Raheem Morris, I saw a quote that you had on your X account, said, this is Michael Penix's team. It's Mike's job to get out of the funk. It's Mike's job to pull us out of the funk. I can't wait to watch him do it. They should give him some leash here. I mean, he's played 6 games. He's basically still a rookie, high draft pick. But how do you evaluate his play so far, and how badly does he need to get his act together, or will the noise grow a little louder with a veteran behind him?
I think the noise will definitely grow louder if he doesn't play better than he did Sunday, because he played really poorly. He has had some, despite being 2-4 as a starter, he has had some real highlights in virtually every game that he's played. But he did not against the Panthers. That was really bad all the way around offensively, and he was at the head of it. So, this is a guy who is in his first 3 games as a starter, as a rookie, was completing 58% of his passes. Through 3 games in his second season, he's completing 58% of his passes. That's got to change, or they're going to have to consider a quarterback change. But right now, no, they are not doing that.
Are they doing him enough favors in terms of offense? This personnel grouping, I would start a team with, everybody from Drake London to Bijan Robinson and Pitts and Mooney. And to me, that's makings of a pretty good offense with a good offensive line. Are they helping him enough?
This is not the best offensive proceed.
Sorry, Josh, I think your phone broke up there for a second. Danny was asking, are they doing enough to help him?
Yeah, start again.
Yeah, well, I think that they've got plenty of personnel around him. They've got plenty of players. Are they doing enough to lean into the run game to help him? I think that varies week to week. I think they did against the Vikings, and it looked pretty good. You didn't see that as much against the Panthers. They put more on his shoulders, and it didn't look as good. I think that they have got a ton of confidence in Michael Penix Jr. I think that they need to perhaps decide if they have too much confidence in Michael Penix Jr. at this point in his career, and if they shouldn't lean more into the run game and let him be the accent of this offense as opposed to the guy who has to drive the bus.
But there's no reason to assume that. I said we'd ask you about the possibility of seeing Cousins. So it sounds like last week was just that they were getting absolutely eviscerated. You had to play out the string. There's no Kirk Cousins could be starting again soon noise in Atlanta.
None. And the Falcons themselves are doing their best to tamp down that subject completely. So unless there's an injury or unless Michael Penix just gets into the kind of funk that he got into again, and even then, I think that there's virtually no chance they play Kirk Cousins a second week in a row, because then they have to answer those questions twice as much next week, and they don't want to start that conversation right now.
Josh Kendall, The Athletic, with us here on G&D, scouting the Atlanta Falcons. So, Josh, you know, it's the wide receivers coach has been fired. The offensive coordinator is now moving from the booth to the field, which I'm sure will make a huge difference. But there's got to be some introspection and some self-scouting that happen. What do you expect to be different this Sunday for this offense, the way it's going to look?
That's a great question. I mean, I would think that you would lean more into the run game, but the way that they talk, they feel good about their plan. They feel good about the way that they're approaching things. They just have to clean up the connection between the wide receivers and the quarterback. And nobody knows outside the building exactly what portion falls on which part of that group, Michael Penix or the wide receivers. The Falcons seem to be telling us by firing their wide receivers coach that they feel the bulk of it falls on the wide receivers. So we'll see if that does in fact start to fix things for this offense. In terms of major structural changes, I don't really expect anything this week.
Josh Kendall of The Athletic covers the Falcons. Now, Dan Quinn's previous stop was Atlanta. That has not been much of a storyline this week. I think it's probably because the Falcons came here last year, and we talked a lot about the revenge game, so to speak, then. But when things were going well, what was kind of the thought and the perception of DQ in Atlanta? And then based on how things ended with him getting fired, what was the thought on him in the end? Because at this point, deservedly, at 2-1 this year, he's 14-6 through 20 games, I guess it is, as the coach of this team. And it feels like within the fan base, he walks on water.
Well, I think that the perception of him as he was leading up to that 2016 Super Bowl season was much like it was last year and even this year in Washington. Absolutely loved the energy that he brought to the team. Absolutely loved his approach to everything. Then it went really badly in the Super Bowl. They went back to the playoffs, and then it sort of tailed off. And then it became, well, he's nothing but an energy guy. He's nothing but a cheerleader. That's how this thing works. If you win games, they find reasons to love you. If you lose games, they find reasons to hate you. But Raheem Morris is a very similar – he presents himself very similar to Dan Quinn. They're still very good friends. They're very much alike, I think. So Falcons fans right now are kind of wondering about Raheem Morris, what they said about Dan Quinn toward the end of his tenure. Is he just this, head in the clouds, everything's always positive, upbeat guy while, Rome is burning? Dan Quinn, for the course of his time in Atlanta, did an excellent job. I don't think anybody could disagree with that, despite how it ended. And he's still very highly regarded throughout the building here.
Let's go to this defense. I don't have a great feel for how good they are. They were on national television. They were so dominant in that game against Minnesota. They looked incredible. Last week, different story, just okay against Tampa. Middle of the pack when it comes to the run. The pass rush numbers still look good. I think buoyed by that Minnesota game. I have a hard time kind of categorizing how good this defense actually is. What's your read on it?
Better than expected. I thought that this offense was going to be carrying this defense, and that's just not the way it's been. This group has been an average NFL defense, which for me exceeds my expectations. I don't put a lot of the 30-0 last week on the defense. They were put in some terrible situations by their special teams and their offense, and Carolina never had to do anything that would have played into Atlanta's defensive strengths. So I'm willing to give the defense a little bit of a pass. They're not perfect. They are not, this is not the Packers. This is certainly not the Browns or anything like that. But this defense has been good for the most part, and that frankly has been a surprise to me. We'll see how well the rookies hold up. 4 rookies have made a real impact. Can they keep doing that? Can they keep putting games back to back, which can be a struggle for rookies? But I think the defense has been a pleasant surprise.
How's the column going to read, or what's the narrative going to be within the fan base after this game if Atlanta falls to 1-3 and they lose to Marcus Mariota and no top 2 of 3 receivers on this team because they've ruled out McLaurin and Noah Brown and no lead blocking tight end who was their best blocker at the position? I mean, 5 guys ruled out for Washington. If Atlanta loses this one, what's the discussion going to be like?
Well, it's going to be the temperature is going to be hotter than you would expect it to be in year 2, week 5 of a coaching staff's tenure. I think that the game last week was bad enough that I think the fans of this team are right to have their concerns this week. That was a really bad effort against the Panthers by the Falcons. And so I think it's fair for the fans of this team to be saying, what in the world is going on? If you follow that up with another effort like that, I think that's going to, the temperature is really going to rise in Atlanta.
How reviled is Marcus Mariota there?
Not at all. Not at all. I just talked to Ryan Newsel, his center, the starting center, who was not the starting center when he was here, but was on the team. And Ryan said he's everything you wanted in a teammate, great guy to be around. He was one of us. We still think very highly of him. Arnold Ebiketie said the same thing. It ended poorly. I think that Falcons fans are willing to put how it ended on Arthur Smith, who has now been fired, because they're willing to throw a lot of sins onto Arthur Smith's plate. So they don't even hold it against Marcus the way it ended. Marcus, if you spend much time around him, seems to be a really difficult guy to dislike. And I don't think there's anybody in Atlanta who dislikes him much.
What's your prediction for the game?
I mean, I'm picking the Commanders only because I'm not picking the Falcons again until they show that last week was a complete aberration. I mean, it was rough. So I've got to see something from this team. I've got to see how this team responds before I'm willing to say, yeah, they're going to win another game.
Josh, appreciate you, man. Have a good weekend. Enjoy the game.
Thanks for having me.
Our pleasure. Great insight on the Falcons ahead of Sunday's game. All of our football conversation on the Fan presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game all season long, kicking off this weekend. Commanders and Falcons, as we've been talking about. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today with 2 wide receivers out, Noah Brown and Terry McLaurin. Which wide out for Washington, who wouldn't have a big role ordinarily, has to step up and will step up this weekend. We will get to that next on The Fan. The Grant and Danny Metropolitan Moving and Storage poll of the day is available on the 1067 The Fan Twitter account right now. Metropolitan Moving and Storage, local, long distance, residential or commercial, 3 decades of best-in-class service and experience. We're asking you which Commanders wide receiver is going to step up and elevate their game with Terry McLaurin and Noah Brown out. You've got 3 options, and these are the guys a little deeper down the depth chart who are going to see larger roles and increased targets. Jalen Lane, the rookie with the 90-yard punt return touchdown out of Virginia Tech last week. Luke McCaffrey, who, incidentally, also scored his first career touchdown last week, 43-yard catch and run as a receiver. And Chris Moore, who's been the most targeted leader in receptions and the top guy of the 3 in terms of involvement as this season has played out over 3 weeks. I'm actually going with Jalen Lane. I just think he's the most talented of the 3. I think he's got the most wiggle and elusiveness in the open field. At training camp, Chris Moore was heavily utilized because there was no Terry. And I think he'll run a bunch of routes. He'll be on the outside a bunch. I'll bet you he looks like Noah Brown on some of those in-breaking, like deep over, dig route type things where it's like 2 catches, 32 yards or something. But if you told me right now somebody has like a 4-catch, 65-yard, 70-yard game, has a 36-yard catch and run, Jalen Lane is the explosive player in the group. He's the guy at training camp that got free behind the defense the most often. So my pick to click is going to be Jalen Lane of those 3.
I don't love any of the options. So I'm going to go Luke McCaffrey just because some of the metrics said that he was open a lot last year, didn't get the football a ton as the offense was humming.
By the way, 55% of people voting on the poll went McCaffrey, the highest vote getter. 39% Lane, 6% Moore.
I've seen the most from him, and again, it's a dubious honor where there isn't all that much sample, right, where it's been pretty good. To me, there's an opportunity maybe for a trick play or 2. My buddy James turned me on to this. Obviously, it's a former college quarterback, Antoine Randall style. Maybe, McCaffrey's involved a couple of times with something short, maybe a double pass, maybe a reverse pass, maybe some kind of action to try to find a weakness there, or kind of an over-aggressive Atlanta group trying to make some plays because everything's going to be in front of him. I feel like he's going to operate underneath. I just don't trust Lane beyond gadget stuff right now. I think eventually there's going to be some more to his game besides just being a punt returner or a guy that's good in space. I think he'll turn into a nice player at the receiver spot. I don't see it right now this minute. Hope this is his breakout, and if you're right, it'd be great. It'd be such a boon for them. But I don't see anybody having a huge impact. This feels like a 3-catch, 41-yard game for McCaffrey, a couple of catches, 21 yards for Chris Moore, and maybe a catch or 2 on some bubble things or some, quick at the line of scrimmage stuff for Lane. But to me, this is Deebo Samuel and the running backs.
All right, with the wide receiver conversation as a launching point, let's go Commanders Spotlight. Who are we going to put the attention on going into Sunday's matchup with the Atlanta Falcons? I'll start the Spotlight with Dorrance Armstrong, who's generated a team-best 18 pressures and 3 sacks. He's got a sack in all 3 games. 72 pass rushes this season, and the 18 pressures means at a 25% rate he's getting to the quarterback. Highest pressure rate and highest total pressure quantity in the league through 3 games this season. He has been absolutely outstanding. Career-high pressure rate for him, 10% higher than his previous best, which you got to go back to 2022 in Dallas when he was getting to the quarterback about 15% of the time.
Spotlight Marcus Mariota. The revenge tour for Mariota continues. I know Josh Kendall, who we just had on from the Athletics, said, no, everybody likes him. Not everybody. There's plenty of people down there that are going to boo his very presence. I don't know if it's in the inside the building, outside, whatever. I know radio hosts are saying, you cannot lose to this bum. I can't stand that guy. Fans aren't terribly pleased. And I get it, by the way. The way that ended, I wouldn't be very pleased either. I would probably have a couple of boos. I wouldn't be saying boo earns either. It would be actual boos for Mariota. So the revenge tour continues. If he plays well down there, what a sweet way to let them know what they're missing.
Spotlight Mikey Sanderstill. Sanderstill was phenomenal last year. I think he has started the season cool. I mean like a hot
I know what you mean.
He has been, it's been up and down. There have been some good plays, but I've been disappointed overall. I don't think he's playing at the level he did at the end of last year. Now remember, last year he was playing on the boundary. Now he's inside in the nickel, which is the traditional position where we kind of think he's going to excel. But if you look at it, he's given up 194 yards on 16 targets. That is the second most yards amount allowed by a slot corner in the NFL this season. 13 catches, 2 touchdowns on his ledger. Some of that is difficult because it can be zone, but they basically assign yards and and catches as best they can,
Yeah,
who's
whoever's
in
closest,
the area,
yeah.
and basically like who's on the guy. So 12 yards per target, the most among slot corners with at least 10 targets. All the numbers right now for him are not good. I think they'll even out as the year goes on. But I said this about Frankie Louvu last week. He had his best game. You want to just start seeing him look like he played last year. And I would say the same about Mikey Sanders still.
Spotlight Ben Sinnen. I just don't know that I'm ever going to get the thing that I want, which is what I was promised, which is George Kittle and Kyle Juszczyk in one. But in a game where you don't have your best blocking tight end, get in line and do it again. Line up, be the extra offensive lineman, whether it's he or Trent Scott or both. Let's road grade a little bit. Let's punish some of these Atlanta defenders, knock them around a couple of times, maybe set up some play action. Maybe I get a second catch this year, which would be unbelievable. Maybe we double up in yards from 7 to like 14 or something crazy. But shtick aside, him as a blocker I think is going to be important in this game. Again, without Bates, you're down a little bit in that area. Last week it wasn't a problem. Hoping that trend continues.
Spotlight the backfield. What's it look like? What's the pecking order? How do they go about implementing the 3 running back situation?
Mm-hmm.
Last week it was Chris Rodriguez to start the game. Then it was Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt. And eventually they finished things off with Jeremy McNichols hitting the 60-yard home run as the power back in the backfield. Does it look similar? Is it based on like that plan and that order? Or was that a usage thing based on how they were being defended by the Raiders? I would tell you that this is Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt's week to get more work and get more carries just because he's been so excellent. I can't say that with any confidence, though, because he missed 2 days of practice. He's got a knee that's barking. He was a full participant today. He's listed questionable. He's expected to play. But I don't know that you're going to get like a 14, 15, 16 carry game for him finally, like I was thinking maybe would be the case.
Spotlight. Quan Martin. I think it's going to have to be a really good game for Quan Martin if they're going to win. And he's capable of it, by the way. This is a guy, this is one of the rare times around Rivera, I really can toot his own horn, right? Got that one right. It took a minute, but they did. Quan Martin is a good football player. He will be tested today, whether it's being disciplined, staying at home, and being active in coverage with guys at the middle levels, second levels, third levels, everyone from London to Mooney to people in between. But he's going to have to come up in support and tackle really, really, really well and really soundly. Even if you're not making the tackle on Bijan Robinson, hold him up. Bother him, slow him down just enough so that everybody else can rally to the football. But I think the safeties in this game, he and Jeremy Reeves will sneak that one in too. We're going to have to play a really good football game.
Spotlight on tackling, by the way. How about just tackling as a theme?
Yeah.
We talked about Bijan Robinson, how hard he is to tackle. The Commanders are actually top 3 in the NFL in missed tackle rate right now, 9% of the time. So they've actually done a really good job tackling and in the open field, getting people on the ground. That's going to have to continue against Bijan Robinson. We're taking you up to 6:30 from Reston. We're at Sharp Bar. We're at the JW Marriott, this brand new, beautiful hotel. It's
beautiful.
Absolutely gorgeous bar. The food just keeps coming out. I don't know what's happening. Are you guys ordering, or are they just sending food? What's happening?
So the fritters that came out was just because we're us.
But you already ate a gigantic bowl of risotto. Did you also order that sandwich?
Well, that was for lunch. The risotto was for lunch. That was a lunchtime
So
order.
what is that?
This is a club.
No, but is that dinner?
That's a turkey club.
Okay.
That's a turkey club sandwich.
That's a gigantic sandwich.
It's a big turkey club.
Was there another half of it somewhere?
Yeah, it's gone now.
Okay.
Because I ate that.
Where
it's a turkey club.
It's gone like someone took it?
Danny took it.
Okay.
And he took it to the house.
He ate it all. And then what are you eating over there, Toby? What we got? All I see now is a side of fry. What was on that
There
plate?
was something there. It looked pretty good. It looked like a crab Sammy.
Crab sandwich.
It was a crab Sammy.
I mean, the hits just keep on coming. And they just brought out these fried corn fritters.
That's your fritter situation.
Like what do we think about those?
They're pretty delicious. And the butter has popcorn in it. You explain that.
I'm sorry.
The butter has popcorn in it. It's like a salted butter. How salty is it? It's got popcorn in it. So
the butter that you dip the fritters into.
That's right.
Has popcorn kernels in it?
That is correct.
Wow.
Popcorn Lieutenant Colonels right there.
This is a place, man.
Yeah.
What a day.
The Sharp Bar.
Grant and Danny with you on the fan. We're here until 6:30. Here's a chef, it looks like. Are you a chef? Here's a chef.
The chef, everybody.
He's either a chef,
The chef is here.
or he's dressed like a chef.
Or
take a bow.
Yeah.
Take a damn bow, this
Or
guy.
he goes out as a chef getting
Yeah.
applause from random strangers.
It's a good bit if he's not a chef and he just dresses like one and takes a bow and gets ovation.
You just imagine.
That'd be
People just
better.
happy to see us.
It's not quite Halloween yet, so I'm assuming real chef.
Real chef.
Grant and Danny with you on the
Real chef?
fan,
Yeah, real
taking
chef.
you up to 6:30.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on The Fan. This update is brought to you by Melwood. In the NFL, the Commanders getting set to take on the Falcons on Sunday in Atlanta. Taking a look at the injury report for the game, Jaden Daniels out for a second straight week with his knee injury. Marcus Mariota going to get his second straight start against a former team of his. Dan Quinn told the media earlier today that team doctors still haven't cleared Jaden Daniels to return. Terry McLaurin also going to be out for this matchup. Noah Brown and John Bates also out. Percy Butler and Bill Krosky-Merritt both listed as questionable for the matchup. For the Falcons, quarterback A.J. Terrell going to be out with a hamstring injury. Other news around the league, Brock Purdy expected to be back under center for the Niners this week after missing the last couple of games. An update at the Ryder Cup. Europe currently leads 5-2, a pivotal point on the line. Sam Burns and Patrick Cantlay for the Americans, Rory McIlroy and Shane Lowry, they're all square through 17, so going down 18, looking for at least a point for the Americans. College football tomorrow, Virginia Tech taking on NC State at 7 o'clock near the game right here on the Fan, following Nats and White Sox. And the Nationals begin their final series of the year tonight, taking on the White Sox. 6:45 right here on the Fan. Cade Cavalli making his final start of the year. He's 3-1 with a 4.23 ERA. Support people with disabilities in your community by donating your unwanted vehicle to Melwood. Donating is fast, free, and easy. Visit melwood.org or call 1-877-MELWOOD for more information. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Final furlong on Grant and Danny. This is your stretch run from the Sharp Bar today. We're going to be back out here, though, a couple of times, which is very, very cool.
I'm going to go up and down this menu. I'll tell you that right now.
Oh, you're going to sample, I think. You're going to work every angle of that menu, make sure everything tastes just like it's supposed to.
That's right. Every curd of this thing.
Who needs quality control when you've got the Grant and Danny radio program to let you know what they think?
We'll test it out for you. Happy to do it. I did not do the burger today, specifically knowing that I'm going to do it next time.
You're going to want to do the burger.
I saved it.
You know how on a burger there's like a layer of cheese where it kind of melts just so on the meat?
I do.
What if bacon was a blanket of bacon on the burger in the same way? Okay. Do you see what I'm saying?
I kind of do.
It's kind of like sheet of bacon.
But talk more about it.
Sheet of bacon.
Sheet of bacon.
On the cheese, on the burger. Gosh, it was great. The
right
pickles. Like, when's the last time you ate a burger and you noticed the pickles? You notice everything, man.
Yeah.
Cooked to perfection. Juicy. It was great. I'm going to bring the wife out and have a burger at some point in the very near future. But we are out here on October 10th for another Friday field trip. And then we are out here on November 7th for a Friday field trip in the coming couple of months. So make a note, Sharbar. If you're in the area here in Reston, JW Marriott, brand new facility, this is a perfect place. You could power lunch, do it classy, wear a dress shirt and a sports jacket, or you could just come out here in your burgundy and gold and watch games. You could do that too.
My buddy James was here earlier, and he literally did that. He grabbed a little lunch, had an adult soda, and peaced out. Hung out with us, dropped off a T-shirt for me. You know what I mean? Like, you can do it however you want to do it here at the Sharp Bar.
I'm a James guy today.
I'm a James guy.
What T-shirt did he give you?
I'm going to show you. I don't know. It looks like it has a curse word on it, but it doesn't. You can't read what it actually says. So the I is not an I, it's a 1.
Okay.
Okay? So it's a Friday reference. And it's about Deebo Samuel.
Here comes Deebo.
Bleep, here comes Deebo.
I like the bike, though.
Yeah.
That's pretty good.
When Deebo leave, I'll be talking.
What are you doing to protect your family's assets? The exclusive sponsor of our show, the law firm Kondori & Murad, can help you to draft a last will and testament, set up a living trust, or put together a medical power of attorney. Schedule a free consultation with their attorneys today at kmlawyers.com. Mention us, get a discount, kmlawyers.com. Those are good eggs. Take care of them. They take care of us. They're sending us on the road this year. We're going to be at Kansas City at Arrowhead Stadium for a Monday nighter. We're going to be in Minneapolis, see the Vikings and the Commanders at one of the best stadiums in America. The December matchup between those two teams as well. Couple of headlines in the NFL for you today. So you know that the news in town on the injury front is not good. Jaden Daniels, Terry McLaurin among those already ruled out for Sunday against Atlanta. But there's some good news around the league on the injury front. For the 49ers, Brock Purdy will be back this weekend. So 2 games missed. Mac Jones started both. They win both. Jones actually had a game-winning drive against Arizona in his start last weekend. Brock Purdy will return to the lineup for San Francisco for their matchup. So he was originally supposed to miss at least 3 games, but he came back a little earlier than anticipated. They host the Jaguars 4:05 on Sunday.
There's all sorts on the line this week. Again, there are a couple matchups and a couple games where I'm kind of going, I can't believe blank has a chance to be 4-0, or I can't believe either the Chiefs or the Ravens are going to be 1-3. This is one of those like topsy-turvy starts to the NFL, and it's why it's so great.
The other of the injury updates to pass along, Danny, Chiefs wide receiver Xavier Worthy. Remember he ran into, I think it was Travis Kelce,
yes,
early in their season opening game, couple plays into the campaign against the Chargers on a Friday night. He has not played since. But he will be back for Sunday against the Ravens. This is probably the marquee matchup on paper this week. It's a 4:25 kick. The reason this game's going to be so good is someone's going to be 1-3.
Yeah, that was the point I was just making, to that.
So Worthy back, big deal.
They need it. And the Ravens need to get right on defense. I mean, that's a group that we thought would be fine at least, led by Kyle Hamilton in the secondary. They haven't stopped the run at all. Detroit just bullied them, knocked them around. That second-half defense was terrible. They have not been sound on that side of the ball. Their offense, as you know, can move it and score with anybody. Kansas City's kind of the opposite. Defensively, they're good, and as usual. Offensively, they're looking for any kind of spark. Maybe they found it throwing YOLO balls to Tyquan Thornton down the field, but having Worthy back can certainly help.
All right, before we get to our final predictions for the Commanders and the Falcons to end the show, it is time to tell you who our Baldino's Lock and Key player to lock in on is for the Commanders this week. Our player to lock in on presented by Baldino's Lock and Key, your hometown security team for auto keys and fobs. Visit baldinos.com.
Millions of guys to choose from. I'm going to choose Frankie Louvu, who I thought had his best game of the season, early season. This past week, he was his most active. If they're going to win this game, he's got to tackle really well, which he has not through the course of the season. He's got to pressure more than he has. He needs to be a factor. Maybe it's a tackle for loss. Maybe it's a sack of Michael Penix coming from his blind side. Normally it would be the front of the quarterback because Penix is left-handed. Maybe a strip sack fumble from behind, something to that effect, hitting Bijan Robinson behind the backfield, etc. He's going to have an impact in this game.
Deebo Samuel, going to be my guy. It just seems like the weapons are dropping like flies for Washington. There's kind of one guy left standing here who is a key focal point and part of the fabric of this offense. Samuel's 16 catches for $132 are an indicator through 3 games, with him basically having sat in the fourth quarter of Week 3. The offense is going to go through him anyway, but without McLaurin and without Noah Brown, it's really going to go through him. He only has 4 handoffs in the backfield this season. I think he could double that. My guess is he carries the ball 2 or 3 times, but if you tell me right now he either gets 0 carries or 4 carries in this game, I would say he equals his season total. 20 touches coming into the Atlanta game on the year. I'll bet you he touches the football 9 or 10 times, has his most targeted, involved game of the season. They need him to be big. This is why you traded the 5th-round pick for him. This is why you're paying him $20 million. And no Terry McLaurin. Someone has to step up.
That's kind of the point.
We're talking about these young receivers and these guys that aren't that involved. What if you just add a bunch to the plate of a guy that's already heavily involved?
Yeah, where else are you going to go? I mean, again, when he doesn't get the ball, they're going to want you to think he is getting the ball in a lot of this pass game or some of the run action and the like. He is both the bell cow and the decoy when it comes to it. He's an extension of the run game at times, right, with some of the horizontal stuff that they're going to do, some of that intermediate to short passing game where I think he excels. You think some of those extended look crossing routes, kind of those shallow crosses, some of those, physical routes where you can, in short areas, separate a little bit, then use some of that brute strength and explosion to kind of turn into a larger gain. He needs a couple of those catch and runs where he's making it easy. This is the thing I always talk about on offense. They need easy. That's what Austin Eckler provided, and Samuel provides that to a degree as well. They need that this weekend.
All right, final prediction time. Commanders, Falcons, 1 o'clock kick CBS. We've got a good broadcast crew for this one as well. Ian Eagle will be on the call with J.J. Watt, who's made a nice, smooth transition into the booth, the big fella as a color commentator. I've got Washington winning and getting to 3-1. I get that the injuries are piling up, and I know that there's going to be some anxiety and nervousness about them being able to finish this game with so limited a collection of talent on offense. But I trust Marcus Mariota. We've seen him play 3 times. He's played well. I do think the floor with him is high. The ceiling's certainly lower than Jaden Daniels. I think they're going to score about 20, and that's going to be enough in a low-scoring game. The caveat is Matt Gay can't miss any kicks. So I've got a 20-17 Commanders win, 2 for 2 day for Gay kicking field goals, and they win by a kick in the fourth quarter in a close game. If it takes more than 20, I'm not as convinced. So this defense has to hold Atlanta's offense that was shut out last week down.
20-19, Washington wins this game. I think it's ugly at times. I think Atlanta's going to have plenty of chances. To me, Washington gets their first turnover. That'll end up being one of the massive differences in this football game.
How crazy is that? They don't have a takeaway through 3 games.
It is crazy when you consider there have been times against some of these bad offenses that they've pressured the passer really well, right? Like, it's crazy to me they didn't have a turnover last week, right, where there's no sack fumbles of Geno Smith or no hurried passes or none of those things got tipped or anything like that, or even good fortune where the ball pinballs around, et cetera. Like, look at Kyler Murray last night, for example, hits Harrison in stride, perfect slant route. Harrison does whoopsie daisy hot potato interception. That hasn't happened to Washington yet.
Well, yeah, I was going to say, they almost had the pick with Trey Amos batting the ball to himself.
Yeah.
But there really have not been to that point. It's not like they've dropped 4 or 5 picks either.
Right.
You know, there haven't been a lot of times where they've forced a quarterback into a bad throw or really disguised something where he gets fooled and throws a ball into the hands of a zoning linebacker who just puts it on the carpet. Like, there haven't been a lot of turnover-worthy plays.
There have not at all?
Against this defense.
And that's kind of my point. I think they get one on Sunday, and that'll be the difference.
They're due, man. They absolutely should. It's hard to go 4 straight games in this league without a takeaway, especially when you preach the ball is life.
Ball is life.
Let's get you the leadoff ahead of Nats baseball tonight. They're taking on the White Sox at home at Nats Park, brought to you by the Window Man. Since 1989, the Window Man's been the educational window company. Get your free in-home estimate or visit thewindowman.com's all-new Fairfax showroom.
If you watch the game, you'll learn about Yandres Gomez, who's opposite Cade Cavalli on the bump tonight. Leading off in left field, that's James Wood. Batting second, playing shortstop, see Jake Abrams. Batting third at first base, Josh Bell. Your cleanup hitter, Dalen Lyle, your DH. Dylan Cruz batting fifth in right field. Batting sixth at second base, Luis Garcia. Junior Riley Adams doing the catching, hitting seventh. Robert Hassel the third in center field, hitting eighth. And Paul DeYoung in the lineup at third base, hitting ninth.
Do not look right now. You can look later, but not right now. Dalen Lyle, boys and girls. The rookie sensation for the Nats, the 22-year-old lefty swinging offensive talent. Average is up to 296 going into this final series of the season. For a guy that's played a half year in the big leagues, he's hitting about 340 over a 50-game sample now. He's got a chance to finish the season hitting 300.
That'd be really cool.
Wouldn't that be a gigantic moral victory for them and him going into the offseason? Reason for hope for, you know, a newly built front office that's going to be assembled in the months ahead to have James Wood, Dalen Lyle, and some real key ingredients as far as youth goes for the future of this Nationals team. If you're going out to the ballpark at Nats Park tonight, enjoy yourselves. Thank you so much for listening. We got to thank everybody out here at Char Bar. What a wonderful experience this was. The hospitality was great. All of our listeners who came by as well. Awesome. We're excited to do this a couple more times this football season. For Darius and Ryan back in studio, Toby and Chris out here on site, thank you guys for making the show part of your day. G&D saying so long.
Ladies and gentlemen, the weekend.